You do the same thing like you do with a battery. You split the two components, right, and then it works for you in that idea. What you do is you take the rotational acceleration and basically you convert it into a linear direction.
Now you've lost me. It doesn't matter. Why don't you build this thing?
I'm going to. When I've got enough money to do this, I will.
Because I think it would be infinitely cool if you could get in a little craft and just sort of slowly go up.
Well, and that's what I plan to do.
Well, I understand. Are you coming back, or are you going to just keep going? Plus,
Well, I'd have to make it. I'm paranoid. I'd want air with me.
well, I don't consider that paranoia.
Well, okay. All right.
All right, sir. Well, let me know when you've got the machine going.
I'll let you know.
All right, take care. On my paranoid line, I guess that's what I'm going to call it, my line of paranoia, you're on the air. Hello.
Am I on the paranoid line?
Yes, you are.
I am scared to death, Art. Ever since that lady called in the other day about the bovine flatulence
You know what?
ruining our atmosphere.
You know what? That lady, you may laugh at that lady, but I'll tell you what, that lady is dead right. I have read article after article after article that says that bovine flatulence is the worst problem we've got. It is the biggest contributor to the greenhouse effect, bigger even than all the cars that are driving around out there. Cows passing gas is a very, very, very serious matter. And one can only imagine how much Natron's healthy trinity it would take to straighten it out.
Well, you'll be glad to know that I've come up with a solution.
Okay.
All we have to do is set a trap and catch this guy that's pulling those cow's fingers.
Cows don't have fingers.
Will you? Huh? Oh, man, you mean I gotta get back under the bed and think this all out again? I was just gonna start working on those people in the center of the earth that's been crapping on us through outside volcanoes next.
Look, all right, well, volcanoes, they're another problem, but not nearly so serious as bovine flatulence. It is true. I know it sounds laughable, and it sounds fake, but it is not. I've read article after article saying it is the very worst problem we have. Cows let loose. Cows eating all that grass and hay and whatever all cows eat. And it all, of course, turns into horrendous amounts of flatulence, which fills the atmosphere with greenhouse-type stuff. It's true, it really is. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Good morning, Art.
Yes, good morning to you.
I have a what if.
What if what?
What if I was the person a few months ago that called in and suggested we do what if, and that I have another suggestion on what callers can do when they call you.
I'm listening.
Okay. This is the new and updated kind of what if. Now that you're world broadcasted,
Yes.
why don't you have world breath? When callers can call up. So, it's very nice talking to you, but because we have a world voice now, why don't we say something to the world? You had said something a couple weeks ago about that.
Why don't you begin it? I mean, what would you want to say? It is true. I mean, we're broadcasting.
Well, like have a line like your paranoid line where it's you want to say something to the world. Like,
Yes, but you've got to give us the idea here. Start out. Here is your opportunity. You know you're talking to the world, so what do you want to say?
okay, world, when I hang up after talking to Art Bell, take a deep breath into your nose and just let it out. A good breath. Start it out, a world breath.
So that's the best thing you've got to tell the world? Take a deep breath?
Yeah. Take it easy. Take a good breath.
All right. Thank you very much for the call. And I can tell it's only one step from there to the chairmanship of the UN, General Secretary of the UN, be replacing Boutros. On my paranoid line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Joe. I'm in Sedona, Arizona.
Oh.
Want to call you about my paranoia about Secret Canyon. I don't know if you've ever been here before.
No, I've always wanted to come to Sedona.
Well, there's a local rumor amongst the ufologists that there is a secret underground government base in Secret
Sedona.
Canyon.
Why Sedona? Now, I would like to first understand, by the way, we're glad to be on the air in Sedona. I made a special note when your station came on the air because Sedona is sort of the mystical, New Age capital of the entire universe. And I've always, and the question is, why?
Well, if you haven't been here, it's the scenery is unbelievable.
It's nice at the Grand Canyon, too, but it doesn't have that rep. So what is it about Sedona?
Well, when you study history and where the Indian people lived, they would not live amongst the Red Rock, where they say all the mystical things happened. They lived on the outskirts, and their ruins are all around Sedona. And it is a mystical place.
Well, what?
But I'm paranoid about the secret canyon base, underground base.
I can imagine. Nobody likes to think of nefarious things going on under their feet.
True.
What do you think they're doing down there?
I don't know, but I believe it.
Well, that's fine. I mean, but what do you think they're doing? They're not having a little tea and social time. So.
No, they're not. In fact, you had a guest on Dreamland, Norio.
Hayakawa, yes.
Right. And he spoke of the ELF generators, the extremely low-frequency generators that the government may have used in Iran. The rumor here is that don't hike back into Secret Canyon because they have these ELF generators.
Do Sedonites occasionally disappear?
People have been known. This is a very transient town. They have lots of transient people come for 2 months.
It's like you wouldn't even know if somebody disappeared.
Right, exactly. And lots of people living in the woods. Lots of people living in the canyons, places around here.
Well, there's something to think about. These subterranean people, they've got to eat too.
Well, no, the theory is that it's a government base.
Government people, subterranean, have got to eat.
Well, that's true. I don't know how they're getting their food. We've had rumors of...
Well, we just talked about it, sir.
About what?
The disappearing people.
Well, people have been known to come and go. We don't know. I've known several people. I've been here 3 years now.
Well, would you walk into that particular area
I have walked in there.
at midnight without light?
No, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't do that?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay, well
It's
then.
very remote wilderness, and I've heard people talk about men showing up in plain black uniforms.
Oh yes.
No badges of any country, company, you know.
Always black. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
Always black. Why don't they ever wear white just to fool us?
We do have a lot of military helicopters flying here, and the rationale is that the Sedona Airport is a military refueling base.
Sure it is.
So who knows?
Yeah, that's right. And where are the big tanks? Underground, right?
All right.
All
Well,
right.
listen, it's great talking to you.
And to you as well, sir. Take
Thank
care.
you.
And stay on alert there. We'll be right back.
Coast to Coast AM sure sounds great in the middle of the night. But you know, you don't have to be nocturnal to enjoy this amazing show. The Coast Insider is your key to a normal life. For 15 cents a day, you can wake up refreshed knowing that last night's show is waiting for you with podcasting. Listen on your way to work and again on the way home. Or listen to one of over 1,000 archived shows from the past 3 years. As a member, you'll have access to our monthly live chat sessions with George Noory and special guests. The Coast Insiders Club is a must-have feature for all Coast to Coast AM listeners. Visit coasttocoastam.com to sign up today. You'll sleep like a baby, knowing you'll never miss your favorite guests and topics ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com. You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from July 9th, 1996.
All right, now here's an interesting fact. Art, I chose to fax rather than call because I know your phone is tapped as well as my own. Please try to decode this cry for help. The mouse is in the trap, the spider in the web. That's all I can say for now. I know you will try to help me in turn helping yourself. Please notify the proper authorities and be extremely cautious of imposters. Don't try to contact me. I will contact you. Then we've got this. Art, just because someone is paranoid does not necessarily mean that they are not out to get them. Frank in Marysville. And this, Art, talk about paranoid. I met a friend in line at the grocery store. He had just seen Independence Day. He was sure that an elite inside government was selling the rest of us out to the aliens for technology and their own independence. He thinks HAARP is going to be used to put us all asleep and load us on UFOs. He wanted to know how to fight back. I pointed out that it would be like Germany at the end of World War II. Do I want to surrender to the Greys or the Blues? He got upset and insisted there must be a way to know who was who. I know he is a fan of yours, so I said just wait for marching orders from Art Bell. Think about it. Art's underground army of the right acting under the cloak of darkness with trained chupacabras. Wait for my signal. Don't do anything until you get my signal, sir. First time caller line, you're on the air. That's my paranoid line, actually.
Yeah. You know who I'm paranoid about, Art?
Who?
The police.
Well, do you think they're after you?
It's not just me. I think they're after
Everybody?
everybody.
People doing things like making right-hand turns when they shouldn't, going through red lights.
Let me put it this way.
They are. They're after every last one of them.
Indeed. I mean, trying to collect the driving taxes. I don't really call them moving violations. They're more like driving taxes. I put it more like this, though. Here's a group of men and women who I've uniformed, who I believe I'm forced to tacitly endow with this power, this ability to control me.
You absolutely are. Or they will restrain you, handcuff you, and put you behind bars.
Yet, I pay for their existence out of
do.
every paycheck.
You do.
And
You see, I have a different view of it, though. My view is that we pay good tax money to people like that to protect us against people like you.
you see, there's a thing. I pay, yet I don't have the ability to hire, fire, or evaluate performance. I have to sit there and watch. For instance,
And be a victim.
indeed, I had a friend
Yes.
who had only had one moving violation,
One moving violation.
but wrote a letter to the editor to our local paper. Our local paper requires that you put the first and last name, or else they won't print it.
Sure.
Unfortunately,
So he put his name on there, and then the police came and killed him.
the boy let fly, Art.
Yeah.
He wasn't saying, let's have a...
Fine, okay, so what did they do to him for this?
Within 2 weeks, he had 4 moving violations.
4 moving violations.
Within 2 weeks.
Were these not proper violations? I mean, had he done nothing?
Oh, he's just going about his way. Like I said, he only had 1 moving violation.
But after he wrote the letter to the editor, he had 4.
Oh, he said they were, he was absolutely positive.
Well, would you write a letter to the editor and sign your real name to Bob? Complaining about the police?
Well, of course not.
Yeah, all right. Well, then you belong on this line properly. I understand. Thank you very much for the call. The police. It is true we pay them. But if you're not doing anything, of course you wouldn't understand that because you're paranoid. But generally, if you're not doing anything wrong, then they are there to protect you, and that would be the proper way to think about it. Not that they are there to get you. But on the other hand, if you write, well, there are certain things you can do in life that you can expect to bring certain consequences. Like if you have a bumper sticker that says, cops suck, the likelihood, or percentage of likelihood, that you're going to get pulled over is going to be significantly higher than the guy who doesn't have that kind of bumper sticker. As one says, we support the police, or something like that. I don't know if that makes you less likely. It'd be interesting. It'd make an interesting study, wouldn't it? A pro and anti-police bumper sticker card, driven around for a year. How many moving violations each vehicle got? Identical vehicles, nearly identical drivers, simply different bumper stickers. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. Steve from South Dakota.
Yes, sir.
Well, I've been trying to get into you since the middle of the show last night with Stan McDaniel.
My goodness.
What a wonderful show.
Glad you enjoyed it.
I have a copy of the McDaniel report,
Yes.
and it's 173 pages where science really does test the hypothesis.
Right.
I was interested to read about the report about the absence of, SETI's role in the whole investigation.
Yes.
And in it, it says that, SETI is more or less putting a strain on the validity of these landforms in, three ways. Number one, the Mars messages aren't radio signals, which, SETI usually uses for, verification.
Well, that's the only thing SETI's doing, sir. They're looking with radio telescopes.
Yeah, right. And number two, they're not from deep space, which they usually look. They always look into deep space.
You know what? September 1st, I'm going to have Dr. Stephen Greer, founder and director of the Center for the Study of Extraterrestrial Intelligence, CSETI.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes.
Oh, wow, that'd be great. And third, in the report, it says they're not in the form. Mars landforms aren't in the form of structures that embody architectural and symbolic values, not ordinarily in the purview of physics and mainly in astronomy, and it sort of baffles me because both SETI and the Mars mission are sort of studying different areas of the same subject.
Well, they are. It's true. And one of these days, I think we will get a signal. I wonder what would happen if the SETI people got a signal that basically said, nice talking to you. Call us back when you grow up.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from July 9th, 1996.
Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Morning, Art.
Good morning.
And you know what?
What?
Got a Yacht Boy 205 Grundig stuck in my pocket, and I can't get it out.
Really? Well, it will slowly begin to irradiate your leg until it falls off.
Very well.
All right? In the meantime, enjoy whatever you've got it set up.
You, man.
See you later. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, Art.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I have a couple things to say to you about the comment you made. Yes. This is Chris in Laramie, Wyoming.
All right. Laramie.
Yes, just barely east of the Rockies.
Oh.
Yeah. A couple things I had to say was you made a comment last hour about third parties, Libertarian Party specifically.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Well, I am a member of the LP. Have been for about 2 years now.
Okay.
And my point was, you said that you don't think third parties can win,
No.
et cetera, yada, and so on.
Yes, et cetera, yada, and so on.
Exactly. My point was, there's a lot of people out there of that attitude that think that since third parties can't win, they won't vote for them. So third parties don't win,
That is the truth.
so people won't vote for them.
That is the reality.
It's a vicious circle, and
It
it
is.
keeps going and going.
It is, and it will continue, and saying it won't ain't going to change.
That's true. The second thing I wanted to say real quick is I have the LP presidential debates on tape, and if you would like to see them, I can send them off to whatever address you have.
Well, I have an address.
You do?
Yes.
Well, that's good.
Do you want it?
Certainly.
Post Office Box 4755.
4755.
Pahrump, P-A-H-R-U-M-P.
RUMP. Okay.
Didn't laugh, that's a good sign. Nevada, zip code 89041-4755. Now, as I say, I watched for a long time, but it was all bureaucratic. Yeah, and then I finally got tired. I sleep during the day. I do that.
Yeah, right.
Do the show. And I finally fell asleep and missed the good part.
Mm-hmm. Well, the presidential debates were very entertaining, and I think Rick Tompkins probably saved the party from another fairly embarrassing split. So,
Well, I would love to see it. So, really, if you do have a copy, I'd be thankful.
what was the post office box again? I'm sorry, I missed the first time.
Oh, boy. 4755.
4755. Gotcha.
All right.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, and I'll look forward to that. Yes, I wanted to see that, and I sat there, and it was sort of a little interesting, but, it was kind of, would the people in the front all move toward the back, please? And, that kind of thing, and fill out forms, and we're handing out these forms, and you can only watch that so long. So I missed the good part. Wild card line, you're on the air. Hi.
It's Charlie, liberal in California.
Yay.
Let me tell you something. A, I don't think you're the Antichrist. I want you to know that right off the bat. And B, let me tell all these alien nuts out there. Let me just tell you something. If I were an alien, in all seriousness, if I were an alien, Earth is the last place I'd want to settle. A, it's you've got some semi-highly developed primate dominating a middle-aged star that lacks a lot of the natural minerals that it had just a few million years ago. It's not a good planet.
It may be that compared to other planets, we are still mineral rich, particularly deep down.
We're mineral rich, but why would you want to deal with a planet that has a somewhat advanced technology and nuclear weapons, even though they could probably easily defeat us? We could ruin the planet.
Charlie.
Why would you want to deal with that when you could deal with a relatively young star?
Charlie, we eat cows, right?
That's true.
So why do you think that an alien would not necessarily think of us as a cow?
Actually, you have a reasonable point there. I know a lot of the religious people might not like that, but what you're saying in that sense is true, and that humans may not, even though we are the highest life form on the planet right now, it doesn't necessarily mean that we're a very high life form.
To a fully evolved life form, we might be as the ants are to us.
That's true. That's true. I wouldn't argue that point. Let me say, as far as poor Bob Dole is concerned, isn't it just too bad that Colin Powell has seen the light, that Colin Powell realizes that the only place for him to go is the Democratic Party. If they're
That's
interested
hogwash.
in,
He already said he'd vote for Bob Dole. Where are you coming from?
No, all I'm saying is that, well, he has to vote for Bob Dole. I mean, he's already said that he's not going to campaign with this guy, and he's not going to have any big speech at the Republican National Convention. Let's face it here. He supports affirmative action, and he supports abortion rights. And if he comes to the Democratic Party, we will welcome him and all Republicans who support those things with open arms.
Look, whatever Colin Powell is, he's smart enough not to go to your party.
Well, I think Colin Powell will wake up and see the light, as many moderates and Republicans have.
What the hell are you talking about? It has been conversion after conversion after conversion. It's been from the Democrats to the Republicans. Where have you been?
Well, first of all, you're talking about politicians. I'm not talking about politics, because politicians are always rolling around in the mud trying to see it.
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. You're talking about Clinton, you're talking about Dole, you're talking about Powell, and you say you're not talking about politicians?
I'm talking about...
You've truly lost what little mind you have?
Powell, fortunately, is not a quote-unquote politician. I think that's what makes him popular. But I'm talking about people like Powell who have changed, who have taken a look at this Republican Party led by Newt Gingrich and said, you know what? We are going to switch to the Democrats and move to the left because we realize that they support the working class Americans. That they support this, basically support the government in the country, and that the Republicans basically don't. That they're a bunch of
Charlie, there's been so damn much attrition with the Democrats lately. You're lucky you've got even a minimal vote you can muster in the House anymore.
Well, the Republicans right now are no longer concerned about whether they're going to win the presidency or not. They're worried about whether they're going to keep control of Congress.
Well, you are
the bottom line.
You are right about that. Thanks, Charles. He's right about that. The campaign right now is going so poorly. I mean, I couldn't script it to go any more poorly for Bob Dole. The latest today is that Bob Dole will now no longer seek to reverse the assault weapons ban. He's given up on that one. So there you are. And he weakly says, well, a bunch of those guns are now available anyway. So he will not attempt to reverse that ban. You know, by the time they're done, that is, Bill Clinton stealing what few ideas Bob Dole has had, and Bob Dole compromising toward the left. There's going to be absolutely no difference whatsoever between those two guys except their age. That's going to be all that's left.
The new version version of the Coast to Coast AM app is here, now available for Android as well as iPhone. For Coast Insiders, it offers the ability to download the most recent shows so you can listen to them at your leisure. The new app also has listen live and streaming features, plus recaps, contacts, and upcoming show info. Coast Insiders with Android System 4.0 and above, or iPhone. Check out our new app at the Google Play or iTunes stores, or link from the Coast website. Get a new view of the world with Coast to Coast AM.
First of all, I want to just thank you for bringing everyone out here to cornucopia of just phenomenal knowledge. I don't know of anyone else that I've ever listened to at radio that just fills my brain and stimulates me. But, you know, I was listening to the show, and I thought to myself, do you think, George, the common citizen such as you or I really has any hope towards the future of any privacy or anything else?
I think we do. I think eventually so many people will see the light, see what you see what I see, that eventually they're going to say enough is enough. And I think that we do have a future, and we're going to win in the long run. It's going to be bumpy along the way. It's not going to be easy, but we will get there. That's my take, and you know what? As long as I can continue on the airwaves and tell people this, I shall.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from July 9th, 1996.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, I'm on the air.
Well, possibly. What do you want to say?
I would like to ask you a question. Good morning, and to begin with, I'm surprised. My name is Lydia, and I would like to ask you a question. Since this is an open forum tonight.
Yes, it is, Lydia.
Thank you. If there is anybody of your listeners, or maybe you know somebody that deals in degeneration of the retina.
In what?
Degeneration of the retina or macula. It's an eye problem.
An eye problem.
Right.
Oh, retina. Is that what you said, retina?
Retina, right.
Retina.
I'm sorry, I probably don't pronounce it right.
Where are you from?
I'm from Ukraine.
Ukraine.
Yes. I've been in the United States for the last 37 years. I'm American citizen, and I lived in South America also for about 10 years.
Well, I'm going to visit Russia next month.
I heard you on the radio, right?
Yes.
Right. My son was there in Ukraine, in Kiev. He was for 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
Since 1990.
So you wanted to ask about a retina problem?
Right. I have lost my sense of vision. I am legally blind now.
I understand.
I lost my sense of vision, and I really haven't seen a doctor in the last probably 4 years.
Oh my.
But I can't because I belong to an HMO, and they put me on disability, and I'm on Medicare.
Yes.
Because there is no other way to do it.
Well, I'm not a doctor, so
I know, but I'm sort of, through you, I'm trying to go to maybe somebody of your listeners, you know, an ophthalmologist, or anybody that has that problem. I know there are a lot of people that have that problem.
Well, maybe somebody will have something to say, Lydia. We'll see.
Okay, and now if you want to talk about Russia, why don't you put me on the other line, or whatever line you have? I'm sure you have a lot of people that want to give you advice.
About Russia? Most people are telling me don't go. They think the American CIA is going to have the KGB kill me in the Moscow street.
Oh, no.
Well, that's what they're saying.
Please do go and look for yourself.
That's exactly what I'm going to do.
Yes, and I certainly hope you have a good time, and I'm sure you're going to enjoy it. And your wife, Ramona, also.
She will. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Take care. Yeah, I think I'm going to enjoy it too. You betcha. No guarantees in life, right? Ever. So you just go ahead and you continue with life. Either that or you huddle down in a little bunker somewhere and you worry about everything. like the people on my paranoid line. Here, see, watch. Paranoid line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hey, how you doing, Art?
Okay, are you paranoid?
Well, yeah, I am.
Are you? Okay.
Yeah, I'm calling from New Orleans.
Well, I've got good reason to be then.
Yeah, there's a lot of spirits in this town.
Do you know that New Orleans may be one of the most dangerous cities, but Nevada, where I am now, is the most dangerous state in the whole union. That's right.
That's unbelievable, isn't it?
Yes.
It seems like there's all kinds of space in Nevada, you know. But anyway, what I wanted to call you about was, look, in the beginning of June, I called you about, I saw an explosion in the sky,
I have a point of order here.
a jet airplane.
Well, this is...
The point of order I'm talking about is what happened in the Pensacola incident, right? Where those two people
You mean when
got killed.
Pensacola was destroyed?
No, come on. This is not a joke.
What are you talking about then?
I'm talking about what happened over the weekend.
What happened? Tell me.
There was an engine, a jet engine exploded, and two people were killed.
Oh, yes, I know all about that. Yes,
Right.
a Delta Airlines
Right.
aircraft.
Well,
Yes.
I had called you previously in the beginning of June, and I told you that I saw an explosion over the skies of New Orleans, and but the plane didn't explode. Just the right jet engine exploded in the rear section. It was a Pratt and Whitney.
Was it over New Orleans?
Right. It was over. The plane was taking off going.
You know what? I remember that call. I remember your call.
Right. And you had gestured. Just think about the people in the tail section. They must have been scared to death.
Yep.
And this happened Memorial Weekend, right? And now two people have died from something. The plane that took off was either a Delta plane or
It was Delta.
an American plane because they had the same colors. And
Well, there was a TWA aircraft with a lesser problem, but Delta is the one that...
no, I'm talking about the colors on the side of the plane, though. Delta and American have similar colors.
Yeah, but forget the colors. It said Delta, D-E-L-T-A, Delta. It
Right,
said
I
Delta
know
right
that.
there, so...
But the thing that I saw, the engine that I saw was a Pratt and Whitney engine that blew up. But it didn't. You see, it shot this streak. It didn't go towards the cab section. It shot out over a residential area.
All right, we're giving you an A+ then on your prediction. So the next time you have one, you need to call us immediately.
Well, Art, you have a great show, and I love every minute of it.
All right,
But I
take care.
never get in that much, so
Well, you're in now.
Very hard.
Take advantage of the paranoid line.
bye.
All right, goodbye. We're restricting that line just to paranoids. All-card line, you're on the air. Hello.
Art?
Yes.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
Mike in Milwaukee, listening to you on WTMJ.
Yes, Mike, you're going to have to speak up good and loud.
Good and loud, okay. I wanted to thank you, first of all, for replaying the Dan and Linda Howe.
Yes.
It was quite frightening.
Well, it is interesting. And Linda and I had a very long conversation today about it all.
Yeah, none of your listeners are talking about what Tom Brokaw was talking about last night on the NBC Nightly News.
And that was?
For Area 51.
And what did he say about Area 51?
Well, he talked about, of course, the lights in the sky, but even more so than that, they were talking about chemicals or some steam being released.
Yeah. There's a big lawsuit about that. I know all about that.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
All right. Another thing, it was also mentioned in Independence Day 4, probably the best part of the movie.
I'll refer to Area 51 and Roswell as well.
Right. But as far as, what is Vegas, about as close as you can get to a theater?
For the moment, yes, that is true. And that's, it's about a 120-mile round trip, so...
Well, I wouldn't make the trip.
Oh, now, is that a movie review?
It was okay. It was an okay movie, but, I don't know. I wouldn't drive 120 miles to see it.
Well, I might not either. Plus, I know the lines are very long. The weather is hot. My temper is short. And so, I haven't made the trip yet. But the time will come. I'll be in town for some reason or another, and I'll go see it. Or, next month, when I go to Europe, they will show it in the aircraft.
There you go.
Now, would that be a cool place to watch ID4
That
at
would.
about 50,000 feet? Thank you very much for the call, sir.
Okay, all right.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Well, this is west of the Rockies.
Yes, it is.
Okay, this is Ed in Finland, California, and
Inland, California. Where is that?
that's sort of between Glendale and the San Fernando Valley.
Probably listening to KABC.
That's right.
All right.
A couple of things. First, you once mentioned that you got Ray Bream, radio talk host, back on the air talking on the radio again.
I did. Shortly after I came on KABC, which has now been quite a while, I said on the air I wanted to talk to Ray. I'd love to talk to him, interview him. And by gosh, we did it. He came on and we did a couple hours, I think.
Yeah. Well, if I could recommend a guest, if you could get him, there was a gentleman a few years ago also in KABC, Bill Jenkins. Have you ever heard of him?
Yes, I've heard the name.
Yeah, he had a show called Open Mind. It was sort of like a mini version of Dreamland.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. And he talked about various things, the UFOs and so forth. And he knows quite a bit, so I don't know what's happened to him in the years, but he retired from KABC and so on. But I got to ask you about the Chupacabra.
Chupacabra, very good.
Chupacabra, I finally got it. Are there lady Chupacabras?
Well, yes, of course there are. How could there not be?
Well, who knows? Maybe the Chupacabra is
Asexual?
demon seeds or something.
A demon seed. Maybe I should have you on as a guest. All right, listen, go away. I've got news.
Oh, okay.
See you later. You're listening to the CBC Radio Network, and this is my theme. Life goes on.
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time.
When the death comes 51, smoking cigarettes and watching Captain Kangaroo. Now don't tell me I've nothing to do. Last night I dressed in self-defense. I was on the town. As long as I can dream of just run this winter down. Please don't give a thought to me. I'm head doing fine. You
To Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from July 9th, 1996.
Does anybody remember Stevie Nicks dancing in the video of this thing? God, it was great. She was so cute. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yeah, Chris from Peoria.
Hi, Chris.
Yeah, I was wondering regarding two questions for you.
Okay.
Manhattan Project.
Yes.
You know anything about that?
Well, quite a bit about it, yes. The project to develop the atomic bomb, yes.
Well, no, I was referring to the cloaking device.
Cloaking device?
Yeah, my friend is into this. I don't know if you have any web pages. What is the cloaking device? Is that something he made out, or is that just like an exaggeration of what the government's trying to consider?
Well, a cloaking device is very simply a device used when you wish to make your ship invisible.
Mm-hmm. I heard over in Atlantic it disappeared for 2 seconds and reappeared.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Well, it's Klingon technology.
that comes from Star Trek.
Well, it is.
Oh, there you go.
Cloaking device, Klingons, don't you remember? Didn't you watch Star Trek?
I'm not a Trekkie. I don't like that.
All right, well, that's a cloaking device.
Oh, I got another question for you.
Sure.
Do you know anything regarding Loch Ness Monster? I've been studying since I'm 18 now. I've been studying since I was 6 years old.
It's funny you should mention that. I had a guest on Greenland on Sunday that talked about Nessie, and there have been a number of projects looking for Nessie, and they have all that's right, and they have all found something gigantic down there chasing fish at a very deep level.
Did they realize what it was, mammal? But I don't think they mammal.
Nessie.
Because, well, I know, but what do you think it is? For your important friends. Some people think it's the telemunchkin. Some people think it's the XCOI.
Well, I think very probably it's something prehistoric.
Yeah, it's plesiosaurus.
Sure.
You know any websites regarding Loch Ness?
No, but I bet if you go up there and do a search with a browser, you'll find some.
All right, thanks.
You are. And if there's any, and to you, and if there's any photographs up there, pass them along. I would even like to see some of what they found. That'd be very interesting. It's entirely possible that there are prehistoric creatures that are left, that have survived, that have somehow, at deep water levels, managed to avoid whatever Holocaust killed them all. And there are remnants of them still here on Earth. Sure, it could be. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yes, this is Kevin from Pulaski, Tennessee.
Pulaski, Tennessee.
Pulaski, Tennessee.
Where is that?
It's south of Nashville, 70 miles south of Nashville.
Okay.
I got a little cat story to tell you here.
Cat
It's not
story.
really a story, but at my house I've got 39 cats.
You have 39 cats?
39 cats.
You belong on my...
7 dogs.
You should be on my paranoid line, not here.
Well,
You have
they
39 cats and 7 dogs. That's impossible.
Well, that's how many I have, and it takes probably about $40 worth of food a week to feed them.
How did you end up with that many cats?
Having babies and babies and babies.
Well, that's your own fault.
I reckon it is, but they're wild. You can't catch them. So just keep on having
they
babies,
keep
I guess.
multiplying, yeah.
I hear you.
Yeah, I know. These wild cats, they're amazing.
It's hard to catch them. We've tried to catch them. Me and my dad have.
It's
And,
not good. They bite you.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But that's all I wanted to say.
I
And
see.
you have a great night.
All right, thank you. I still have the scars here. They're starting to fade now. I still have the scars. Oh, I went out there a little while ago during the break, and I was petting my cat, and he hissed at me once, and I put my hand right up there by his mouth, and he bit me. Not hard. You know, this time it was just sort of a, I'm testing human skin type bite. Like that, you know. Testing consistency. Determining tensile strength. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. How you doing?
Okay.
You know, it says Teddy is never successful. You know what the message we're going to hear is going to be?
What?
Turn off your radio.
Turn off your radio, yeah.
What is your sense of humor?
Well, on that subject, I don't have one.
Okay, why we cannot give the last names?
Why don't we give them?
Mm-hmm.
Because if something was said that would lead to litigation, you know, court problems, it would not be so serious if there had not been a last name. I mean, there's a lot of Johns out there, a lot of Toms out there. You understand?
I understand now. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye. Goodbye. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Art.
Yes.
This is Greg in Dallas.
Hi, Greg.
Just wanted to say, love the show. I happen to be here with a couple other guys here at AudioNet.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, we're calling from the office here.
You're actually at AudioNet.
Yeah,
Tell everybody, look, not everybody understands what AudioNet is. Tell them what it is.
Okay, what AudioNet is, we're basically a broadcast network that broadcasts radio stations, sporting events, like we did the All-Star game last night,
Right.
over the World Wide Web.
That's right. And people can go get the little program and go up on the internet and listen to this program, either live or archived, or, as a matter of fact, you can go back and listen to 2 weeks of programs.
Right.
It's amazing.
Yeah, just reason we were calling is wanted to let you know that you are the man on AudioNet. You get, seriously, in a week's time, you get more hits than anything or anyone else on AudioNet.
Is that so?
Absolutely.
How many do we get? Do you know?
You, just off the top of my head, I'm the statistician here, and you get roughly about 10,000 listeners a week.
Holy mackerel.
And that's pretty good for a brand new medium, I think.
It is. It's young and growing. As a matter of fact, I had a fellow call from in Germany near Austria listening a little while ago.
Yeah, we heard him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we listen to you every night.
It is very very cool. As a matter of fact, you know what I ought to do? I should open a line one night for people listening to AudioNet.
Hey, that'd be great.
Would you like that?
Yeah, we'd love that.
Okay.
That'd, well, it'd help us all out, you know, help you out, see where people, on the internet are at, and help us out with, you know, seeing where, people are listening to us from as well.
I tell you what, I'll do it tomorrow night.
Hey, great.
How's that?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Assuming the world does not explode.
Well, yeah, hopefully it won't.
I kind of like talk radio when it just drifts, when there's no really heavy news that we have to talk about, when we can just have fun.
Yeah, yeah. I agree. Well, the world's a lot better when there's not all the heavy stuff.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, just wanted to call and say hi and say keep up the great work.
Well, please say hi to everybody at AudioNet for me and thank them.
Will do, Art.
Take care.
Take care.
Bye-bye. Yeah, we take a lot of hits on the webpage. Matter of fact, I was talking to Keith earlier, and this will amaze you. My website, www.artbell.com, takes, I think it was in May, it took 1.8 million hits. 1.8 million hits. Can you imagine that? And it varies around 1.4, 1.5, 1.7, 1.8, somewhere in there. Million hits a month. That's a lot of people. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art Bell.
Yes.
This is Doc out in San Diego.
Sounds like you're in a truck.
Yes, I am. I'm driving for the Los Angeles Times. I'm delivering papers to San Diego tonight.
All right.
I'm on my way back and listening to you.
Yes,
I
sir.
just wanted to say I saw ID4 today, and that was a fabulous movie. It was just so cool. You talk about the quickening, that was it, you know. I think the only safe place to be would be underground if something like that happened. But I really enjoy your show, and just wanted to say hello to all the other fellow truckers out there, and keep up the good work.
Wait a minute. What's the headline in the LA Times this morning?
What's the headline?
Yeah.
The headline tonight? Gosh, I don't even know. I just delivered 8,000 of them. That's pretty sad, isn't it?
Yeah, and you didn't look at the headline.
I didn't even look at the headline.
All right. Well, thanks for the call.
Okay, take care.
Yeah, see you later. Delivered 8,000 of them and doesn't know what the headline is. Oh, well. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. Enjoy your program.
Thank you.
Talked to you many years ago when you were at the other station out of Fresno, in 1986. Anyway, this format, first time caller. Paranoid in the sense that a very good friend of mine who is a stable, down-to-earth former pilot confided something to me not long ago, which really got my attention.
Yes.
And in fact, he lives not too far from where you are. And that was many years ago in Independence, Missouri, where Harry Truman's hometown.
Right.
He was in a parking lot, getting out of a low-slung car of some kind, and he as he grabbed the roof of the car, stood up, and looked up. There was this craft above the parking lot. A huge thing. And what was significant about it, as he told the story, was time seemed to be suspended in some way. And it was not just the fact that it was very clear in his memory. The craft was like many of the crafts that have been described in your program before. And there was a figure that he was able to remember sort of looking at it. But as the craft went away silently, it was the same phenomenon, that time was suspended in some way. It wasn't just the fact that it was silent and moved away quickly, that time itself was, the dimension of time somehow was altered. And the other unusual thing was, this happened in the space of, he estimates, 15, 20 seconds. There was another individual about 30 feet away.
Excuse me. How could he know that if time was
Well,
distorted?
he was saying that what seemed to be 15 or 20 seconds.
Oh, I see.
Oh, I see. What but the movement of the craft was very unusual because it was there, then it would seem to be half a mile away he wasn't blinking his eyes, and he's used to, obviously, being a pilot, he was used to movements of craft. It wasn't like it went from point A to point B. It was at point A, and suddenly it was at point B.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing that was unusual about the story, at the end of all this, there was another gentleman about 30, 40 feet away, standing by another car. And he kind of chiefly said, "Did you see that?" And the person sincerely did not see it.
Probably said something like, no, and you didn't see it either.
No, basically just the guy seemed like he didn't see it, which, well, anyway, this is, I guess, the second person that he told the story to. I've known this fellow many years, and he tells the story now, and quite sincerely, he still doesn't know what to make of it. So,
I saw something too, and to this day, sir, I don't know what to make of it. I just know what I saw. Wasn't far away. Was not a distant light. Was close up. Real close. Very real. And I don't know what to make of it to this day. And I suspect I never will.
Somewhere in Time with Art Bell continues, courtesy of Premier Networks.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Bell.
Hello.
This is Dick calling from Kogo Country.
Yes, Dick.
Listen, I want to commend you for having that guest on there, Mr. Collier.
That's who it was, of course.
Yeah, the vote scam.
fraud, yes, on a vote scam.
I went and called Chancellor Broadcast and ordered those 3 tapes. 3 tapes, they say.
Yep.
Yeah, Mr. Bell, what I'd like to ask you, did you ever consider having Gene Duffy on, the lady that directed that video film, Obstruction of Justice, the MENA Connection?
Oh, I suppose I could, but it's kind of more of the same, isn't it?
No, it isn't. No, absolutely not. This is, Mr. Putnam out here in California had that lady on.
George, yes.
Oh my God! I mean, the stuff that she reveals on that, on the video. I got the video film also.
Does she say Clinton's a killer?
No, she didn't say that Clinton's a killer, but a lot
Does
of
she say Clinton's a drug dealer?
No, she says a lot of these people that were hooked up with him there in Arkansas, one of the chief prosecutors was involved in the murder of the 2 boys on the railroad tracks. They've got proof of that.
Can't she tie it to Clinton?
No, not to Clinton, but to these people in his cabinet that were in his cabinet. All his cronies back there. But I think that the people would enjoy listening to Linda. Her name is Linda. No, not Linda. Gene Duffy. I'm sorry.
Gene Duffy. Huh?
I think that your listeners would really respond to that, Art.
Why? To me, these things have got to either be connected to Clinton, or they just don't have the meaning that you think they have, or that people think they have. Now,
she was a prosecutor back there in Arkansas, see?
Yeah.
And she actually got driven, her and her husband and children got driven out of there. They put a price on her head. They were going to kill her. And she hid out in Texas because he was in the Army in Texas.
This must have been a private price on her head. I mean, you couldn't do that publicly.
Well,
right?
This is what the...
they didn't post it in the post office or anything, right?
I beg your pardon?
They didn't put it in the post office, price on her head or anything.
No, but she was told by some police officials that she'd best get out of Arkansas.
Well, they're telling me I'd better get out of Pahrump,
Who?
Well, them. The people on my paranoid line. People who fax me. All right, thank you very much for the call. As a matter of fact, here's another one. Art, I know that you are out to get me. Leave me alone. Signed, Shane. Okay, no sweat, Shane. Dear Art, I've got a friend who's trying to get the gas station to take out the microphone from his car radiator and the TV repair shop to remove the government camera from his TV. I believe him when he says he is not paranoid. After all, it was his radio that told him about the problem that he is having. Desert Dan. Well, let's go back to the paranoid line. You're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
How you doing today?
I'm fine.
Art, I'm paranoid.
Why?
I read in the paper today
Yes.
that the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms is compiling a government database on the ownership of firearms in the United States.
Well, they've been doing that for a long time. Now, they've had records from people who have a license to sell firearms, and they've always held those records in ever-growing boxes. And now they're simply going to put those on computers, so they have reference to it.
Well, I've got to tell you, I'm paranoid because in every case in history, registration was followed with confiscation.
Well, I don't think they're going to confiscate guns. Myself.
Well,
But I think you do, but that's because you're paranoid. I mean, what would you do if they knocked on your door, wanted your guns? You're gonna have to give us your guns.
I don't know. They might find a bullet between your eyes.
You'd shoot at them?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's my constitutional right to own them.
I mean, guys with jackets that say FBI and ATF on it, and you'd shoot at them.
Well, you know, it's a constitutional right of mine, and it's underprotected, I think.
So you would shoot instead of give up and give the guns.
Probably.
What do you think would happen?
I'd probably go to federal prison, if caught.
More likely you'd be dead. I mean, they would shoot back, wouldn't they?
Well, maybe.
Maybe?
Well, it depends. I mean,
Usually when you shoot
it's a
at
matter of surprise.
when you shoot at the feds, a lot of times they shoot back.
That's true.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. It was proper that you are on that line. A lot of people think their guns are going to be confiscated. I'm not one of those people. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning.
From Grand Junction, Colorado.
Yes, sir.
I was listening to you on KNZZ, but they blew a tube or something, so I had to switch to KOB in Albuquerque.
They blew a tube?
Well, it sounds like it. It sounds like they've been having troubles with their stuff for a couple days now, but...
That's what I've been trying to tell people. You know, there's a long chain of electronics that has to work perfectly for you to receive the signal.
Exactly.
And somehow everybody assumes that when something goes wrong, it's always a trilateral commission.
I hardly think so. I was in radio for a number of years, just like yourself there, Art. And I understand all these things, too, but what's it like to talk to millions of people every night? What are you on, 277 stations now?
Yeah. It's better not to think about. It's neat, it's fun, but it's better not to think about, because if you think about it, then you begin to get very nervous.
And paranoid.
And paranoid.
And you start setting up paranoid phone lines, and the people start calling in and thinking that they're just as scared as you are to be talking to 12 million people. How many people are listening right now, Art?
Well, at any given moment, probably 8 to 10 to 12 million, somewhere in there.
Well,
I really wish you wouldn't lead me through this. You're going to get me nervous, is what you're going to do.
I'm scared to death, Art. I gotta go. Bye.
I mean, really, it is much better not to think about. I even have trouble. I can't tell you even what city, but there's a gigantic eastern city that's going to be coming on at the end of the month. See, that's as much as I can say. Nobody could pin it down, right? A gigantic eastern city has signed a contract, and they're coming on the network beginning next month. Now, if I think about it, I will get nervous, and it will be very hard for me to do my program as normal for at least one day. And then I forget it, and everything's okay again. The minute somebody else calls like that and starts telling me about all of the stations and people, God, it makes me nervous. We'll be right back.
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time. back to the past on Art Bell Somewhere in Time.
Oh, you're going to love this one. Oh, Art, talk about paranoid. First of all, I know you won't read my facts. I'm doomed. Now, this guy's serious. I'm doomed. Fated to be alone in my circumstances. One of a kind. Completely misunderstood, yet miserably wise. You see, I'm immortal. I stopped aging when I was 16. I'm now 26. I've had the knowledge of an elder since I was a babe, but nobody will listen to me because of this immortality problem. I couldn't wrinkle if I tried. I couldn't get hit by a bus if I tried. Well, I had a bus driver here a little while ago to try to dispute that. But worst of all, I'm unable to convey all that I know because everyone looks at me as a despicable teenager. Well, you probably are. Somebody has put me here, so unique, but so powerless. This somebody even sent me an anonymous report in the mail about my plight. The report listed my personality characteristics, others' opinions about me. They even said they'd be contacting me at some future time. So strange, don't you think? And to make my situation worse yet again, I don't sleep. Can you imagine the long, long life of an immortal who can't sleep? They planned this too, I'm sure. Sometimes I even hear the devil's voice talking to me during your program. Your voice becomes deep and monstrous. That's when I know he's here. Oh, poor Art, we're both pawns in some 16. I have no advice for you. But do you think any of your immortal listeners have any advice for me? Especially about the wrinkling and the sleeping problems. I'm sure the answer is no, knowing my luck. Well, I'm sure you're right, sir. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hey, Italian Stallion, Portland, Oregon.
If you say so.
Hey, I got a correction. That wasn't the Klingons with the, I'm sure you got facts, but the Romulans.
Oh, it was the Romulans, you're right.
Yeah, anyway,
I think it was the Romulans.
yeah, it was the Romulans originally that came out, then the Klingons.
Was it the Romulan Empire or the...
Yeah, the Romulan Empire that did have the cloak, and then the Federation stole it. Then the Klingons got a hold of it, I think.
That's right.
Then they made it better where you could, where you didn't have to have your shields down.
Yeah.
And they made it even better, I guess. The Klingons came out with the even more better.
More better. I knew they had it. Anyway.
Yeah. But anyway, I wanted to mention Saddam Hussein. What happened to him? He kind of faded out of the news and everything. He's getting real powerful again.
Yep, he's building his army back again.
Yeah, and I just think that it's going to be a mess there over there in the Middle East.
You know what we really need? We need a good war between Iran and Iraq is what we really need.
Yeah, and I really believe the war is going to be all over oil because we still haven't resorted to electric cars. And, I mean, we do have them, but I think our technology needs to zoom in on it because oil's not going to be here in the next 10. Look at the gas prices and the gas pumps.
I'm telling you right now, if I were in charge of the CIA, I would have them working on getting Iran and Iraq into another war.
Yeah, well, you can be thankful that we drive our 4 cylinders and get good gas mileage, so.
I've only got 3 cylinders.
Oh, you do? And that Geo, that's right. They get about 50 miles to the gallon?
At least.
Wow, that's great. Well, I'd keep that car then and not get a Cadillac or anything, so.
That's my plan.
Okay, Art, take care. Have a good one.
See you later. I think that would be the ideal solution. I think they thought that at one time, too. We are inevitably going to get into a conflict with Iran. The possibility that the terrorist bombing in Saudi Arabia, if it was foreign-sponsored, was probably sponsored by Iran. Maybe Syria. Now, if we could get Syria, Iran, and Iraq into a war, then you'd really have something going. And they would all deplete each other's resources to the point where none of them would be a threat any longer, or one would conquer the other two, and then we'd really have a problem. First-time caller line, / paranoid line, you're on the air.
Thank you. I am very, very worried. I have information pertaining to...
Turn your radio down now.
Thank you. The moon. It is
I too have been concerned about the moon.
Well, this is far superior to your side squatch. This moon that we have orbiting our planet,
Yes, I've seen it.
well, of course, and it never rotates, but now it is rotating.
It's begun to spin?
Actually, it is vibrating between, attempting to spin in both directions.
Now that would be a problem. I will go out and take a look, and I've got this new wonderful pair of binoculars.
No, you need at least a 16-power telescope to see this. It moves only, it began in 1968 when they began to go looking at how they're going to land on the moon for the first time in 69. And what occurred was they saw a 2-foot rotational. And it produced earthquakes on the moon, or moonquakes, we should say, that were equivalent to a 3-point scale. But now it is moving at 17 feet and producing 11-point earthquakes. Do you realize what that would do to Earth?
Where do you get these figures?
I can't be specific, and the reason why I'm calling you is I need to tell somebody. But
well, I'm listening, but I mean, you've got to be able to quote some sources here. I mean,
well, I got a friend at Latney. You know that they're making a new type of shuttle.
yes, I do.
But the shuttle is
X-33, actually.
it is yes, and it's made to evacuate mankind from the planet.
It is not.
No, it is.
It is not. It's meant to go up and help build the space station. It's not meant for anything but relatively low Earth orbit. Who told you that anyway?
My friend that works at Latney.
Well, then I have now lost all confidence in your friend. It's not meant to evacuate mankind from the Earth. Where does he get this kind of thing? It's meant to provide easy, reusable access to relatively low Earth orbit and to service the space station. I don't know where people get these things. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yeah, Art, this is John in Petaluma, California.
Yes.
I've been listening to you since November. My ex-wife's husband turned me on to your show, and I love it.
Ex-wife's husband?
Yeah. We get along great. I mean, it's still family. My son lives with them. He's about the same age as yours. But, the main reason I tried to, I'm at work. Main reason I tried to get a hold of you is, your quickening. Have you ever noticed on the beginning of Highlander, it has, like a screen with writing, and it mentions the quickening?
I never did watch The Highlander. Everybody's told me about it, so.
Yeah, because right at the beginning, it talks about, the battles net and the quickening.
Yep. Yeah, I knew that. I mean, a lot of people have told me that.
Yeah. Anyway, great show, fabulous. And I got to get back off so I can get back to work.
All right, take care. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Oklahoma. I was thinking about that. It was a shame about Dr. Morning Sky. I got one of his tapes, and I really enjoyed it, but I thought it was something similar, like wise people getting harmed like that, and other types of people. Like they had a Japanese American or national and his 13-year-old daughter, and they were laying prey for him and shot him in San Diego. And it was the guy that had the answer to Alzheimer's disease.
Alzheimer's, yeah.
I thought that was a shame, too.
He was a brilliant researcher in that area, yes.
Yeah, and I heard another thing. There was a lady on the news talking about one time, about a couple weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, some paleontologists, they found, like, we heard about the diode. They found Spam and hot dogs and everything, like way back when.
Spam?
Something like Spam or hot dogs or something that these cultures had way back.
What?
Years and years ago, like millions of years ago.
They found Spam from millions of years ago?
Yeah, so it probably was petrified or something.
Petrified.
Yes.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. And I'll try to set up a line for people just like you, possibly tomorrow night.
Coast AM sure sounds great in the middle of the night. But you know, you don't have to be nocturnal to enjoy this amazing show. The Coast Insider is your key to a normal life. For 15 cents a day, you can wake up refreshed knowing that last night's show is waiting for you with podcasting. Listen on your way to work and again on the way home. Or listen to one of over 1,000 archived shows from the past 3 years. As a member, you'll have access to our monthly live chat sessions with George Noory and special guests. The Coast Insiders Club is a must-have feature for all Coast to Coast AM listeners. Visit coasttocoastam.com to sign up today. You'll sleep like a baby, knowing you'll never miss your favorite guests and topics ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
Get a new view of the world with Coast to Coast AM.
Give me your perspective on where you think this is heading worldwide. Is this all leading to a one world government, a new world order, in order to contain what could very well be a planetary-wide uprising?
Well, yes, the governments are preying on the poor people. You know, in most countries, the government is usually controlled by wealthy people. You're seeing very much a situation that's set up to create a violent overthrow of countries.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from July 9th, 1996.
Wildcard Line, you're on the air.
Art, it's a pleasure to be speaking with you.
Welcome to the show.
You know, I want to buy like about 6 radios from the Crane Company now, from listening to your advertisements, and I can't wait for the catalog. I ordered the free catalog.
Well, you should be getting it shortly.
I can't wait for that to come through.
It's cool, believe me.
But I wanted to ask you, I know you're disillusioned as I am. By the way, this is Mike in Tucson. I wanted to ask you who you would like to be running. I think we both agree that a third-party candidate couldn't win, but in your mind, if you could pick a dream candidate for either party or for an independent party, who would you like to see run this race?
Well, I could think of all kinds of people. Really, I could, that I'd rather have running on the right than Bob Dole. Jack Kemp. Comes to mind. Bill Bennett comes to mind. I really could run through Sam Nunn. I think Sam Nunn would make a great president. Colin Powell, I think, would make a good president because he doesn't really want it. There's just a lot of people. I could think of tons of people that I'd rather have running than the 2 guys we got running now.
Anybody on the left side you'd like to see?
Well, I mentioned Sam Nunn.
Yes.
And there are others on the left. Reasonable, middle-planted people who actually have an ideology that seems to settle down in one place and not move around like our current presidents.
Okay.
So I'm just, disillusion doesn't even do justice to the way I feel about what's going on right now.
Well, I completely understand you. It's the first presidential election that I have just been disgusted with.
Bob Dole, by the day, is disappointing me. I haven't even seen a campaign from the guy yet, not what I call one.
No.
And yesterday, he did it again. With the assault weapons thing. He had promised NRA he was going to try to repeal it because it's dumb. And now he's not going to do it.
And the fact that the campaigns on either side are even addressing the tobacco issue when that's so...
Oh, yeah, now there's the most serious thing in the campaign. The most serious thing in the campaign so far. The Democrats are going to dress up idiots looking like cigarettes and send them to Bob Dole's campaign rally points.
Right.
Ooh, rough, tough stuff. See you later.
Thanks.
Bye. This whole thing is dumb. If I had to spend 5 hours talking about that, I'd rather shoot myself every day. Really, really dumb. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Is this gentleman from Real Audio mentioning that they were changing your live feed?
No.
That because I got dropped while you were talking to the truck driver, and then when I bring it back up, you grab graduated to 28.8.
Maybe they, do you have a 28.8 modem?
Yes,
Does it sound different?
it's better, much better,
It sounds better, huh?
much better.
Well, those are cool people. Real audio is really something, and it is the future.
But I was surprised they didn't mention it, so they could have warned us that we were going to lose feed from you.
Well, maybe they wanted it to be a surprise.
It was.
Anyway, tomorrow night, we will set aside a line for people listening by computer.
Great.
How's that? Is that how you're listening now?
Yes, it is. This is Sharon in Abilene, Virginia.
Oh, yes. Oh, that's right. That's right.
The way I have to get you.
Well, in that case, you've got us better now.
Yes.
All right, my dear.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. See you later. Way out in Virginia. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Ross in Phoenix.
Yes, sir.
Listening to you on KFY. I've got a brain teaser I was hoping you could help me with.
Probably not. I hate those things.
Well, it's a pretty quick one. I think you might like this one. There are 3 words in the English language that end in the letters G-R-Y. 2 of the words are hungry and angry. The third word is something that we know, and we know what it is. What word is it?
Angry, hungry. I see you stole from me the 2 that I could have gone for. I had angry right away.
The closest I come up with is imagery, but that's actually G-E-R-Y, and I'm just stuck, and I don't know if there's a...
So you're doing a crossword puzzle?
No, this is something that's got a lot of people baffled and are not sure if it's...
Maybe there is no other...
Exactly, maybe there is no other word. I don't know if you've ever heard of this question, or if any of the listeners out there might have the...
There's almost an E in everything else. Imagery. I don't know.
It's really something.
Well, I'll have the answer by fax or hook or crook, I'm sure, by tomorrow.
All right, I'll be listening.
All right, take care. Maybe it's a word I can't say on the air. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello? Going once, going twice.
Hello.
Oh, man, you just made it. Who's this?
This is Valerie.
Where are you?
Tacoma, Washington.
Tacoma. Well, glad to have you.
Good. Let's see.
What's on your perky little mind?
My perky little mind is, well, let's see. Where's my list? Here's my list. Guns in the ATF mess.
Guns in the ATF mess?
Well, if a cop decides to invite himself in your house and you're cleaning your weapon in the state of Washington,
Yes.
and you've got all those pieces spread out there,
Yes.
each piece counts as a weapon.
No.
Yes.
Well, since when in Washington are you not allowed to have a gun in your home?
You can have a gun in your home, but if they are in your home and they're counting weapons, and you have
So
your
in other words,
pistol laid out and you're cleaning it,
yes.
each component will count as a weapon on their inventory.
Don't you think that'd be kind of dumb?
4-letter words, more like.
Yeah. I mean, that's really dumb. I can't imagine ATF agents coming in and counting pieces as guns.
Well, if the state troopers are there, they're the ones that are going to be nitpicky like that. The ATF will probably just go looking for the bigger people, for the bigger whole.
Most cops are not, even ATF, are not that ridiculous.
Some of the ones in Western Washington are
That picky?
bent and crooked.
Have you ever had your gun out cleaning it when the ATF came in?
No, but I had a couple of friends who got in hot water on that, which is how I know.
Really?
Yeah.
And so they charged them with having, what?
Well, let's see, it was a 16-piece, they had 16 pieces scattered on the table.
So they charged them with having 16 guns.
16 guns, plus he had 2 that were whole.
I find that a little hard. So that'd be a total of 18, right?
Yeah. I didn't believe him at first either until he brought in another friend of his and verified it.
I really find that a little hard to believe.
Yeah.
But I guess it could be. I mean, but it's kind of like they must have said something terrible to the agent to cause him to get that picky.
That's a very good possibility. He's also a slightly paranoid person to begin with, so just maybe his
So you're calling my
reaction around it was...
Yeah, you're calling my paranoid line on his behalf then.
Oh yeah, that and the fact that I'm up at still what 3:30 in the morning.
Afraid somebody's going to knock your door down. Listen, the show's over. You get the honors. You know what the honors are. Do it.
Oh, good night.
No. Good night, America.
Pardon.
Say
good night, America.
Thank you. Good night, America.
Welcome to Art Bell Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from July 21st, 1995.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, good morning or good evening, whatever the case may be, and welcome to the largest live overnight talk radio program in America, maybe the largest of any kind all night in America. 192 affiliates strong and getting ready to get stronger. We'll be hitting that 200 mark soon. Hi, everybody. This is Coast to Coast AM. Actually, lots of coasts. Tahiti to the Caribbean to the North Pole into South America. That's a lot of coverage. And that's the extent of about how much I try to think about it. All right, it's Friday night, Saturday morning, so anything goes. You guys name it, we'll do it. I do have a few thoughts on a few things. Bosnia, of course, remains in the top of the news, and they had the big meeting in London yesterday. And so tonight, yet we have another threat from NATO. Earlier in the day, NATO met in Europe. Actually, NATO and the Russians, and they were there. When the meeting ended, President Clinton trotted out and said the NATO partners had reached agreement. And then right behind him came the Russian representative who said, wrong, they had not agreed. Now, I guess the president meant everybody but Russia, you see, agreed. Now, the Russians more or less on the side of the Serbs, so they're not agreeing to heavy airstrikes against the Serbs. NATO's threat is the latest. This is NATO threat number 94. Actually, I don't know if that's true, but, there's been a lot of them. Leave the last safe haven, Gorashta, alone, or else. The or else would appear to be a bombing campaign. The U.S. wants, despite Russian objectives, and to be fair, the French and the British also are going along with us. The Bosnian Muslims say, not enough. And can you blame them? We've promised more or less protection for them, named the safe havens. And now we are down to one safe haven. They're not even going to call Sarajevo a safe haven. The Serbs are openly defying, of course, the latest threat, saying, well, look, we can open two fronts if we need to. One against the continuing one, actually, against the Muslims, and the international community will not be a problem. So we can open two fronts. At any rate, the meeting in London arguably was not a success. Americans had wanted complete agreement. They didn't get it. The intensity of the airstrikes and the scope, in other words, they're going to be limited to Gorashta, not to include Sarajevo. So the threat now is, don't you take this last safe area. Yes, we know you've taken all the others, but don't you take this one. If you do, we're going to bomb. So, the Allies, NATO, will now send a messenger to the Serbs with the latest threat, which they no doubt will put on a pile of previous threats.
The Allies will meet tomorrow to act on the threat. Now, our president said, boy, it was a really good deal. This was a good meeting. And that attacks could actually begin as soon as tomorrow. Soon to be today. As a matter of fact, they issued some sort of statement about it's going to be bad news for them. If they begin massing to attack Gorazda, bad news, we're going to really hit them hard. Bob Dole's comment on the meeting was, quote, "It seems the London meeting was a disappointment. Another dazzling display of ducking the problem," end quote. Oh, my. Administration officials say this is different than previous warnings, but they do admit that it's going to be lights out for the UN if this fails. Now, you'd think a statement like that would really encourage the Serbs. In other words, we're going to make one last try at protecting a safe area. But if it fails, that's it, boy, the UN's out. Now, where does that serve up the motivation to the Serbs? Anyway, what do you think the UN will do? Will they indeed strike? Will the strikes be effective? Will the Serbs shake and rattle when they get this warning? When the little UN messenger, probably in a little blue UN helmet, runs in with this latest threat. Actually, the threat, frankly, is more from NATO than it is. As a matter of fact, a lot of the UN is being cut out now. NATO is not happy with the UN, and can you blame them? Who is? Anyway, they're trying to get UN personnel the hell out of the way. So if the bombing does begin, if, I said, they won't be able to take blue-helmeted people and chain them to targets. So that is the present sad state of affairs. I thought that the Dateline, I think it was Dateline NBC program earlier tonight, had a story worthy of our discussion. There was a crime in California, a terrible crime. A man was running a gun store. I think he was 58 years old, and that was his business. He had a wife and family, and his business was a gun store. Well, a couple of little black kids, well, one a kid, one an adult, teen, came in, and they were intent on robbing the guy. You know, they ended up beating him to death, took a pipe, and just beat this guy to death. The bad guys, kids, whatever, one adult, got life in jail, no possibility of parole. The other one, a juvenile, got the max sentence, basically to be held in juvenile custody until he's 21 years of age. The surviving widow is in desperate financial straits. She is going to probably lose the house and has already lost her husband, and they showed a court scene where she said, you know, here was my husband, showed a big portrait picture of him, and said, here he is now, and threw a box of ashes, this was, you know, at the sentencing, and threw a box of ashes down on the table. Anyway, the widow is now suing the parents of both families, of the juvenile and of the adult, in prison for life. She will receive some help from California's victim fund, but she's going beyond that, and she's suing the parents of both families. They say, not fair, we didn't do it, it was our child, it's going to ruin us. We'll lose our house, we'll lose everything we've got. She got a $250,000 judgment from one of the kids. Now that was touching. He went on to say, oh, I'll probably have to work my whole life to pay this off. And well, who cares? But the question is about the family. The families, both in this case, both say they'll be ruined. And as a matter of fact, to add to the whole mix, there is now a bill on the California governor's desk, which I'll bet he signs, that would even remove the requirement to sue. In other words, if your cute little progeny goes out and does something awful, you, as a parent, could be paying for it the rest of your natural life. You could lose what you have. And I wonder how people feel about that. Maybe a little inducement to more parental responsibility, or unfair. What do you think? It was a little shocking. I mean, on the one hand, parents are in a way responsible for what their children do, but by the time they get to be teens, you're not always in control. I mean, should they be able to sue you and virtually take everything you've got for what your child does? That's what's going on. And that's the law that's about to be signed there in California. And it doesn't matter whether it is or not. There can be civil suits, and indeed, she is suing civilly. Affirmative action still in the news. That thing between the governor and Jesse yesterday really stirred it up. UC Board of Regents, of course, voting late last night to end all affirmative action. What will the loss of race and gender preference mean? Well, about half of this year's class was chosen because of gender or race. Jesse Jackson, in kind of a funk about the whole thing, said, "Why America's educational system has been hijacked." So do you think the UC Board of Regents did the right thing? I do. Affirmative action either is or isn't. The president, of course, the other day saying that we shouldn't end it, we should mend it. Now, that's silliness. Because you either have affirmative action or you don't. And affirmative action to me has to mean preferences, racism, quotas, some yardstick by which to measure whether you are affirmatively acting. Right? There must be a yardstick to determine if there is action going on. That's why they call it affirmative action. So that's still a big firestorm going on. Very little news coming out of the Waco trial. All I can give you tonight is that yesterday, Lloyd Bentsen, the former Treasury Secretary, you'll recall, during the Waco days, had to go in front of the committee and admit very poor coordination. In fact, imagine this. Lloyd Bentsen said he wasn't even told of the initial attack on the compound until hours after it was well underway. The Secretary of the Treasury, the boss of the ATF, wasn't told the raid was even underway until several hours after it was going. Do you believe that? I'm not so sure I believe that. And any more than I really believe that George Bush had very, quote, minimal information on Iran-Contra. Come on. Sure he did. He's an old CIA guy. He knew what was going on. And old Lloyd Bentsen, he must have known about the attack on Waco, too. But he went in front of the committee yesterday and said he didn't even know about it. Not me, not until just hours after it was underway. Poor communication. Some rather startling new allegations on the Good Old Boys Picnic, the ATF annual get-together. These latest allegations are of rape, and drug use, at a BATF picnic. Okay. Drug use. That says Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. And I guess they had all of them there, huh? Alcohol, tobacco, firearms, and maybe a little bit of fodder for the DEA guys. Amazing story, isn't it? Sad but amazing. Spending cuts. The Senate has passed the $16 billion in spending cuts. But you recall the president balked, and so now they have added $7 billion in new spending. Interesting. Mostly California disaster relief. The president says he'll probably sign this one. So you cut 16, you add 7, then you make the president happy and he signs the bill. Okay. I've got a little information on the Waco hearings, days 1 and days 2, with regard to the amount of coverage given to the Waco hearings by the various networks, and I thought you might be interested. ABC had 2 stories, average length 4 minutes and 45 seconds in total. CBS had 2 stories, 4 minutes 30 seconds. NBC had 2 stories, 3 minutes 40 seconds. And PBS had 4 stories, 15 minutes and 30 seconds. The New York Times devoted 5 stories, the Washington Post 5, USA Today 5. The top issues so far, with regard to the press, this is what'll get you. In the Waco hearings, the NRA role in the hearings has had 10 stories. 10 stories. Political motives have had 6 stories. ATF drug nexus, 3 stories. Government non-disclosure, 2 stories. And ATF military assistance, 2 stories. So what I told you about the coverage, the national coverage of the Waco hearings, is exactly true. It is weighted in favor of the ATF and the government by a long shot. I just gave you the figures, and you cannot ignore them. Next couple of stories, I guess, several stories in a way, about women. Women at work. Labor Department stats. This is pretty interesting. The number of families where both work, you know, the man and the woman, is up 12.5% from 74 to 94. An additional 17 million women in the workplace, now totaling 58 million American women working. A new study says, get this, 55% of working women make half or more of their family's total income. Still, they don't make as much. And they took the field, for example, of psychology. A man psychologist can expect to make, on average, about $31,000. A woman psychologist, $22,000. Women now make 76 cents to every dollar men make. And the question is why? And I'm sure that you out there, many of you have the answers. There was, I've got coverage of Susan Smith and a lot more here. I've got a lot of information on OJ. I really have too much news. But this is related to women, so I thought I would toss it in as well. The late ABC show did a piece on women in bathrooms, and it's all extremely sad. Apparently, women don't have, or one of their biggest complaints, period, is that they do not have bathrooms. There are not bathrooms for women, or enough bathrooms for women. So, I wonder what you make out of that. Not enough bathrooms for women. They showed long, long lines for women. And women were complaining bitterly that going to events, movies and stage shows, and wherever it is that women go, there are not enough women. Moreover, it takes them more time in the bathroom. Now, all of this may seem silly, but some women are getting so incensed and in a hurry that they're marching into men's rooms, which they say are empty or nearly empty. And it's a real horror. I mean, I would be horrified to be the one guy in a men's room and have a troop of ladies, or a lady or a troop of ladies come marching in, demanding to be able to use the facility alongside myself. That would bother me. So I wonder if it would bother you. Anyway, that's a little more news on women, and women out there may wish to confirm it and say, yes, it is true art, or it's a bunch of baloney, and they were just doing a kind of a story that looks interesting. I have a feeling, kind of a sneaky suspicion, that it's probably true. Susan Smith. New details. The final hours, the final days before she killed her children. First, apparently, we found out, she was trying to drive off a bridge with her children. In other words, she was going to commit suicide with her children. But one of her children began to cry, so she kept going. Went on to the lake, where she first released the parking brake, was going to drown herself, then pulled it back again, what they say, then released it again, then jumped out of the car. They say they're trying to argue the motive was suicide. They said Susan was dispensing sex to her husband, ex, her stepfather, her boss, and her boss's son. That she thought of suicide every day. And of course, the only question left for Susan is whether she lives or dies. That's really, frankly, about it. Whether she lives or dies. That's it. All right, folks. We break here at the bottom of the hour, and we prepare. Friday night, Saturday morning, two-way talk next.
Somewhere in Time, tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from July 21st, 1995.
Facts on Susan Smith. In regard to Susan Smith, the question of her guilt because of insanity is not even relevant. A mother who murders her own children by strapping them in a car and rolling it into a lake is obviously insane. No. The question everyone should ask is, did she know right from wrong? I believe she did. Why? Because she had an alibi and a story already made up. This also shows premeditation. Looks like a clear case of first-degree murder to me. And this, concerning Susan Smith, she was no more crazy when she killed her kids, as are most people who kill during crimes of passion. Well, you know what? I agree with that. I absolutely do agree with that, but a crime of passion is generally considered to be a mitigating circumstance, isn't it? And then this facts. Hey, Art, how come you said the kids in the shooting, it wasn't shooting actually, it was a beating, how come you said they were black kids? It's very racist to mention that they were African American community members. How do you know that the old white man didn't make them do it? Maybe he said racist things and tried to shoot them or something. Well, actually, sir, the words were that kids came into the gun shop to rob the white guy. It says you shouldn't talk about race when you talk about crime. That's Howard in Oakland, where there's a lot of crime. A lot of it black, too. See, Howard, that's why I mention it, because it's true. It's not true to mention, not racist to mention that they were black. I saw them on TV, so I saw they were black. And it's not racist, it's just simply true. The black community is well aware of it. And white kids, when they commit crimes, are mentioned also as white, many if not most times. Art, we live in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, 30 miles east of the Twin Cities. We're watching an hour-long, at least I think, weather special being broadcast on WCCO-TV that is reporting unprecedented tornado and thunderstorm activity in Twin Cities in our area. Started around 5:30 this evening, and the storms just continue to redevelop. They have interviewed pilots who have never seen anything like this before, this far north. The storms are slow-moving and just constantly redevelop. We'll be tuning you in at about 1 a.m., at which time the storms are predicted to be in our area. P.S. We used to listen to you on KEX Portland, moved west central Wisconsin, picked you up a while on WOAI, yeah, all the way from San Antonio, then WTMJ in Milwaukee, and wonderfully now from KSTP in Minneapolis, St. Paul. Well, let me tell you something. Our network took some hits earlier tonight up in the Oregon area. They have vicious storms going on. Hail, lightning. The weather continues to be a very, very big story. And something's going on with the weather. I don't care. I'm saying it. I'm not shying away from it. Something's going on. Like with the geologic activity, which, by the way, I also want to mention, it's been very quiet, nervously quiet, up in Northern California for too long now. And that's all I'll say about that. The weather, though, something's wrong with the weather. Really wrong. So I agree with the faxer from Wisconsin. And they had it so bad up at the network, we uplink on what's called KU band. Actually, we downlink on C-band, uplink on KU-band. KU-band is a very high frequency, and it is affected when you have a density of rain. They had marble-sized raindrops, I'm told, to the degree the network could not get its signal up to satellite. It simply could not get through the density of the raindrops. Something was going on with the weather. So, I've got more, but I will hold it. Are you ready? East of the Rockies, you're first up this morning on the air. Hi.
Hi. Art Bell?
Yes, turn your radio off and tell us where you are.
I am in Kenosha, Wisconsin.
Kenosha. Hi.
Yes, and I have lived in northern Wisconsin, and this weather is not unusual.
It's not unusual.
No.
Even after what you heard that lady from Wisconsin say in the facts here.
Yes.
So you get lots of big storms like that up in Wisconsin.
Yes, in fact, it's still unusual weather because we don't have the tons of snow and everything up north.
Yeah. Well, this lady had words from pilots who said they'd never seen anything like it.
No, actually, I don't think it's unusual. I live in an area where we were between two hills, and they always said if a tornado came through there, it'd wipe out the whole area. And they had a couple touchdowns here and there, but I don't think it's unusual. But what I wanted to call you about tonight is, did you see 2020?
Which part?
About the Mexicans getting all kinds of aid from the United States and being able to cross over the border, pick up their checks.
No, but I'm very well familiar with the story.
That made me ill.
Well, there's just not news. That's been going on for a long time. Sure, they can do all kinds of things. They can cross the border and have their baby, and as long as that baby is born on U.S. soil, and my understanding is that at L.A. County Hospital, about 65% of all live births are to illegal aliens. 65%. They then are automatically American citizens, entitled to everything a citizen can get. Moreover, when they get to be 21, they can bring mom and dad and sisters, brothers, grandfathers into the U.S. Documents, no problem. $150, and you can be documented 6 ways from Sunday, matter of fact. West of the Rockies, whoops, you would have been on the air. Wild card line, you're on the air. Good morning. Hello?
Is this Art Bell?
Well, I can barely hear you.
Art Bell?
Yes, that's me.
Okay, Art?
Yes.
Hold on.
All right, well, I'm going to give you about 5 seconds to get that radio turned off, sir.
Okay, yeah. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, where are you?
I'm in Missouri.
Missouri, okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to
Okay, you still got your radio on, sir.
Oh, hold on.
No, I don't think so. Sorry about that. We'll serve it up once, and I'll wait once, but not twice. When you get on the air, turn your radio off. I know it makes me seem like a cruel, ruthless dictator, but I guess I am. That's the way it's going to be. Turn your radio off. And so if I say turn the radio off, and you say, okay, and I wait, and then the radio's still on again, and you have to turn it down twice, I mean, you must have a very unusual radio. That volume must just jump right back up by itself. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Oh my God, I'm on the air. I've been calling forever and cannot ever get through. Springfield, Illinois. My name's Eric.
So it's not true, Eric, because here you are.
Yes. About those boys that beat that man to death.
Yes.
I think they ought to take their parents, put them in jail with the kids forever. Take the parents' belongings, if there's grandparents alive, put them in jail too, and take their belongings too. I've never seen anything so sick in my entire life. A robbery's bad enough, but beating some old man's death with a iron pipe, I don't care what.
Yeah, here this guy calls up and says it's racist to observe that they were black kids.
Yeah.
And why? Probably he said something to encourage all of this to get himself killed. He probably insulted them or made a racist slur or something. Something he's got no basis of evidence for whatsoever, but he said it.
Absolutely. It reminds me of like when the Dahmer thing was going on.
Yeah.
There was some guy going around saying Dahmer was a racist. I mean, the guy, he ate like 17 people, and they're worried about that he was a racist.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Good evening to you, sir. Yeah, I remember that. Actually, I think that he gobbled people of both races. My recollection. Both races. First-time caller line. You're on the air. Hello.
Hi, my name is Pat, and I'm from San Diego.
Hi, Pat.
Hi, I'm a huge fan of the show. I've been listening for a long time, and something you said tonight when I was driving home to my friend's house reminded me of something. I grew up in Alaska and lived through a lot of the earthquakes, the major one that hit up there, and ever since I went through that experience, I was real young when it happened, but I mean, it would be really strange, like I sensed like an earthquake or
Sure.
Something happening, and then it would happen. And it's really funny, something you said about, Northern California being really quiet, and, what you were saying about that.
Yeah, I think that's not good. In other words, the little quakes, I think, relieve the strain, and when you don't have one for a long time, it's time to start worrying.
Yeah, I know. Well, what I was going to tell you is the other night I was outside. It was an extraordinarily quiet night, and the stars were out and everything, and I was thinking to myself, I just had that sense that,
It's
at some
coming.
point. Yeah.
With your feeling about earthquakes, I suppose it is incumbent on me to ask you, what made you go to California?
That's a fair question. Well, actually, I lived in Anchorage for 12 years after that major one hit, and then, I went into the military, after that. And I ended up in Southern California because I was sent here by the military, but I decided to stay in San Diego because I fell in love with my husband, and, you know, I decided to blow up the fear of the earthquakes. But I, at the same time, knew that that was, you know, part of the package deal.
That's fact, yes. Well, San Diego is perhaps not as much at risk as north of the area.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I was just thinking how, I don't know, I've just been listening to the show for the last year, and I just identified, I've heard other callers call in and mention that, you know, something's going to be happening, and I had a real strong sense that, I don't think necessarily San Diego per se, but it's been a long time since since 1989, that really bad one hit Northern Cal, and I don't know.
No, I've got a strong sense that something's about to come. I've got to run. Thanks a million.
Thank you.
You take care. That's San Diego, and I've had this sense for a while now. Sort of a pending sense of something. I don't know what it is, geological, weather, whatever. But something's on the way. Mother Nature's raising her hand. Perhaps metaphorically in the way my wife finally came in and raised that fly swatter. Some interesting developments in the O.J. trial. O.J. Simpson's attorneys now say they expect to wrap up their case in about a week and a half. Now, this comes from court transcripts released Friday in the former football star's double murder trial. It was from a sidebar conference. And I guess, I'm telling you, he said, Johnny Cochran, I'm going to finish in a week and a half. Now, he told the judge that. Now, here's the thing you're going to want to watch for. According to Los Angeles television station, KCAL, Simpson's lawyers have hired a woman defense attorney to play the part of prosecutor Marcia Clark and to put the defendant through a mock cross-examination. They have hired somebody in Marcia Clark's image. I wonder if they could really get the same driving temperament of Marcia Clark to put O.J. Simpson through the paces the way they think Marcia Clark will do it. You know, you can almost imagine the ad that must go on in the newspaper for that one. Needed. One mock prosecutor. Qualifications, well, you know, I've got to be fair here. Sharp, very intellectual, bitchy, whiny, effective, aggravating, professional. She is all of those. And you have to put an ad in like that anyway. So they did it. How O.J. did is an open question. Now, somebody here said that Michael, I think it is, from Orange, says the cross-examination rehearsal with a skillfully trained female attorney went so badly that O.J., they have decided, will not take the stand. Well, I don't know about that. How many of you can name one of life's little serious bothers? I had a serious one earlier today, and this is going to seem very trivial to you, but it was a major event at the time. I work all night, so I sleep at least during a portion of the day. Well, I was asleep, you know, and little fly lands on me. And you know how it is when you're asleep, but not asleep, and you're just awake from it. Oh, you feel the fly, and you go, you whistle. I swatted him away. I suffered with this fly. It's hard to know, to measure time, but it seems like an hour. I'd whisk him away. A couple times I even hid under the covers, but then of course got too hot. So I came back out again. He was waiting for me.
land on my forehead, had the nerve to land on my nose, landed anywhere he wanted to land, landed on my ear, and I didn't have the strength to be awake enough to do anything about it. Finally, I called in desperation for my wife, who came in with a fly swatter and ended his miserable little life right then and there. But I really suffered for a long time. It seems like a dumb thing, but I suffered. Powerless to do anything about it. Powerless to, get angry enough or be awake enough to do anything about it. And this little fly tortured me for what seemed like hours. Kind of drove me nuts. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello. Hello. Goodbye. On the wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Good evening, Art. How are you today?
Fine.
I wanted to talk about something Mr. Santilli said earlier in the week.
All right.
He said that he was receiving a little bit of friction from the UFO community for the fact that he wasn't being very altruistic with his tape, that he had economic means in line for it.
That's right.
And I find that kind of incredulous because anybody I've ever seen in the UFO community, any self-proclaimed authority, always has an 800 number with something for sale for $29.95. Let me tell you, I have an 800 number. They're not cheap. They're in it for the money, too.
Yeah, 800 numbers are cheap now.
Yeah, and I find
it's a
it
big
kind
bill.
of...
I mean, if you're selling something, it's a big bill. No, I thought Santilli's motivations were straightforward, and maybe a little more straightforward than a lot of the people in the UFO community, as you say, who are hawking this or that. Of course, everybody who comes on a radio show just about has written a book. Do you want to hold on?
Sure, I'd love to.
All right, where are you, Bob?
I'm in Santa Barbara. This is Steve.
Santa Barbara, KQSV.
Yes, sir.
All right, stand by. We'll be right back to you after the news at the top of the hour.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from July 21st, 1995.
But we've got a caller on hold right now. Wanted to hold through the news coming on the Santilli interview we had the other morning. Actually, we did it twice. I think we did it late in one program and then early in the next so you all could hear it. Hello there.
Good evening, Art.
Yes.
Yes, there's something else along the same lines I'd like to mention.
All right.
Although I've not had the benefit of seeing the 5 stills of Mr. Santilli's film, I think that the technological abilities today to create really convincing and stupendous forgeries with computer graphics and what have you is going to be incredible. And I guess until I see it live on CNN, ABC, NBC, and the Fox channel, just like I saw the OJ chase, I'm still going to have my reservations.
However, a couple of things to bear in mind. One, these came from film that Kodak has dated as a minimum of, I think, 30 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's true.
it's not, I mean, what we've got here is not a product of today's computer generation, and really that is not a concern in this case. We have had talked to lots of people who've seen the 16-millimeter original black and white film, so it's a little different.
Well, if I was a betting man and I had $100, I'd put $40 down that Mr. Santilli's tape is genuine, $10 saying it's a fake, and $50 for myself. And again, I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. I haven't seen his stills, and although the film may actually be from 47, we can't prove the date of the exposure.
Yeah.
And like I said, the ability to create incredible forgeries with technology will get better and better. So we're going to need more convincing proof to convince the general populace. But again, I try to keep an open mind.
All right, sir. Thank you. I would say, and I'm being honest with you, 90% of the faxes that I've received from people that have seen these photographs of the alleged alien abduction believe that it's real. And I'm going to stick my neck out, too, and it's been chopped off before, so who cares? I tend to think it's real myself. I guess that's why I've been paying so much attention to this. I think it's real. I think these are real photographs. Now,
or the photographs are authentically taken from the 16 millimeter film, which I think is real. If I were a betting person, I would bet the larger bit of the money on it being real. Not saying I might not hedge it to some degree, but, and I've got my neck out a little here, I tell you, it looks real to me. It's the damnedest set of photographs I've ever seen in my life. And by the way, I said this yesterday, but I'm pretty proud of myself. I've done a lot of work on these, and I have sharpened them. I've done a lot of enhancement work, not changing the nature of the photographs, but getting more detail out of them than was originally in them. I've done a lot of work, and so we've got a wonderful set of 5 photographs that we have been given nearly exclusive permission by Ray Santilli to publish. They're going into the newsletter. The newsletter is going to be going out and will hit your house fully 2 or 3 weeks before the national release. So we've got some pretty hot stuff here. Art, I can't believe it. Racist cops on dope. Oh, he's referring to the story that the ATF racist picnic, allegations now of rape, and drug use. Anyway, he says, Art, I can't believe it. Racist cops on dope in America? I've had my suspicions, but now it's on TV, so it must be true. I think I'll go shoot myself. Signed, Stu. And this from Kathy. Dear Art, women have long been viewed as objects to be used by society. Yes, women take advantage of women, too. Of course, they not only are expected to be satisfied for less pay, but they often don't fight for the inequity. It's not only how men see us, it's how we see ourselves, and therefore pass the pattern on to our children. It's important to realize also that the income women bring in is often not necessary for basic survival of the family, but goes to support the excessive lifestyle that our current standard of living idealizes. How else would we be able to afford the luxuries we enjoy that are hedonistic by comparison with much of the rest of the world, and even with ourselves 20 years ago? Kathy, of course, has a very, very good point. And we've been talking about the weather, and I've got a good fact on it that argues with what the last caller from Minnesota said. She said, the weather's no different. Yes, it is, and I'll read you this fact in a moment. Wildcard Line, you're on the air.
Good morning, Art from Kogo Land.
Hello.
Hey, I would be, well, you know, the stuff about women using men's bathrooms.
Yeah.
I might be a little concerned that somebody like Betty Friedan or Bella Abzug walked in and standing next to me using the urinal the same way I do.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you're humored by all of this. I'm not. I think that if a woman came traipsing into the men's room while I was there, I would scream.
Well, anyway, hey, when you were talking about, and this I remember about 2 or 3 years ago, there was a inner city minority activist, and he was talking about the problems with gun control, and he was shouting about how we have to make the manufacturer of firearms accountable, how we have to make the manufacturer of ammunition accountable.
That's right.
And I was thinking what the finale to his tirade should be: we ought to make the makers of these children accountable. And, you know, what I mean by that is that these people are parents of these, you know, kids who are doing this killing and this violence, and there should be responsibility and accountability on the part.
To what degree is the question? Thank you. And the story is, to briefly repeat, these 2 young thugs, black, walked into a gun store with robbery in their little heads. They ended up doing something they didn't have to do. They took a pipe and beat the guy to death. The widow is one of the kids, punks, was given life in prison because he was over the juvenile age. The other was a juvenile, be held until he's 21. But that's not the story in America anymore, because that's commonplace.
punks beat somebody to death, that's commonplace. What is not commonplace is that the surviving widow of this man has decided to sue the families of the children for everything they've done. And she's doing it. And there is a bill that would allow it to be done in California on the governor's desk right now, even going beyond allowing a civil suit, almost mandating that it occur. Go after the parents. And I wonder how you all feel about that. A little bit scary on the one hand. You can argue, well then, yes, the parents ought to be responsible. It is their prodigy. They created this child. They shaped and molded this child. Or you might argue, despite the best efforts of some parents, the children will go out and commit crimes. And therefore the parents ought not be responsible for the sins of their offspring. I don't know. What do you think? Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hello, Art.
Hello.
Yes, are you familiar with Revelations in the Bible?
The Bible. Let's see, I've heard of that. Revelations. Yes, I've heard of that.
Okay. Did it ever occur to anybody that the quickening hadn't have a lot to do with Revelation?
Oh, I guess it's brushed our minds.
Okay. Well, with this quickening, there's a lot of things going on across the earth. The weather's just one of them.
It is, but listen to this, and here is a fact. Dear Art, I have never been able to say this word. Weather stats don't lie. Meteorological. That's how it should be said. I have been working on a presentation, which I'll be putting, blah, 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 on somebody else's show. Well, who cares? As I've mentioned to you before, a book called The Survival of Civilization warned that as this interglacial cycle closed, it would be heralded by over 300 years' time of increased wind speeds, increased tornado activity, downbursts, severe cold, intense heat, hail, torrential rains, and flooding. He's tried to call me, he says, many times, but without success. So, I had a caller, or a faxer from Wisconsin, who said, basically, Art, we live in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, 70 miles east of the Twin Cities. We're watching an hour-long weather special being broadcast on WCCO TV, reporting unprecedented tornado and thunderstorm activity in the Twin Cities area. Began around 5:30 this evening, and the storms just continue to redevelop. They have interviewed pilots on the air who say they've never seen anything like it before this far north. And on and on and on. And apparently they're in the middle of them right now. And it is my observation the weather is changing. Or we're just having a very bad year, but I think arguably it is changing. It is becoming more severe. The weather, along with everything else, is going through a bit of a quickening. Art, about the ATF, what really boggles my mind about these guys is how they decide who is a threat and who's not. They claim that weapons in the hands of people like Randy Weaver and David Koresh is somehow a huge threat. Yet gangs in this country seem to have the run of the streets. Koresh and Weaver haven't done anything yet to anybody. They simply wanted to be left alone. Yet gangs kill people every day. Innocent people. Where is the ATF on this issue? Why aren't they beating down the doors of crack houses and confiscating illegal weapons held there? Weapons which kill children, police, and anybody who happens to get in their way. And as far as the 14-year-old girl's testimony about being molested, though her testimony sounds genuine, isn't it convenient that David Koresh is not alive to defend himself?
These hearings are a joke. Nothing will come of them, and as soon as they're over, it will be business as usual. And this, dear Art, you haven't touched on something you need to mention about women's bathrooms. I don't believe there is extra time spent in front of the mirrors. This is from Vince at Boulevard. Well, you're naive, Vince, but he does go on to make a good point. Did you ever notice women seem to go into the bathroom in pairs? It's true. This is especially noticeable at any athletic event, not stadium events, but little athletic events like girls' softball and so forth. Girls go to the bathroom in pairs. Why? To gab. Women gab, gab, gab. Vince in Boulevard. Yeah, I think Vince makes a good point, but I think there's still extra mirror time. I mean, the original Faxer talked about a time and motion study. And, you know, that, I really believe that in any time motion study, ugly a thought as it might be, I think women just waste a lot of time and motion. And as Vince points out, they do go in pairs. It's like they can't go by themselves. They've got to have support. Go with somebody they know. I never have figured that one out either. But it's just one of the many mysteries about women. Maybe some woman would like to call and explain, or even try to explain, why women use the restroom in pairs. Why it's important for one. In fact, they'll ask each other, "You ready to go?" "Well, yeah, let's go." And up together they go, and they go. And we all know it takes time. So, you know, I don't know that their complaints are all that valid. I mean, last night's program showed women in very long lines trying to get into the bathroom. Some of them looking very fidgety and nervous and anxious. And the men's room available. And it's because for men, the bathroom is not a place where you socialize. It's a place where you go to get a job done, you know, and then you're out. Anyway, enough of that. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Art?
Yes.
Hi, this is Dennis in Houston.
Hi, Dennis.
I'm glad I got through. I want to talk about OJ.
Okay.
First of all, I'm enjoying watching it now. The DNA part was kind of boring, but now that the defensive case is sort of backfiring on him, I'm enjoying it. But
I guess I would translate that to mean you figure he's guilty.
yes, I really do. But I want to get your opinion on a couple things. First of all, did you hear that Governor Pete Wilson said that the other day he was going to introduce a law that would only require 10 out of 12 guilty verdicts to put someone in jail?
Mm-hmm. There are a lot of people talking about that. I've even heard of simple majorities to convict.
Yeah. I think he may be onto something there. But I just wanted to get your opinion. First of all,
you know, I want to say this about Pete Wilson. I don't much care for Pete Wilson. I find that while a lot of what he says I agree with, I see him as a big bandwagon jumper. I mean, whatever it is that's going by, it looks like it's going to be a wagon going to the White House. He's jumping on it. 187.
Yeah.
Affirmative action.
Well, I don't think he's going to get the nomination. I think it's going to be Clinton and Dole.
Look, there is no way that a Republican convention is going to nominate somebody like Pete Wilson.
Yeah.
Anti-gun, broke promises left and right, raised taxes, did all the things, got George Bush knocked out of office, is pro-life.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah. Hey, if they have to retry OJ, do you think that new law would take effect by then so that they only had to have 10 out of 12?
I think that Governor Wilson is anticipating a hung jury.
Yeah.
And positioning himself
to go that route.
Accordingly, yes, sir.
Yeah. Did you hear the that former juror Michael Knox? He was on Tom Snyder the other night, and he said that he thinks this jury is going to reach a verdict. He said he thinks the prosecution did a good job.
Well,
but I'm not sure if I agree with that.
How many former witnesses, jurors have we heard from? Quite a few.
4 or 5.
4 or 5. And what would you say the scorecard's been?
Mixed.
So then the result?
Yeah, I know what you got. That's the way I feel.
And where did you say you are?
Houston.
Houston, that's right. All right, thank you very much for the call. Yeah, so all it takes is one. Now, I'll tell you, I really do agree with Governor Wilson. But that doesn't make me want to jump on the governor's bandwagon, because I really do view the man as the bandwagon kind of guy. As a matter of fact, I am not excited about the next election, which now is 480 some odd days away, and of course it's well underway. We've got the figures here on how much campaign money has been raised by the various candidates. And I don't know why. I'm not very excited about anybody just yet. And I've interviewed several of them. I will interview several more of them. I would love to interview President Clinton, actually. I wonder if I could do that. He probably wouldn't come on the show, huh? I guess he doesn't like to put himself, or maybe he would, in a position where he'd get some hard questions. I mean, really hard questions. Because I could ask him. I've got a lot of questions I could ask at this point. You know, maybe I ought to try. I haven't even tried. I haven't even really thought about it till now. Mentally, I can sort of, I get this picture of some Serb general, probably back from the front lines, attacking one of the safe areas, and this little blue-helmeted messenger running up with NATO's latest warning, and the general yawning, pulling the big old cigar out of his mouth, receiving the latest warning, and putting it on this big pile entitled NATO Warnings. That's I guess, a little cynical, isn't it? Cynical. But I bet it's close to the truth. So once again, we've warned you, attack Garajda, and we're coming from the air big time. Do you believe us?
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from July 21st, 1995. You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight's an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from July 21st, 1995.
Hang on. The rumored stories about women who are weary and miserable from standing in long restroom lines at restaurants and events are all true. The phenomenon has been occurring for 5 or 6 years. We have lots of time at that location to complain about this obvious inequity. Last weekend, I desperately braved the stronger sex, invaded their designated territory, and stood guard, enabling a few of us to use public facilities and get back to the event that we all had paid for. We are not created equal in this regard, as any time and motion study would reveal. Frankly, I believe too many men think that we have a bathroom fixation, and that this is something to tease us about. Well, we aren't laughing anymore, so if any architects are out there listening, please change this or prepare for more invasions from women with a purpose. SMA in Portland. Sorry. More invasions, promise. Boy. And this, here at the 2020 program tonight regarding the San Diego gun store owner that was beaten to death during a robbery, it appeared to me to have been done by a white and a black. You know, they may be absolutely right. This is even better. Now, is it racist to say it's a white guy and a black guy? Remember the black guy said he could have stopped the beating but didn't. Remember? Yes, of course, he did. And I didn't see the other. I'm not even sure they showed him. So, on the other hand, though, I have a newspaper article here. It does show the other guy's white. So now it's not racist, thank God. Can we now just discuss the issue here, which is, I don't care what color they are. They beat a guy to death with a pipe. And the issue is, should the families be financially responsible to the widow for what their offspring did? Whatever color they are, who cares? I mean, really, who cares? The issue is the crime and compensation and the rest of her life and the fact she's never going to get her husband back, never. And I listened to a lot of whining from this kid, the one black kid who said, oh, I'm going to have to pay back $250,000. I'll be working the rest of my life to do this. Well, so what? So what? You know he's never going to do it anyway. And then there are the families, and they have some assets, and there is the question, should those assets be in effect confiscated? Dear Art, I spent a year in Japan as an exchange student with a Japanese family in Wakayama. We had several earthquakes over the course of the year, and the family dog, Wanta, always seemed to know it was coming. She acted a certain way, and we could always tell that it was coming. I guess a dog beats science. Ryan from Kogoland. Yep. If only scientists could bark, huh? West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art.
Welcome to the show.
How you doing? This is Robert in Everett.
Everett Woodson, KBI, yes.
Yeah. I want to ask you a question.
All right.
Okay. Last year, you've had one guest on who never, ever, had anything personally to sell. And that was John Lear. And I'm wondering what his whole take is on this photo from England from Mr. Spentilla.
You know what, sir? You know what? I have not yet talked to John about that, but I really ought to. I don't know that John's even seen the photographs. I can certainly see to it that he will see them. I have them, and I can send them by computer to John. So that's a very good idea.
Okay, and one more thing.
Yes?
I want to
call us toll-free at 1-800-618-8255.
For that.
Well, you know, look, now you just used the word again. I can't allow that word to go on the air.
Okay, then.
So now don't.
Bob Mike is the jerk, okay?
Well, now, it's not necessary to say that either. I mean,
even if it's true?
I
apologize.
All right. Goodbye. Before he says anything else, I can't hear. I've got I'm going to hold. I think I'm going to just hold this. We'll start too much trouble. First time caller line. You're on the air. Hello.
Hey, hello, Mr. Bell. This is Joseph calling from Southern Pines, WEED land.
Southern Pines, North Carolina, right?
Huh?
Southern Pines, North Carolina.
Yes, there it is.
Right.
And I'm glad I got into you. I really have been intrigued. The past couple months, you were very complex and actually perplexed over Operation Black Hole and the facts that you had.
Oh, yes.
It was very, very, how do I describe it?
Freaked out.
Yes, sir. And there's some things I guess since June is over, I guess we wait until December on whether Japan, Indian Ocean, going with the series of earthquakes which your guest on Dreamland had talked about.
Gordon Michael Scallion.
Yes, sir, that's right.
The cycle ending, or at least coming by the end of the year, he predicts. Yes.
Yeah. So I'm interested to see that now that June is over, to look towards December. And one last question: you had said something or I had heard something by, this was from a militia group in Montana,
Yes.
which was talking about weather modification, and had even alluded to the fact that the UN had, they had actually had some conferences in the mid-70s to this fact, and that they have the actual patents. Have you heard anything like this?
Yes, the Boutros weather machine. Sure, sir. Everybody knows about that. The Boutros by golly weather machine. Well, that's old news. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, this is John from Houston.
Okay, John, you're going to have to speak up like you mean it there. Get into that phone.
Okay.
Oh, that's much better.
Okay. I wanted to tell you that I downloaded the Roswell images the other day.
Yes, sir?
And they looked really sharp. I wanted to ask if you had inquired or talked with somebody who's good with anatomy to look at those things and see if they could shed any credibility on what those look like.
Yes, sir. I have a report from a pathologist, a written report from a pathologist who, in England, who is sort of a stodgy, very mainline-ish kind of pathologist, who doesn't go, he kind of sticks his neck out a little bit and seems to imply, although there's no way to know for sure, clearly what he saw does not appear to be human.
But anatomically plausible is a variation on the human form.
Well, he commented, for example, on the brain. In other words, he was able to see the moving pictures that we have not yet seen, where they actually exposed the brain and so forth and so on. So he saw good close-ups, though somewhat blurry, of the internal organs. And so he was able to comment as a pathologist, and he rather thought that... I'll tell you, this story is beginning to grow. I understand a number of television stations are beginning to pick it up now, and Congressman Schiff is getting involved and doesn't discount this film. This is getting to be a really big story.
Yes, it certainly seems that way. Can we expect any further sets of these photographs via internet?
Inevitably.
Yes, well, I look forward to that, yeah.
But it may be a while down the line. Thank you very much for the call. And again, we do have them available on our bulletin board, which is up 24 hours a day. If you can get in, they're on the internet web. Our bulletin board number is area code 702-727-1709. 1709. 702-727-1709. And there is an entire new area entitled Roswell in there. It'll be flashing. And you simply choose that area, and that's where you'll find the photographs. Just wait till you see the processed, more detailed versions that I've got, which you will see soon, which will be published in our newsletter. All right, back to the phones we go. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Wow, Plan B worked.
Plan B worked, yes indeed.
Hi, this is Mariana in Portland. I usually call you in west of the Rockies, but I thought, what the heck, I'll
That's
try
true.
this. I've got a comment about just about everything that you brought up, but I'll synthesize it.
All right.
I was wondering if you were possibly open to opening up the alien line tonight.
The alien line.
Alien line, yeah. You do that on Fridays sometimes.
Sometimes I'll mull it over.
Well, for two reasons. After that Serbian gentleman faxed you, I was thinking, and I remembered yesterday, I remembered some prophecy that I had read about a month ago, and it was from, actually, it was a Serbian shepherd at the turn of the century, and it's quite well known in Serbia. Each household has one. He predicted they would ultimately lose, but it would take a while. And he also predicted World War III being largely an air war, and that after whoever survived, it would be a period of peace where, how did he put it, people would no longer remember their birthday. you know, that people would live that long, and that kind of rang a bell with, you know, with what some of the other people had said. And also, I kind of just, for humanity's sake, I want to know if any, you know, if there's an old Creation proverb that you can't spit in God's eye, too often. So I just want to know if anybody in the cosmos noticed the, you know, courageous people inside everyone, if it mattered to anyone. And on another topic, I wanted to plug Dr. Goldberg. I don't know if you remember having him on, but
of course, I've had Dr. Bruce Goldberg on many times.
yeah. Well, I ordered some of his tapes that you know that I was interested in, and you know, people may not be interested in the subject, but one of them happened to be blank, the one I was interested in, and I called him the next day and left a message, and he was really sweet. He called me right back, and he sent me a replacement, and even sent me something extra. So just in these days of people not doing anything for anyone, right? I thought it was.
He's a great guy, and it's a great subject. Thank you, dear. Dr. Bruce Goldberg lectures and works in the field of past and future lives. I'm particularly intrigued at the concept of future lives. Obviously, reincarnation, or a form of reincarnation, or just the way he happens to believe things are. And they have indeed progressed people into future lives. Pretty freaky, huh? Do you ever wonder whether we're really in control, or just playing some great preordained play here on Earth? That while we think we have free will and free choice, all is actually preordained. And it is only our perception that we are following by choice a certain path. Don't think about that too hard. It'll drive you to the edge of madness. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Howdy.
Hello.
Art, this is Bill in Ready.
Yes, sir.
And you guys were talking about affirmative action yesterday.
Indeed we were.
Can you define affirmative action?
Yes, I can. Affirmative action is when you give a preference to somebody because of sex or color, or you give, as in a hiring preference, or you hire them in order to meet a quota. Keyword, action. In other words, you do something as an employer, or as a school, or as an institution, which favors somebody because of their sex or their race.
Well, why I was asking this is the DMV is raising their weight fees and stuff, and it's all done on affirmative action. And the only thing I could figure for affirmative action is somebody says they're going to do something and they just do it. Is that about the breakdown of it?
No, I just gave you the definition, sir.
Well, that's... Then how do they raise the DMV fees just by saying that it's an affirmative action then?
Well, I suppose the very broadest sense of the phrase might include anybody who takes an action which is, in their estimation, affirmative. But in the more narrow sense that we talk about affirmative action, sir, it is a preference or a quota or an action because of somebody's sex or color. Okay?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what I thought, but I thought I'd ask somebody else to see what they said on it.
All right. Well, that's what I say on it, sir. Otherwise, I guess you could say we are raising we're raising taxes, and we consider it to be an affirmative action. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi. All right, Bill, excuse me, I turned off my radio there.
Good for you.
I want to let you know I've been listening to you for about 2 years and a half, and I'm calling from Reno.
Reno?
KLH.
Of course.
And I have some sad news.
Uh-oh.
I'm no longer listening to you, and I'll tell you why.
Then how come you're calling me?
Because, I'll tell you why.
That's a very affirmative action.
No, you turned me on to you did in Bearcat XLT, won the last Mohican.
Scanner, yeah.
And I find it more entertaining.
Well, it is entertaining.
I love it.
I'll blame you a bit.
And I'm hooked on it.
Yep, well,
and
that's
the
fine.
reason why I'm listening to you tonight is because it's sent off to Sea Crane to be modified.
Well, now that you've told me all this, I'll just call Bob up and you'll never get it back.
Oh, I hope not, because I sure have been missing it. And I thank you so much. Your products, we've gotten gold roses, we've sent out absolutely fresh flowers, we've bought tuna and eaten salmon, and it's just been great. Now, I do listen to your first hour, and I do have even my pastor listens to your program in the first hour.
Wow.
So I've got about possibly maybe 15 people out there listening to you. But now that I have this beloved scanner, it's all your fault. Have a good night.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm not sure how to react to that. It is true. Scanners are a trip, you know. I mean, find out what's going on in your community. If you have the guts for it. Now, if you have never listened to the police, for example, and you begin listening to the police, it's really gonna freak you out. I'm not kidding. You have no idea what's going on around you. And frankly, scanners are not good for everybody because maybe there are some things that you don't need to know, that you shouldn't know, that will just, as I said, it'll freak you out to know. The crime going on around you, you'll be suddenly aware and uneasy. So it is a mixed bag. But for those who like reality, it's really a trip. And I, too, love scanners. But it'd be really rude for me to be listening to a scanner, as well as illegal, while I'm on the air. On the wild card line, you're on the air. Hello.
Well, hi, Art. This is Rick from Reno.
Hi, another Reno call, 2 in a row.
Yes. I'm your mad factor. Usually I fax you, but for the night off. I wanted to comment on a caller earlier had mentioned that law in California allowing verdicts by 10 jurors.
Yes.
And, well, my understanding is it's already been killed in committee, but he had asked if it passed, could it be applied to OJ in a retrial? And my understanding on that is that anything along that line would be considered ex post facto, so he would still have to be tried according to the laws as they stand, at the time the crime is committed.
Interesting. I was more interested in sort of the political aspect of it. I've been watching Governor Wilson very carefully, and he's a real bandwagon kind of guy, and there's something about that bugs me.
Oh yeah. I've watched him for quite some. He jumps on any bandwagon. The poly-class thing. He decided to become tough on crime, and then.
Do you think there's any chance at all that he could be nominated by a Republican convention?
No, but I think there's an excellent chance he could get a vice presidential nomination.
Oh, you bet.
Bob Dole. If Bob Dole were to get the nomination, he might decide, well, I need California.
Oh, you betcha. Look, whoever gets the Republican nomination needs California.
Yeah.
And so that's got to put him right up there at the top of the list. Now, given a choice, let's say Dole got the nod. Given a choice between Governor Wilson and Colin Powell.
Yeah.
That'd be a hard choice.
Well, no, it's a no-brainer. It's Colin Powell, but I don't think he's interested.
Well, you say it's a no-brainer, but the election literally depends on California.
Yeah.
And if Clinton loses California, he loses the election. I mean, that's all there is to it. It's gone. It's history.
Yeah. I don't know if he can even win it with California. Hard to imagine a state he could carry right now, but you never know what's going to happen. Bob Dole is, he's not that inspiring.
I'm not inspired, frankly, yet, really at all. I hate to say that, but I'm not. I have not yet become excited. Maybe
neither have I.
Maybe it's a little early. Listen, I've got to run. We've got a break coming up here. All of them, and I like Pat probably, Buchanan, best of the bunch, but still, I mean, and why not? Why am I not excited?
in time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight's an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from July 21st, 1995.
Dear Art, the cheap and simple solution to the bathroom problem, remove all of the mirrors. J.K. in Oregon. Well, that's not a bad. I'll tell you what we could do. You could sure make a study, couldn't you? You could have 2 ladies' rooms, and in one of them you could remove all of the mirrors, and in the other you could leave them in, and then you could see over a period of time, just like with the little highway counters, how fast they go in and how fast they come out. Maybe we could prove something there. I am suspicious, and I think that our friend of the facts here a little while ago had it right, of women who go in pairs to the bathroom. Does any woman out there wish to try to explain that to all the men out here? Probably not. From Bryn Marie in San Francisco, same subject, bathrooms. I don't suppose you thought of this, or maybe you have, but it's not as easy for women to perform number one as it is for a man. We have a lot of clothing to undo generally. If we're out for an evening function, there's pantyhose involved and so forth. Yeah, I know all that. The reason it takes longer for a woman to perform the same bodily function as a man is we have to get undressed. Believe me, primping has nothing to do with it. Honest. I've had the occasion to be in bathrooms labeled for either or neither gender, and men primp too. Oh, yeah? Hardly. Bryn, if I could get away with unzipping one zipper to answer nature's call, I certainly would. Signed, Bryn. Well, look, I am allowing, and I do understand that women have clothing that men don't that must be removed. Fine. Having said that, and even allowing for that, I'd be willing to wager you money that a time and motion study, as suggested by an earlier faxer, would clearly show that women primp more, gab more. I mean, if not, then I want someone to call and explain to me why they go in pairs. Men don't do that, I guarantee you. Men don't do that. You never turn around, hey, Joe, you ready to go? Well, yeah. Well, not yet. No, let's wait a while. Well, I can't. Well, okay, then we'll go. Never, I guarantee, there's never a conversation like that between men. Never. Why is there among women? East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi.
Hello.
Yes, have you ever heard of stories about aliens from outlaws from the West, like William Bonney, a.k.a. Billy the Kid?
I've heard of Billy the Kid. Yeah, your phone sounds terrible, sir. What kind of phone are you on?
Oh, I'm calling back. This is that 1995 family dollar phone that I bought, I told you about.
So I didn't like it last time either. You've got to get yourself a new phone, sir.
Have you seen the time-lapse pictures of Billy the Kid?
Have I seen the what pictures?
Time-lapse.
Time-lapse?
The still photos.
No. Well, I mean, in my life, I suppose I have, yeah.
Well, they're pretty interesting.
All right, sir, thank you. But your phone is, you got to get a better phone. You're all muffled and you're hard to hear, and you need a new phone. Don't buy cheap phones. I'm telling you, people, don't buy cheap phones. Now, maybe it's cool with him because he can listen to me. He doesn't have to listen to himself. The rest of us have to listen to that muffled phone. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hi there, it's Mickey in Belltown.
Hi, Mickey.
How is Arturo this morning?
Reasonably well, thank you.
Well, I have been wondering how the lack of courtesy and respect might be affecting young people and crime in general.
Well, why do you wonder about it? It's obvious.
Well, it is obvious. And I'm disturbed because I hear one example, I never hear any of your callers, except myself, refer to the president as president.
I call him president.
Well, it's Bill or,
Billary or... Yeah, but you know, look, it's nothing new. If you don't like a president, then you don't give him respect. And I remember,
you respect
for years...
the office.
For years, they said that cheap actor,
No.
Yes, they did,
No,
too.
no. Listen, you know I'm a liberal.
that second-rate actor. Don't you remember people calling him the second-rate actor? Come on.
Listen, at that time, call-in programs were almost all hosted by liberals.
I was doing a call-in program then, ma'am.
Well, I didn't get you at that time.
Well, but I'm telling you the way it was, and I'm telling you what liberals came on and called Ronald Reagan, everything in the book.
Well, I never heard it, but I know that I personally, and none of my liberal friends personally, ever did that. I just think that
You never said a disparaging word about Ronald Reagan.
you can criticize a person's actions without disrespecting the author.
You never heard the phrase the Teflon president, huh?
I don't think that's disrespectful. I think that shows they thought he was artful, and he was.
Well, okay.
Yes,
So
very
then, if the Teflon president means an artful president,
Yes.
then Slick Willie means an artful President Clinton.
Yes, but
Very artful.
well, in the field of politics, both of them certainly Reagan was, and Bill is, whether you like it or not.
I even object to the use of their two names in the same sentence.
Bless your heart.
I'll see you later. Yes, the Teflon president, why, that's just referring to an artful man. Finally, a phrase that she had at least heard. So then, Bill is, no doubt, particularly artful, isn't he? Slick Willie. Slick Willie. It's just a way of paying the man a compliment, saying how adept he is at the world of political intrigue and dodging and the ability to answer any question put to him with no sort of answer at all. That's slick. Artful. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hey, Art.
Hello.
It's Jim, Tuscaloosa, Alabama again.
Hi, Jim.
How you doing tonight?
Fine.
That's good. Listen, I hadn't heard you come in on your book. How's your book coming along?
Well, it's a secret.
It's a secret?
No, it's going along fine.
What kind of cover are you going to have?
It is being specifically designed for the book by a man, a commercial artist, who did live in Tennessee and now lives in Las Vegas. And he sent me a portrait caricature as a present. And the publishers who are publishing my book came to visit me about a month ago or more, and they saw this and they said, "My God, what a wonderful book cover."
Yeah, well, listen, I had a kind of an idea, like maybe you might be interested in putting on the cover.
What?
How about you and your wife and your cats?
Well,
in times of Art Bell.
well, you know, that's...
I like to see cats.
Well, you're going to see them. There'll be photographs of my cats in there.
Oh, are they?
Oh, come on now. Would I write a book without...
Hey, look, I got a lady that lives next door to me. She got about 15 or 20 cats.
Yeah.
And, you know, she's a cat lover.
Yeah.
And those are the well-behaved cats you've ever seen.
All of them?
Yes, sir. They don't never. I got a bass boat out in the back and I have cats like this and stuff. They don't even get my boat. And she adores them. You ought to see them when she had a little bitty baby. You can hear them over there going, yeah.
If I was
You can hear them all the way across the yard.
If I was a cat, I wouldn't get in a boat either. I mean, the only thing around you then is water. All right. Well, thank you very much for the call. Of course, as a matter of fact, I have got some of the best. I'm holding back all the good stuff, you know, for my book. Can you blame me? The really good stuff I'm holding back. I've got a picture of my 17-pounder actually smiling. It is a gosh darndest cat picture you've ever seen it's a close-up of his face, and he's smiling. There's an actual cat smile on his face. There will be photographs of Shadow, my new cat, who is the most lovable cat I have ever seen in my whole life. God, she wants to make friends with my big cat so badly. She comes up and she does things like lick his face. What does it do? It just ticks him off. He's been in a foul, spitty mood ever since she showed up, and she pushes him around. Really kind of embarrassing. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Yes, my name is Arthur.
Your name is Arthur?
Right.
What a fine name that is. Where are you?
Way up here, Presque Isle, Maine.
Presque Isle, Maine.
Right.
Well, I'm sure glad to have you on the show.
And I was wondering, have you ever heard tell the book Alien Abductions, UFOs, and the conference at Massachusetts Institute of Technology?
No, I didn't know they did anything on it at all.
Okay, well, they put out a book. It's about 450 pages or so, put out by C.D.B. Bryant.
Oh, the darn.
And that was taking place in 1992. And I was just thought maybe you might be interested in maybe either having that this person on your show, or maybe you might even be interested in picking up the copy of the book yourself and reading it yourself.
I'll put it on the list.
Okay.
Let me, before you go, I want to ask, Maine, you're way, way, way up there in the northeast corner. Has your weather this year been what you would call normal or weird?
Sort of weird. It's been really dry.
Dry?
Yeah, we usually get a little bit more precipitation, but this year it's been awfully dry, and just like yesterday we got a little bit of rain.
Huh. All right.
Anyway, so where are you located there, Art?
Well, I just finished talking about that. I'm located in my own home.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, how about that? I do my show from home. Isn't that cool?
Well, you don't have to travel very far, do you? That must be nice.
It is. I used to have to drive 120 miles a day.
Okay.
So it was a pretty serious change when I got to do it from home.
Okay.
Now it's about 20 feet.
Okay, I have a quick question.
Yeah.
How long have you been on having this show on?
About a decade.
About a decade?
Yep.
Because there used to be other shows on here. I just started hearing your program over the last couple of weeks here.
Well, that's because we're beginning to take over. We own the night. It's a slogan. Thank you very much for the call. Presque Isle, Maine. You see, it's true, a lot of people who are hearing this program are doing so nearly for the first time because we're spreading now in the East so quickly. It's really almost frightening. It's 192 affiliates, I think, right now. We're going to be celebrating 200 very quickly. And we have become the preeminent all-night show in America, simply, truthfully, and pleasantly. I like it, but I don't think about it. I've been doing this show for 10 years. It used to be called, originally, when it was on KWN, that was the Seed Pod station, the alma mater, however you want to put it. It used to be called West Coast AM. Then it syndicated. Then the syndication took off. And now... Anyway, I try not to think about that a lot because it... all you can do in all probability. You can take some global or national action, but the majority of what you can do is right there at home.
And that's where it starts.
You got it. Thanks for the call. That caller is exactly right. Exactly right. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Is it Al?
Yeah, this is Al.
I'm doing all right. Just kidding yet.
Oh.
Hey, you know what? I want to make a comment to you about your book. You're writing your book, but before I get to that real quick, there was a guy about a week ago, and he called you. Would you agree that people's voices are very similar to fingerprints, almost maybe not as detailed, but yet they all
I would, yes. I have a very good memory for voices.
Exactly, and it's very obvious, I think, myself, too, as far as what I hear, people's differences in their voices. A guy called me, asked you, he was confused about a fellow who called the week before, and you threw out the name Charlie, but that wasn't the caller's real name who had called. He made a comment that this guy sounded like the cartoonist who wrote you up in that cartoon. He said that
Benson.
He thought he heard that guy call.
Benson.
He was right. There was a guy who sounded exactly like that
Look,
cartoonist.
I don't doubt it for a second. I'll bet you Benson listens to my show. I bet he's out there right this minute.
It may have been a brother,
Down in
but
Phoenix.
somebody very close to him, if not him, was calling you, and you could tell just by the way he pronounced his words and the way he spoke. But I don't think you picked up on that one necessarily. Maybe I don't remember the show.
Benson specializes in the distasteful. You know, I saw he did a cartoon on priests and child abuse. It was truly disgusting.
You got to bring that one up. Don't let you picture that one. As far as your book and writing your book, yeah, I'll give you a hint to make it look like a real fat, thick one. What you want to do is just write on one side of the page and stick in there about 100 pictures. And I might even be myself willing to go down and buy one if you put one at the top of your head in there. I'd like to see if there's
Top of my head?
yeah, you know, don't call me Art, don't call me the Antichrist Bell.
Well, you wouldn't be able to. I mean, I'd have to shave my head to prove that.
Just kind of part it a little bit.
Well, yeah, but then they'd all say, well, he parted the place where the numbers weren't.
Yeah, I guess you got to kind of for you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much for the call. Yeah, there was some guy thought I was the Antichrist. Really, seriously thought I was the Antichrist. Can you imagine? One day, you know, your hairline starts receding, and you see a little something there, you know, a little number, and you part of a number, you know, and you pull a little more of your hair back. There it is. 3 6s on your receding forehead. Well, actually, your scalp. But you don't learn until you get, say, into your mid-40s or early 50s, where your hairline is. My hair has not receded, by the way. I've got more hair. Come on, here closer, fast. But I mean, a lot of men have receding hairlines. And all of a sudden, it recedes to the point where you begin to see the number. Ooh, would that be something? East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. First of all, that young man that called sounds very encouraging. And I like to see the young people like that in Washington, you know? After they did some heavy reading on, like, the CFR and the, you know, trilateralists and that. I like to see them in
You
Washington.
actually like to see him go and join the CFR, huh?
No, you hear me? I said I'd like to see him.
Well, maybe after they read about the CFR, they would decide they liked it, and one world and one government and one everything sounds good, and they'd like to be part of that. So they
sounded pretty smart. He could figure out what the CFR is all about.
we could
Anyway,
go join the junior CFR club.
They tell you plainly in their foreign affairs. Okay. First I have two things. You know the man that sang you the song? That was the Little Drummer Boy song. It's a Christmas church song.
I know what it was, but it made fun of the name of my town, and I didn't take it well.
I think he was trying to compliment you, but anyway, maybe not. I don't know. Anyway, Art, could you have a guest who's knowledgeable about ELF waves, electromagnetic weather control, who can explain to us how weather can be controlled?
What do we need a
can
guest
get
for?
that
I know exactly how it's done. We don't need a guest for that.
Well, I would like to know how it's
I got a little knob over here. I'll tell you, boy, when I turn it. Huh. Thunderstorms? What do you want? Dry weather? You want a big collision of a high pressure and low pressure system and tornadoes? I got it down to such fine degree that I can actually predict where the tornado box they're going to be drawing the next day is going to be. Now that's controlled. Magnetically. RF in combination with rotating magnetics. We can pin it right down. Call it to the degrees and seconds. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
What's that, Belle?
Probably.
This is I'm calling from Billings, Montana.
Billings, Montana.
Yes, about the women going to the bathroom.
Yes, do you have an admission to make, or,
No.
no?
I don't know. I just have to have someone to go with me. And,
You say did you say you do have to have someone?
No, I don't.
Well, but many women do.
Yeah, that's true.
So why?
I have no idea.
Since you're not part of it.
No. But, one thing,
You've got a very bad line.
I know. In the bathrooms, there's only so many booths. And, it takes a long time for women to move through the line that way.
Yes, all right. Well, I'm going to leave the line because it's really awful. It's crackling and crunching, and you need to call the phone company and tell them to get out there. The sound you just heard, that kind of a whining sound, is usually produced by some sort of resistance, frequently water. So a lot of times the sound you just heard means you've got water in your lines. And you need to have the phone company out, and they need to come take a look at it. Anyway, so she was an individual denied pairing with other women. But we all know, most men know, that most women do it. So what do I get the exceptions? Anybody out there want to admit it and tell why? Comment for Doc Democrat. Yes, I thought it was very clever of the BATF to save those children from child abuse by burning them to death. Well, I certainly never would have thought of that. Paul, listening to KFYI, Phoenix. Well, I'll tell you, you've got to pre-read these. I bring them in. I bring these in and read them as I read them. And fortunately, early on in my life, I learned to scan a sentence ahead because a lot of these faxes are simply not hearable. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, KSO Sioux Falls.
Sioux Falls, South Dakota.
Right.
Excellent.
I just wanted to, about the bathroom issue. I just have an observation.
Why?
Women take longer than men.
Well, okay. I mean, we know about the clothing part. Now, give us something beyond that.
Okay, have you ever tried to fight with the toilet paper dispensers in public bathrooms?
Now, how do you figure that's, well...
Well, see, guys just shake it off and they're on their way.
Well, yeah, well, all right. I mean, all right. That's maybe a little something. Yeah, they are annoying. Sometimes you can't find the end. There is no end there. It just keeps turning.
Right, or sometimes there's none and you have to get some from your neighbor, passed under the stall. So, that's one idea.
I don't think I'd ask. Hey, over there, how about some paper? Can you pass some paper? Or I've never done such a thing. My big question is, why do women go in pairs? Now that really is an important question, because I think it adds to it. Now, you can't tell me that two girls who don't know each other and feel like gabbing don't use the opportunity to go to the bathroom as a place to gab.
Well, yeah, we do.
See, men don't do that. So if you're looking for an honest-to-God difference between men and women and bathroom time, you know, I mean, it's getting serious, and women are breaking into men's bathrooms and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, I've done that a couple of times.
You have?
Only in bars.
Really?
Well, just a couple of times.
See, to me, that's frightening.
Well, I don't make a practice of it, but...
Well, let me try this out on you.
Okay.
If a man were to do the opposite and break into a woman's room, what do you think would happen to that man?
Well, he'd probably get...
Jail time. Jail time is what he'd get. All right, thank you very much for the call, but I think we can all see through it. Can't we, guys? The two women at a time thing is what busted you. See, everything else might be explained. Yeah, sure, a little extra time because you got to fool with the dispenser. I'll give you that. But given that, there's still a gigantic disparity to the degree that women are breaking into men's rooms now. And I say that is caused primarily by 2 women going at a time. Now, if women would stop that practice, I'll bet you the time in the bathrooms would be cut by, I'm going to say by half. And how much would that alleviate the problem? Probably total. Wouldn't even be an issue. So we're getting to a little truth this morning about this. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Scott calling on Kogo.
Yes, Scott.
Just calling to let you know that about 2 years ago, I uploaded some new Roswell pictures to you, and included in those pictures are 2 extreme close-ups of the face. And
I saw. I've already seen them, but the problem with them is that they're distorted too much. The process of getting close distorts it, almost giving it a fisheye-like appearance.
Well, some of them are that way because
that is not representative of the original photograph. So
well, not all of those are from the original photograph. For example, there's the close-up of the leg.
That I thought was very good.
And there's also
and the times 2 close-up was good. When you get too far in, you get into the pixels, and I think the usefulness is reduced.
Right. Well, those photos are being analyzed by MUFON people
I see.
right now, and that's why the extreme close-ups are there. They're looking for wires and various other types of contraptions.
Yeah.
But I thought that the close-up of the upper torso, where they're cutting into the neck and upper chest cavity, was very good. And I was wondering if you're going to include those in your newsletter as well.
No, I don't think so. We're going to include the original 5, and if you listen to the interview with Ray Santini, Santilli, we have permission only to publish the 5, and so that's exactly what we're going to do. Wildcard line, you're on the air. What is your first name?
Corey.
Corey.
Yeah.
And where are you, Corey?
I'm on Stanwood.
You're where?
Stanwood.
Stanwood what?
Washington.
Washington. All right, good. Go ahead.
I got little idea why women go to the bathroom in groups.
Why?
I think it's because they're trying to figure out some way how to make our lives just a little bit more miserable.
Oh, that one doesn't really wash. I mean, so what if they both get up and go together? Who cares? Why would that affect the lives of men who are going to sit there and watch the event anyway? There's a deeper, buried sociological reason that women are refusing to talk about, else one would have called up by now and told the truth, and they haven't. Have you noticed?
Yeah, a little bit.
I get one woman who claims to be a rebel from Montana. But all my life, and I never thought about it until the guy faxed me, all my life, I've noticed it's a truth. Women do that, but it never occurred to me before, except now they've got this big thing where women are complaining there's not enough bathrooms for women. And so they're going into men's rooms. And so there's some very serious reason, sir, thank you, why they go together. Sociological reason. I don't know what it could be. But I know that it is part of the problem. And the sooner they realize that, the sooner they'll have to stop breaking into men's rooms because they don't have enough time. That's what I think. Well, I'm going to take the time now to pre-read a couple of these faxes so that I don't lose my career instantly. My language, people, language. I know you get upset about these issues, but come on now. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight's an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from July 21st, 1995.
If they'd both been white, it wouldn't matter. Criminals are criminals are criminals. That's what I guess the truth is. And there is a fact, and there is a statistic that clearly shows there is more black crime per capita than white. But that's a totally different argument. And that's also not racist. It's just a fact. Again, though, in this particular story, the controversy was with regard to whether or not the survivor of the victim of the kids ought to be able to sue the parents of the kids. And in California, they're prepping to be able to allow that as a matter of fact, automatic thing. Dear Art, a terrifying thought. The Republicans may not solidify behind any one candidate. Or if they do, perhaps Perot or Powell will step in as an independent, splitting the conservative vote. Clinton awakens one day with a conscience and withdraws from the campaign. Jesse Jackson is then elected. Clinton is no longer the worst president in U.S. history. I have nightmares about this one, Jeff in Livermore. And then finally, this. Dear Art, on this restroom situation, the lack of knowledge and understanding from you men is really making me angry. Print time in front of the mirror and gab time with a girlfriend are not the reasons that it takes so long to get one woman in and out of a bathroom stall. Please take into consideration the following movements undertaken by any woman in a public facility. 1. Open door to stall. 2. Lock door to stall. 3. Find a place to put handbag. 4. Line the seat with paper. 5. Undo belts, buttons, zippers, etc. 6. The obvious. 7. Redo belts, buttons, zippers, etc. 8. Unlock door and wash hands. Now, if women, she says, would not redress themselves inside the stall, it would definitely help. Lynn, listening in North Hollywood. I don't buy it all, Lynn. List or not, I don't buy it all. There is a reason women go together. It's a sociological reason, and I don't believe that they don't gab. I don't believe they don't talk. I know damn well they go to the restroom to talk about the guys. Right? So, are they talking stall to stall? Probably not. When do they do their talking? They get out, and they look in the mirror, and they primp, and they talk about what's going on, and the guys and stuff like that. And they talk and talk and talk. And that's so, in other words, a lot of this complaint about not enough bathroom time is the woman's fault. Isn't it? They just don't want to face up to it, but it's the truth. And I'll tell you this. There's damn little conversation that goes on between men. You women don't know. Those of you who haven't yet broken into a men's room wouldn't know. Men don't use it as a social gathering place. You go in there, you get your business done, and you leave. It's not a place where you talk about events, or friends, or have casual little conversations, or do this or that. Yes, granted, no handbag. Maybe that takes an extra second or two. But basically, the problem is much deeper, and it has to do with talking. And women just don't want to admit that. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Good morning, Art, Libertarian Nationalist.
Yes.
Are you familiar with that famous profile of FDR wearing a hat with the cigarette holder clenched between his teeth?
Of course.
Somehow I picture Doc Democrat having that tattooed on one arm and a donkey on the other.
Well, after my book, you won't have to wonder. I'll have a photograph in there of him.
Okay, well, good deal. Say, as far as the good old boy roundup,
Yes.
I think I know how the FBI is going to handle this investigation. I think the report is going to read something as follows. Yes, there were some racist incidents at the picnic, and perhaps there was a sexual assault and some drug use. However, all the wrongdoing was done by retired agents. And we have instructed current active duty agents to stay away from those picnics in the future.
Well, actually, you would think if all was going on that has been alleged, then the active duty guys ought to be raiding the retired guys.
Well, yeah, you would think so, but of course it's different. There's a double standard when it's...
I bet actually if you checked into it, you'd find, you know what else was there?
What's that?
Probably a lot of guns.
Yeah, I'd imagine there would have been one or two. Say, Art, lately I've really appreciated your observations on the relationship between the government and our so-called mainstream media. I think they're right on target.
Yeah, I know. Thank you very much for the call. It's simply true. I watch very carefully. The networks, all of them, excepting perhaps PBS, it's done a fairly credible job, have been serving the interests of our government in the Waco hearings and the Whitewater hearings. The reporting on it is so obviously biased, and in fact the numbers back that up. I've got a report here, but you don't need a report to know. I mean, you watch the evening news, take your pick, and I don't see how you can help but come to the same conclusion. Top Democrat actually summed it up, I thought, very artfully. When he said, wasn't that a great PR move Democrats did to get that 14-year-old girl in there? Wasn't that great? Diverted the whole attention of the hearings. Yeah, Doc, it was great. It was great. If it's not important to get the truth, and the only important thing is the political outcome for the president, then yes, Doc, it was great. If it's a real truth you want to get to, then it was a great diversion, and the truth is not going to be served. So yeah, sure, it's a great move. Great political move. Last week, there were a number of people who castigated me for driving a Geo Metro. I drive a little Geo Metro, and I like my Geo. I've had it for years, and I've had great luck with it. And they said, gee, what an image buster. We thought you'd be driving at least a Cadillac. Wrong. So comes this message across the internet from George. For several years, I've been watching the continual increase in our foreign trade deficit. What got my attention was the fuel shortage imposed by the Arab oil producers. Though fuel is now very cheap in the U.S., the supply is not secure. We are making it less secure by purchasing huge quantities of automobiles that in actual practice get less than 18 miles per gallon. The politicians that I've spoken with about this all want to continue with high-volume imports of petroleum, and they're apparently scared to death of gasoline taxes. This does not make sense in view of the very healthy subsidies benefiting private autos and trucks. Realizing that little will be done by our leaders to change this situation, I too purchased a Geo Metro that regularly gets 60 miles per gallon, easily breaks all speed limits, and is a far better automobile than most others. I heard you mention over KOH Reno that you owned one of these, and my estimate of your intelligence and powers of perception increased another notch. The 3-cylinder engine in the Metro is elegantly designed, very durable, even at high speeds. You did not mention this factor. Several years ago, I bought a predecessor of it, the Sprint, which now has 100,000 miles on it, still doesn't use oil, has all of its original power. Could find no indication in the instructions that there was any need to service the car, except for changing the oil, filling the gas tank, and replacing worn tires. So that is all I've got to say. The Metro is the least trouble to own of any car I know of. Signed, G.W.H. I agree. And I don't care what people think of me. Even having achieved some degree of success now, I feel no burning need to take my, by the way, paid-for Geo Metro. Paid for, I said. And just sort of turn it away and put some gas-guzzling, large heavy metallic machine out there that I won't drive anyway. Nah, not me. So, take me to task if you want. Who cares? West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi. Art is Bonnie, Boston City, California. How are you doing tonight?
Fine.
You've missed the whole point of this bathroom issue.
I suppose I have.
I can't believe I'm discussing this on nationwide radio. Anyway, the biggest problem, most of your event facilities have a separate area with sinks and mirrors where the women do their gabbing. The big problem is you have only an average of 3 to 6 stalls in each bathroom.
Yeah, but still, it doesn't matter, because if the primping and mirroring part has to be a part of it, then when they are there gabbing, they are backing everything up, so to speak, and the ones in the stalls can't very well come out to the mirrors and gab until the gabbers move on.
That actually doesn't stop the stall line at all. If you think of it just numerically, say 3 minutes, you got 4 stalls. You can only put 80 women through there in the course of an hour. Now, how many men can use the men's room in the course of an hour? I've never been in one.
Well, the answer is many more, because they don't sit there and gab. Now, I appreciate your call, but I don't buy what you're saying. If part of the experience for the woman is getting in front of the mirror, having a little talk, primping a little bit, then it backs up the whole system, because you've got the one in the stalls that have got to make it to the mirrors. They can't very well come out of the stalls until the mirrors are clear, right? So the line stays backed up. No, sir, I'm not buying it. It's a very different sociological effect or custom, men and women. And as far as I know, there's about as many women's rooms as there are men's rooms. It's not like there's some great shortage of women's rooms across the country. In almost any place I've ever been, you name it, restaurant, event place, whatever, if you've got a men's room, you've got a ladies' room. Only in very tiny places will they have one common for both. You know, where you go in, you lock the door. Then the next person uses it. Otherwise, there's no great shortage of women's rooms. They've got the room just like the men. It's just that they utilize it in a far less efficient way. Obviously. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello, Mr. Bell.
Hello.
This is Don from Austin, Texas.
Hi, Don.
Two side issues on this this law they're trying to pass where you can sue somebody for what their kids did.
Yes.
I could see where there's going to be a lot of kids that are not going to have any legal parents, because the parents are probably going to go to court and get that way.
Well, that would be after the fact, so it wouldn't help.
Well, I mean before. If they know they got a troubled kid,
Yeah.
they're going to go to court and say, hey, he's not ours no more legally.
Well,
I could see that happening.
maybe that would prevent a lot of terrible things from occurring. I mean, if a child is unmanageable and is destined or likely to do something awful, and they're not in control of that child, then maybe they ought not be in custody of that child.
That's true, but there's also another thing I could see. I could see where insurance might have a niche in here, where you can pre-plan and get insurance for this type of action.
That's true.
Just like a car insurance.
It's another opportunity for insurance companies, comprehensive coverage of kids.
Right, and I had something that happened to me in a men's room at a medical facility. I was just turning around from the urinal, and there was about a 10-year-old girl in there with her dad and her brother. And I tell you, that was kind of disheartening there.
Yeah, that might be
something like that.
Well, right, but that occurs. That's disheartening, perhaps. But this new custom, that's why we're talking about this, because there is this threat now, not even so subtle, that women are going to begin actually invading men's rooms in order to get what, God knows what, probably an increase in facilities, whatever it is they're after. They're going to invade men's rooms. Now, that's not just unsettling, that's just uncivilized. And I don't know what I'd do if I saw some woman come bursting into a men's room.
So I guess it's getting pretty serious. I mean, they're running pieces. 2020 ran a piece. Was it 2020 or Dateline last night? I don't know. Put a whole piece on this very problem. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yeah, hi, Art.
Hello.
This is Helen in Roswell.
Roswell, New Mexico.
Yeah. Art, I wanted to ask a question. I wanted, first of all, to mention that, sometimes in these ladies' rooms, the latches don't work a lot of times on the booth.
Well,
and
then,
having another female kind of guard the door is kind of nice.
well, then protest to get the latch fixed, not to go over to the guy's room.
Oh, I never went to the guy's room. Art, you get Virginia there, United Station, Virginia. In January of this year, the 12th of January, my kid's cousin, a young man that was in Centerville for a visit, he was visiting his parents,
Yeah.
and he was not familiar with the area at all.
Yeah.
So he kind of stayed at home. And after about a week of this, he decided to go to a movie.
Right.
And it was about a block away.
Yes.
And he went to the movie, and halfway through the movie, he didn't like the movie. So he got up and he left. And he got outside of the movie house, and he got shot in the face.
Oh,
and he died. And my kid, it's my kid's cousin, my ex's brother, and he's a retired major. And
Why was he shot? Was this just
nobody
a
knows. He
random
came out-
shooting?
Yeah, he came out, and I've been wondering if anybody was caught or anything on this. And
Yeah,
I don't know how to find out. and
I don't
said,
know. I couldn't tell you either, other than to call the town in question and inquire about the investigation. But I do know this. In modern America, it is said it is now more likely, at one time, if you were going to be murdered, the great likelihood was that the murderer would be somebody that you know. It would be a passion murder. It would be somebody in your family, one of your so-called friends, somebody you know. In modern America, not only is your likelihood of being murdered greater, but there's a much greater likelihood that it will be somebody you don't know, a complete stranger, for possibly no apparent reason at all, other than you were in the wrong place at the wrong time, and somebody who just didn't give a damn about life took your life. That is the more likely of the eventualities in modern America. So there is a lot of that kind of thing going on, absolutely random shootings. And it's Saturday morning, so...
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight's an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from July 21st, 1995.
Good morning, everybody. Good to be here. And what you're hearing here is Cusco, of course. I'm so in love with this particular record. It's about my new favorite, I would guess. Art, why women go to the bathroom in groups is a Darwinian issue. It's a vestigial pack instinct. Do not use my name. One other thing. One other thing. Is he afraid? He's probably afraid of an attack. One other thing. Do you believe that all liberals and all Democrats are as out of touch as Charlie, an interested liberal in Fairbanks, Alaska? Darn, I want to use his name. His address and phone number, too, if I had those. But I won't. Have you noticed there's a lot of fear on this issue, isn't there? Why are people afraid of this? It's because they're afraid of women. That's why. I think a lot of men are absolutely scared to death of women. And he pictures a wild, angry, frustrated mob of women at his door, ready to tear him to shreds. And I must say that fear is not entirely groundless. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hey, yeah, I got a couple of questions I want to ask.
Well, all right. Where are you?
This is Kip from Decatur, Alabama.
Decatur. Yes, sir.
Yeah. It's come up, in the Waco investigation about, the child molestation and stuff like that.
Yes.
When was it the ATF's job to, investigate child molestation and child abuse?
Never.
Okay. Another question I got.
Well, that one didn't even really need an answer. I mean, you know the answer.
I need the answer. I just want to make sure for myself. And another question. They said that there was a methamphetamine lab inside the.
I never saw any evidence of that.
I never did either.
And that is the only thing that allowed the involvement of the military. And why isn't that a big issue? Well, these hearings are being orchestrated with the cooperation of the media, totally away from, headed toward the truth, which is really sad. And I thought, Doc Democrat did it up really well this morning. What a great PR move, he said.
Yeah.
It was.
Well, I missed the first half of the show.
Oh, I see. That's too bad. You would have really liked it.
I wish I could hear that again. And another question that I have, I forgot what that one was.
Really?
But I'm really enjoying the show. Thank you for answering my questions and let me get it in the mind of everybody.
All right, sir. Thank you. Decatur, Alabama. Decatur, Alabama. Wonder what it's like living in Decatur. It's one place I've never been. Decatur, Alabama. Wildcard line 2, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. How's it going? This is Ryan in Woodside, California.
All right.
And I think I got the origin of where women got together and go to the bathroom. And I think it's altered from when women used to, or men rather, used to stand up to let the women go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
And so I believe that in some sort of
in other words, like when you're at a movie theater or something, you got to stand, and so that instead of inconveniencing the men twice, they do it all at once.
Correct. I think it's some sort of politeness thing that has just been handed down through the generations.
So it has become genetic.
Oh, I don't know about that. More.
Well then,
more
why?
like a learned response, I guess.
Well then, so then when the women are at the end of the aisle, they're not going to disturb anybody, and they still go together.
Right.
So how do you account for that?
Well, that's a good question. But I just always assumed, like in my mother's day, when women would get up during dinner, that all the men would stand, so that they wouldn't have to keep on getting up and down and up and down.
You mean in the polite old days?
Right. And so it just becomes something that's just...
It's true, these days, should that occur, why, it doesn't even interrupt the chewing.
Right.
All right, thank you very much for the attempt and the call, but I don't think it has yet successfully been, although that was a good stab at trying to explain it. And that somehow then it became genetically, from that point, ingrained in women. But nah, there's more to it. You know it, I know it. Dear Art, I'm about to say something totally different about your Roswell pictures that I've been studying for about 2 weeks now. These pictures do not have the fake look of a Hollywood backdrop, and they have an air of authenticity about them, yes. You may have given your pictures the wrong name. I think you should have called them Los Alamos. I might be a total paranoid or cynic. You be the judge. With the recent disclosures about the secret radiation experiments on unsuspecting and innocent citizens of the U.S., I believe we might be witnessing a small child who's been fed plutonium or some other toxic nuclear material. This was just acknowledged by the government a couple of weeks ago, and is in a government-run laboratory being studied for the purpose of effects of radiation on the human body. The body looks as if in the advanced stages of some type of muscular deformation possibly caused by radiation poisoning. After watching the workings of government my whole life, I don't believe this is so far-fetched. Ivan, in Lincoln, Nebraska. Ivan, the only argument that I would have with that would be that the 6 fingers and 6 toes, while not impossible, are almost impossible. And that even given radiation, it would make you sick or give you cancer, but the radiation given to an existing being would not grow additional digits nearly as I know. And east of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Art Vale.
Yes.
I'm a first-time caller.
Where are you?
I'm PJ, and I'm in Memphis.
Memphis, Tennessee, and mighty WMC.
Yes, I've been trying to get you for an hour and a half.
Well, I'm glad you made it.
Did a lady call you and talk to you more about the reason why women went to the restroom and tubes?
Yeah, there's been quite a bit of discussion about it, but I would say there's been no obviously true reason given.
Oh. Well, of course, I haven't been able to hear you for the last 50 minutes.
Well, that doesn't matter. I mean, if you've got the answer to the question.
A lot of times,
Yes.
ladies go to the restroom in tubes because
Yes.
if they've never been there before, they don't know if there's doors on the stalls or if the lock on the door is broke. And women are a lot more modest than men, and they don't like for other ladies to open the door and walk in on them.
No. Well, nobody likes it. Think men like that? They don't like that either.
Mm-hmm.
There's easy ways to handle that. You put your foot up there and or your hand, and you just hold it closed. That's all.
Well, sometimes there's not enough room to put your hands up there and still sit on it.
Well, see, now, you're like some of the other callers that have called.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that doesn't, I mean, I'm sorry, it just doesn't ring true. I mean, as the reason. Because the issue here, and there really is an issue, is that women are actually breaking into men's rooms.
I've done it.
See? Now, here's another one. You've actually done that?
Yeah.
How could you do that?
Well, if I need to go bad enough, it's either, go right there so everybody can see me or try to find some place I can go.
That's a good answer. But what I meant is, I mean, well, I guess I have to accept that answer.
Generally, the places I've done it is like in bars or places where there's only like, one or two, toilets in the place.
And where you can lock the door when you get inside?
Right, uh-huh.
Okay, but
something
see...
like that. But now in a public place, like at a sports arena or something like that, I've never done that.
Yeah, well, that's what they're talking about. They're talking about...
Well, see, there's another thing about ladies. Men, 90% of men do not wash their hands after they urinate.
Now, see, how do you...
But 99% of the women do because we have to.
Oh, well, all right. All right, thank you very much for the call. I appreciate it, but I don't believe it. It is unfair and sexist to suggest 99% of the men do not wash their hands. I don't even think that's accurate. I don't even think that's accurate, and it's just another sort of lame offering about why women take longer. It's not true that 99% of the men don't wash their hands. Just not true. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
All right, Bill.
Yes.
Great to hear from you. Let me turn my radio off.
Yes.
All right, I have the answer as to why women go to the bathroom in Paris.
God knows this has got to be solved shortly, or the program's going to end and we'll never know why.
All right, I'll make it quick. The reason for it is I've gone with some friends of mine to a lesbian bar, and what it is that the women go in Paris for the single fact that they're afraid of someone, like it's a numbers group thing, you know what I mean? If they're like in numbers, it's a lot safer, so they're worried about being approached when they go in.
If the women's... Oh, come on.
I'm serious.
If the women's...
I went to this bar.
Sir, hold it. If the women's rooms are that crowded as they're saying, so crowded they've got to break into men's rooms,
Yeah.
then there's a big crowd in there, and they don't have to worry about being alone.
Well, that's somewhat true. We're worried about being approached on the way to the bathroom. Think about it. I've been in a bar, and it was a gay bar, and I didn't know that. And I'm serious. Friends of mine, me and my roommate and I, which is a guy, we went to the bathroom together for the single fact of being afraid of being approached by, a gay person, being male, of course. And and that's what we were worried about. And
I thought you said it was a lesbian bar.
well, it was both. We thought it was, but we found out once we got in there that it was kind of a both side thing, and that's why we went numbers like that. We were afraid to be approached by some guy.
Why did you go there in the first place?
Well, because we were some girls that I work with, and they talked us into going to it just to see what it was like. They wanted to, they wanted to show us their friends and whatnot. But we went there just to see what it was because they were asking us to go for weeks.
So you two guys then, in that atmosphere, felt the need to protect each other.
Well, not necessarily protect each other. It was just that we figured that, we would be safe. Once we got into the bar,
You'd be looked at as a couple
well, no.
in that atmosphere. Oh, yes, you would.
Not necessarily. We had quite a few friends with us. They could usually tell what you were if you were gay or not.
Oh, really?
It was just a matter of being worried about it. Of course, we never got approached the whole time we were in there. But it was just a matter of being worried about it. So, I have never gone to the restroom with a guy in my life.
All right, well, look, all right, sir. Thank you. Exactly. See, most guys haven't. So I give up on this issue. I give up. It's obvious to me that nobody has a good answer. Maybe nobody's ever talked about it before. Maybe nobody's even ever brought this up before. So there is no good answer. Nobody knows the answer. There would have to be a study by a battery of psychiatrists, psychologists. Something funded by the government, perhaps. Long term. Surveys done. Women questioned. And even then, we probably wouldn't know. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. Hello. Well,
Hello, how are you?
well, I'm okay.
As soon as I turn my radio down, huh?
Yes, thank you.
This is Jerry from Phoenix, Glock Glutton, and the guy who got carried away the other night called Charlie a punk. I apologize for saying that on your
What?
program.
What?
Well, it was true. I just got carried away, and I wanted to make a few more points, and I just started freaking out. Charlie exudes that kind of response to people. You just kind of.
He does, and he is a punk, so there's nothing to apologize for.
Thank you kindly. I think women go to the restroom in groups to talk about men.
So do I.
Talk about sex.
So do I.
They do all their,
Well, I don't know if it's sex, but maybe it is. It may be. We have no way of knowing. But, yeah, they go there to talk. I'm sure of it.
And a nice thing happened to me today before I forget to mention it. I'm sitting here opening my mail that I hadn't gotten in a while, and guess what I found?
What?
A refund check for my Tropay 900DL telephone for $10.
Oh, listen, there's nobody like the C. Crane Company.
Oh, they're the best.
Yes, they are.
They are the best. Anyway, I just didn't have anything burning just to say. It just sure was nice finding a $10 check for a great telephone.
Thanks, my friend.
Bye-bye now.
Take care. Yeah, they're really a good company. They're a very, very honorable company. And the thing about C. Crane is that they're in business more because they love the business. And that's why you get such good service. They started that whole trip, so the whole idea was to find the best product no matter who it was and sell it. And so for that reason, they don't form relationships with companies. They don't become, quote, distributors, and where you have to carry products and that kind of stuff, because then you got to carry junk. You want to be able to go out and find and test and sell the best, and you have to remain independent in order to do that. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art Bell, this is Pat in Lodi, California.
Hi, Pat.
I just bought myself, in fact, as a result of your having piqued my interest in a shortwave radio. So now I'm needing to hook up an external antenna.
What kind of radio did you buy?
Well, needless to say, it was the radio you advertised that piqued my interest, but I ended up with the Grundig Satellite 700.
Ooh, you got the big one, the good one.
Yes, I did. And I found.
All right, well, what do you want to know about an external antenna?
Well, I bought one today, and I had to get a European coaxial adapter.
That's correct.
And then I ended up getting an inverted V multi-band shortwave antenna because I thought that might be the way to go.
I would say it is.
And I connected the connector to the coaxial improperly,
Yes.
or I find that the internal antenna, the width antenna, is actually doing a better job.
No, no, that would not be true. So you have done something wrong. Now, there is a switch on the side of the Satellite 700 that switches between internal and external antenna. Do you know that?
Yes, sir, and I go back and forth between the two, and invariably I find that my reception is better.
Okay. Then what you have done is you've shorted it out at the connector. That can be the only answer.
Okay.
So, do you have a volt-ohm meter?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
All right. What I recommend is you redo your connector.
Okay.
What did you do? Did you solder it in?
No, I didn't. I kind of jerry-rigged it in there.
All right, well, there you go. So you've got the shield shorting to the center conductor is what you've got.
I tried to separate the two as best I could, but
Yeah, but all it takes is one tiny little strand from the coax braid, or whatever. What are you using as a feed line? In other words, what kind of cable's coming in?
52 ohm RF cable.
Yeah, okay, so you've got one little tiny strand of that braid still connected to the center conductor. That's what's wrong.
And I suspected that was the case, and I played with it, and obviously I haven't done a job. Well, that's assuring. Then I'll go ahead and get a little more guidance on how to properly connect it to the coaxial.
Believe me, when you get it connected, did you string it up properly outside?
By properly, I did not string it up as an inverted V, but I did string it up to the eaves of the house. As best I could.
The eaves of the house.
Well, they are not an inverted V. Instead, now they're parallel to the ground. They're running along the underside of my roof.
Well, do you have any trees in your yard?
I'm afraid not. I rent a duplex, and
okay,
I can't put anything permanent up.
Still, all right. Well, it still will tremendously outperform, even under that circumstance, the rod antenna. So, straighten it out, and everything will be okay.
Okay. You know, I'm going to have to make an observation here. You've expressed an interest in your love for cats.
Oh, yes.
You made mention one morning that you're a marksman, or that at least you enjoy shooting or
I love shooting, both handguns and rifles.
And I too also. But that's redundant.
I too also, yes.
Do you have an interest in photography?
I do.
I find now, and I've run into so many people that have these three interests: cat, photography, and marksmanship. And I'm not talking about the people that like to go out and shoot copious rounds of ammo downrange. I'm talking about people that enjoy shooting for marksmanship. And there always seems to be photography as part of their hobbies, and a love for cats as well. Just a passing observation.
How many of these people also belong to the Council on Foreign Relations, or one of those organizations?
More often than not, I find that most of us really don't like belonging to any organization. I belong to the NRA simply because I compete, not a necessity. I have to.
Generally non-joiners.
As a rule, this is my observation.
Listen, my friend, good luck with your antenna.
Am I able to pick up your 3.885 on my shortwave, or is that simply...
Well, where are you again? Lodi?
Lodi, California.
Absolutely. I'll come in like a ton of bricks, and I'll be there in about 10 minutes. Give me about 10 minutes.
I'm looking forward to dialing it in then.
All right, take care. 3885 lower sideband in about 10 minutes. I'll crank up the big rig. Before I do that, I have to go around the house and turn off all the audio amps that I've got. Otherwise, my voice will be amplified objectionably throughout the house. East of the Rockies, you're on the air, but we don't have a lot of time. Hello.
Hello, Art Bell.
Where are you?
I'm calling from Denver.
Denver, Colorado. All right.
Yes, I just wanted to talk about Newt Gingrich and his...
Well, we have very little time, so what do you want to say about Newt?
About his war on drugs.
Yeah?
I think, this has been debated for over 30 years, and I don't know why he's bringing it up now.
Because he wants a consensus, sir. That's why. Listen, the program is over. We're out of time, so say good night, America.
Hey, thanks a lot. Good night, America.
That's it. From Denver, the final good night, America. 3885 bound on the 75-meter band in about 10 minutes. I'm Art Bell. Sunday here with Dreamland from the high desert. Good night.
From the Southeast Asian capital city of the Philippine Islands, the Philippine nation, Manila. Hi, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be in whatever time zone you're residing in. Every single one of them covered by this amazing program called Coast to Coast AM. I'm Art Bell. It is a pleasure and honor to be escorting you through the balance of the weekend. Sure was fun being here for open lines last night. And toward that end, by the way, if you would like to begin lining up for open lines right now, that's what we're going to have this hour. So feel free, if you have your appropriate number jotted down, to call it and begin lining up, and we'll probably get you on the air this hour. Let us take a quick look at the normally and never to be disappointing, depressing news. President Bush hails troops as Iraq War is reviewed. President Bush marked Veterans Day by praising U.S. troops who have fought oppression around the world, yet spoke only briefly about Iraq, where U.S. commanders are reevaluating strategy. Speaking 3 days after announcing the ouster of Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, Bush hailed members of the armed services, past, present, and future, for their dedication and bravery. So basically, that's pretty good, I guess, as far as world news goes, until you get to the second story. In Iraq, Sunni gunmen ambushed a convoy of minibuses Saturday night at, get this, a fake checkpoint. That's a way to do it. A fake checkpoint on the dangerous highway south of Baghdad. It resulted in the killing of 10 Shiite passengers and the kidnapping of about 50. Across the country, at least 52 other people were killed in violence or were found dead. 5 of those decapitated. Iraqi soldiers decapitated. Boy. Police said the mass kidnappings and the killing was near the volatile town of Latifa, about 20 miles south of Baghdad, in the so-called Triangle of Death. So I don't know how you rack it up here, but no matter how you look at it, it seems as though the news out of Iraq just gets worse and worse. Democrats now look to sustain majority. It's the question Democrats would rather not ask in their moment of celebration. Are their new majorities in the House and Senate sustainable? What if the war in Iraq is over by 2008? Or what if it is still being waged despite Democratic pledges to change the course? What if voter apathy toward President Bush is irrelevant in 2 years? After all, he will be on his way out. Tough questions, I guess, for the Democrats. Guess who's back in power in Nicaragua? Daniel Ortega. Daniel Ortega returns to Nicaragua's presidency, a shadow of the fiery revolutionary who in Cold War times vowed an endless fight against the U.S. government, determined to overthrow him. Balding, now weakened by heart trouble and often appearing almost docile, he now preaches reconciliation, stability, promises to maintain close ties with the U.S., as well as the veterans of the Contra Army that had trained and armed against him. Well, once burned, twice shy, I guess, in his case. LaShawn Harris took her 3 children on a train from Oakland. This is one of those stories that causes you not to want to read the world news. She took her 3 children on a train from Oakland into San Francisco, October 19th, 2005. She bought the little boys hot dogs. They walked along Fisherman's Wharf. Then Harris undressed the 3 boys, ages 16 months, 2 and 6, and proceeded to drop them one at a time over the low railing into the chilly San Francisco Bay. Police say she knew they couldn't swim. She thought she was sending them to heaven. God had commanded her to sacrifice her 3 boys, she said, her most precious possessions. Harris later told psychiatrists, passerbys at the time who actually saw all this, said she seemed dazed, in fact, disoriented. The United Nations vetoed a UN Security Council draft resolution Saturday that sought to condemn an Israeli military offensive in the Gaza Strip and demand Israeli troops pull out of the territory. U.S. Ambassador John Bolton said the Arab-backed draft resolution was biased against Israel and politically motivated. But of course, the death threat came on a simple white flyer, many of them blowing down the streets at dawn. A group calling itself Friends of Mohammed accused a local Palestinian Christian of selling mobile phones carrying offensive sketches of the Muslim prophet. The message went on to curse all Arab Christians, and the Pope still struggling to calm Muslim outrage over his remarks about Islam. For $5, not much, residents of one of the city's hardest hit neighborhoods received 3 tennis balls Saturday, and then a chance to vent 15 months of frustration at the slow pace of rebuilding since Hurricane Katrina. The object of their annoyance sat perched atop a dunk tank. Bob Josephson, Director of Intergovernmental Affairs in Louisiana for the reviled and much lampooned Federal Emergency Management Agency's handling of what occurred in Louisiana. So, you gotta give him credit, I guess, for that. He sat in a chair, sold them on the cheap a few baseballs or whatever that could be thrown and that would end up dunking him in the water. I bet they had a blast. We'll look at some of the rest of the news in a moment. By the way, at the top of the hour, this is going to be, I think, a very interesting show. We're going to take a little side trip here, and we're going to be interviewing a man who has written a book about, well, his name is Robert Young Pelton, and he's written a number of books about the world's most dangerous places and his adventures. And it's kind of interesting because I live in one of the world's most dangerous places. It's probably somewhere down the list, not toward the top of the list, but it is to be discussed as I look at the list of questions. So there you have it. We'll see how dangerous it is where I live. British and American scientists. Now, I know I have a lot of blind listeners who cannot see. British and American scientists have restored vision in blind mice by transplanting light-sensitive cells into their eyes in a breakthrough that could lead to new treatments of human eye disease. The mice suffered from eye damage called photoreceptor loss. Now, that occurs in macular degeneration, the leading cause of sight loss in the elderly and other eye disorders. But instead of using stem cells, which could form into any eye cell, the scientists this time transplanted cells that had reached a latter stage of development toward becoming photoreceptor cells. We have shown for the first time that it is possible to transplant photoreceptors, according to Dr. Robert McLaren, a scientist and eye surgeon at Moorfields Eye Hospital in London. These cells are lost in some of the more common causes of blindness, so a lot of you out there should be sitting straight up at this one. The scientists believe further research could lead to the first human retinal cell transplants for people with blinding diseases within a decade. It's always too far away, isn't it? Everybody's looking for instant cures. It's always too far. Now, here's a story that should rock back any environmentalist. It really should rock you back. It's from the BBC News, and the headline is, "Only 50 years left for sea fish." Environmental correspondent, BBC News website. There will be virtually nothing left to fish from the seas by the middle of the century if the current trends continue, according to a major scientific study. Stocks have collapsed in nearly a third of sea fisheries, and the rate of decline is now accelerating. Writing in the journal Science, the very well-respected journal Science, the national team of researchers says fishery decline is closely tied to a broader loss of marine biodiversity, but a greater use of protected areas could safeguard existing stocks if we do something. The way we use the oceans is that we hope and we assume there will always be another species to exploit after we've completely gone through the last one, right? What we're highlighting is that there is a finite number of stocks. We've gone through about a third of them now, and we're going to get through the rest. So they're saying in 50 years, folks, no more fish. Think about that a little bit. In 50 years, no more fish. Now, maybe perhaps a number of you will not be around in 50 years. I'm certainly in that group. And so you might say, well, who cares? But for your children and their children and the world we all hope it goes on, you would want to be able to tap the ocean for food. And if you can't, I'm not exactly sure how mankind could continue. So there's a flash for you. 50 years, trend continues, no more fish. No more fish. Let's go to the lines. First time caller line, Richard in New York. You are on the air. Hello.
Hey, Art, a couple of things. First of all, with the, that scares the hell out of me. I'm in your category. I'm not going to be around. Well, I don't know. Hopefully I'll be around. But, you know, if the fish are gone, that would mean the oceans are kind of dead, right?
Kind of dead, yeah.
Yeah, well, I think there's the largest proportion of the oxygen replenishment for the planet comes from algae from the surface of the ocean.
Right.
I don't know whether most people know that. It's not the trees. Everybody,
No,
you know,
it's the algae.
right. And if the fish are gone, then it's safe to assume the algae are gone. If the algae are gone, then the oxygen's gone. We're all in big trouble. At any rate,
That's exactly correct. The whole thing is just a disastrous mess, buddy. And in another 50 years, it's going to be like living on a different planet.
oh yeah. And there's a question I wanted to ask you before I do very quickly. Are you still struggling with changing centigrade to Fahrenheit, Fahrenheit to centigrade?
Not really. I mean, you know, you can put centigrade or Fahrenheit into Google, and you'll get a real quick conversion chart.
Did anybody ever tell you about the add 40, subtract 40 method?
They did.
Okay, so you know about that. Anyway, what I wanted to ask you is last night I was listening to your open line show, and I had to go to sleep because I had to get up early this morning, but you made a comment, and I said, surely I couldn't have understood this right. Something about to the effect that us pulling out of Vietnam traumatized most of Americans, or something like that. Do you remember?
Yes, I said that, yes. Our losing the war, what I really said was our losing the war in Vietnam, and it's widely, I think, accepted that we lost the war in Vietnam, was a trauma for Americans. Yes. America had never lost a war, sir.
Yeah, but, you know, the trauma for Americans was being there in the first place. I mean, it put father against son.
Every war is a trauma.
What's that?
Every war is a trauma.
Yeah, but that really put a wedge in this country like I can't remember anything like that.
Oh, I was there. I know about the wedge. I know all about it. You know, we could have won that war.
No, wait a minute.
Yes. We could have
We'd still
won
be
that
fighting
war.
it today with that kind of an attitude.
No, that's not true.
How
we had the power and not the will to win that war, sir.
When you look at where the enemy was coming from, it wasn't just North Vietnam. It was China. It was like we would have had to defeat practically most of the communists to win that war. It just wasn't going to happen. It wasn't going to happen. It was.
Well, you and I can't. I guess can't.
No, it was a.
You know, we can't refight the war. But the fact of the matter is, what I said was accurate. That we were traumatized by losing that war, and I don't think you can be in denial about that. I don't deny that the war itself was a horrible trauma. So I'm with you on that. But we did suffer a trauma by losing.
Well, I don't know. I think pulling out was the right thing to do when we did it. Probably a little bit too late. If we pulled out a little bit earlier.
I agree with you on one ground, and that is if we were not willing to win it, then continuing to throw American young bodies into something that was just a half-assed attempt to win, yeah, we were better off pulling out. You're right.
Yeah, that's where I'm coming from. I mean,
well, you're coming from the right place. You're right.
I mean, the body bags came back like this is nothing. What's going on?
Man, I hear you. Oh, I know.
You know.
Well, don't say it's nothing. There's a lot of relatives of dead soldiers listening tonight. It's not nothing. When Americans are dying, it's something.
I mean, I saw what happened, Art. I was drafted in during the Tet Offensive in the infantry in the Army.
Yeah, I joined instead.
You know, people to this day ask me sometimes to talk. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. There's nothing really nice I can say about the whole thing.
I know.
You know, and it's.
I know.
War is a horrible situation.
So you're kind of proving my point. There's nothing good you can say about it. And I don't know what good you can ever say about it anymore. Maybe it's, you know, say perhaps the Second World War where we stopped somebody trying to take over the world.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know that there's anything good you can say about Vietnam, and I don't know that there's really anything good you can say about Iraq either. The only difference can be the way we end it.
Yeah, well, but I will grant you this, that it was traumatic seeing, the last of the troops being taken off the roof of the embassy,
Sure was.
I can still remember that, when we finally pulled out. And the other people yelling, "Take me, take," that was a sad thing.
Yeah.
That was traumatic, very traumatic. But
All right,
the
thank
war,
you very much for the call. Look, the whole thing was traumatic, as you point out, and I concede that the war itself, of course, was traumatic. But the loss and the fact that we lost really didn't sink in with the American people for a number of years, and when it did, it was very traumatic. And there was no relief of that until basically we won the first Iraq war. It was quick, clean, and we were out. Well, of course, now we're back. But for a short time after that first victory, it's as though the veil of failure from Vietnam had been lifted. Now we're in Iraq, and all that's left at this point is how we end it. And again, I say in Vietnam, we could have won. We had the power to win. We just weren't willing to use it. And the tragedy of it is that we were willing to continue to throw young American bodies into a half-assed effort to win, to end up with something less than a loss, which, of course, as he pointed out, we did not. Wild card line, David in San Diego, you're on the air.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
Hey, I got a solution for the, recently the astronomers have been, they found planetary systems around other stars.
Yeah.
And what that is, a couple of weeks ago, they had a guy on the show that postulated that the sun has calved off planets in pairs, and that's what's created Uranus, Neptune pair, Saturn, Jupiter pair, Mars and Earth and Venus. So, but anyways, what we're seeing on those new systems that we're signing, they were saying that they were finding these huge planets super close in. Well, what we're seeing is the formation of planetary systems.
Maybe.
These are the Jupiter and Saturn planets popping right off.
I mean, we're seeing these big planets, sir, because they're passing in front of the aforementioned stars. And so we're able now, with the very best telescopes, to see the sort of darkness or the little dark spot that's passing in front of these stars.
Yeah,
that's
we're
how we're locating them.
But we're seeing the formation of planetary systems, as in our Jupiter and Saturn being cast
Oh, that's
off.
a theory.
Yeah. And also, the reason we don't win wars anymore is the Caesar syndrome. Is because after World War II, so many military commanders came home and became politicians and won everything, that the civilians, they said, oh, we can't have these heroes coming home and taking our positions, so they make damn sure nobody wins wars anymore.
I never considered it.
Win, so.
Yeah, I never considered it from that point of view. Well, it's certainly true, isn't it? I like Ike. Well, where did Ike come from? He came from the Second World War, hero of the Second World War, and sailed right into the presidency. So I'm not giving his argument specific weight, but he's certainly right about the heroes quickly becoming politicians. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi. Hello.
Oh, yes?
Oh, yes.
Oh. Well, hello, Mr. Bell.
Hello.
My name is John. I live in Oregon.
Yes, John. Not a lot of time to the bottom of the hour here, so let it rip.
Well, I have a ghost story for you. 2 winters ago, I was working graveyard at a gas station, and I was living with my uncle at the time, and I get a call about 1 in the morning, and he was like, is there someone in your room? And I said, no. And he said it sounded like someone was thrashing it apart. He didn't have the key, so he wasn't able to get in the room. So I can hear him shouting, and, hey, who's in there? And I was totally alone at the gas station, totally freaking out. And he hung up and called the cops, and they busted in there, and there was...
Very quickly, the music is under us.
Well, that's basically the story.
Okay, so it turned out to be nada, nothing?
Nothing, but it sounded like someone was totally tearing it apart.
Well, that is weird. Okay, again, I don't want to turn this into Ghost to Ghost. I like to reserve the ghost stories for Ghost to Ghost AM, which is a yearly event. Maybe we'll extend it next year into a couple of days. People always have leftover ghost stories. There's no question about it. So maybe next year we'll move it to a couple of days. There are that many stories out there after all. All right, folks, we'll take a break and then more open lines on the way. So if you know the numbers, dial now, because after the break, they'll recite them very carefully and the lines will be very full. I'm Art Bell. Here I am. I thought it was kind of funny. During the break, they run promos for the newsletter and, you know, that sort of thing. That's what I hear on this end as you're hearing commercials or whatever. And one of them was, did the CIA really send people to live on other planets? First time I've heard that one. Can you imagine that? We have the ability to send somebody to another planet. Of course, it's a one-way ticket. You go, but you don't come back. It would be light years in the doing, perhaps even generations. So can you imagine that? Packing up, sort of joining in with the CIA, and getting launched to another planet light years away. You will not come back. You will not know what you're going to get on the other end, what kind of planet, habitable or not, you're going to run into. And can you imagine getting picked for, volunteering for, or worse yet, getting drafted for a mission to another planet? I will have to read that story. More open lines in a moment. Actually, I'm going to be very interested to see what our guest at the top of the hour has to say about where I live, about here in the Philippines. But he's an expert in the most dangerous places in the world. I guess he's been to most of them and is quite an adventurer. And I'm looking forward to this interview. It should be very, very interesting. Let's go to one of the wildcard lines and say, Ivan in Houston, you're on the air.
Hi, I called, or, no, never mind, sorry about that. I wasn't sure about your opinion if we won or lost the war in Vietnam. What do you think?
We lost it.
We lost it, yeah. It makes me mad to hear people say that we never lost the war because I think that it makes me think they're hypocrites of what they say. But
run that by me again, please.
I think they're hypocrites of what they say. When they say that, sorry, go ahead.
When they say what? That we lost, never lost the war?
Yeah. Yeah,
They're just plain wrong. They're just wrong.
Yeah, they are. I mean, you could clearly see the transformation from the movie Green Berets to scenes from Forrest Gump and other movies like that. And I mean, I'm 17, and clearly I want to be a history major. But yeah, it just makes me mad of the thought of people saying we haven't lost the war.
Oh, well, that's just ignorant. We clearly lost the war. You're only 17, huh? Well, enjoy history, and you're going to learn a great deal. I wonder, you know, the whole subject of history is in itself a fascinating topic. As a general rule, the victors in a war, and we are a warrior culture, we are a warrior people, the victors write the history. Now, had, for example, the Nazis won the war, the history of the whole thing would be completely different. The victors inevitably get the honor of writing the history, and so if they want to bend it and shape it a little bit and make it sound much better for the victorious side, that's their option. They won. East of the Rockies, Greg in Ohio, you're on the air.
Hey, it's Greg from Cincinnati. How you doing, Art?
Good.
Good afternoon. Listen, about 10 years ago, I was on the road, and I turned on the radio, and I caught you right in the middle of what you were saying. You said that you had gotten a jolt of electricity that was so powerful that your jaw locked open for a half an hour.
That's correct.
And I want to know, what in the world were you working on?
I was working on the first amplifier that I ever had, and radio amateur amplifier. It was for the hands out there, a pair of 813s, and don't know what those are, and some of the older hams will anyway. And it was on an open chassis, you know, it wasn't closed. And I was working away on it, and I came into contact with the plate, the top of the tube, that plate, and I came into contact with that and the chassis, and that put 2,500 volts at, I can't recall, but it was, I don't know, a couple of amps at least, maybe an amp and a half through my body, and that should have been enough to kill me, but luckily, it threw me all the way across the room, plastered me up against the wall like in a cartoon, locked my jaw open, and I couldn't move for a long time. And then, as I mentioned back then, and I say again now, it took about 30 minutes to get my jaw unlocked.
It should have killed you then.
Yeah, it should have killed me.
Wow. Hey, how's your personal safety? Has that improved over there? What's,
my personal
that
safety, well, that's a different story. That's always a problem, but I live in a relatively safe place, or at least I think I do until I get my guest at the top of the hour, and he'll probably tell me something else.
All right, you take care, Art.
All right, you take care too, sir, and thank you very, very much for the call. Let's go west of the Rockies and say you're on the air all the way from Fairbanks, Alaska. Chuck.
Yes, Art. How you doing? I've talked to you in the past. I was wondering, do you believe in curses? And I've reached for asked that question, but do you believe in them?
I think to some degree I do.
Yeah. Well, I was in a remote Eskimo village, and you posted my picture on your website years ago with some mammoth tusks, and I buy tusks and stuff from the...
I remember you.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Well, this village, and I was talking to a lady, and it used to be a wonderful village. Everybody hunted and got along, and I said, what happened, you know, because people are on drugs, and they're not hunting anymore. And she called it the curse of the Iputak, where in their yard they dug up an ancient burial of this really strange culture that kind of seemed like it came from another planet or something, but they had elaborate, death masks and all kinds of stuff, where most of the Eskimos used to put their dead out on the ice, and this culture didn't, but she said ever since then that all these weird things had happened, the village was fighting with each other, nobody's hunting, and it was an interesting story. I just was curious if you, I heard something.
No, I had never heard this particular story, Chuck, but I would like to ask you a sort of a broader question.
Sure.
About, the natives in Alaska now. I mean, there are hard times. As you know, the climate is changing for them. That's difficult. They've always had a problem with alcohol. And now you're telling me some of them with drugs. And are things not going well for the natives?
It's a time of great change, and I get to travel more than most. And most people, you lived here at one time, you realize how little of the state you can see on the road system.
Oh, that's for sure.
And I take trips, and we've got just a fascinating culture, and just wonderful people. We have almost 300 villages, and most of them at one time were 80% subsistence, and they moved around a lot. When they built the schools in the 50s, they all settled in, and they required more government help, and there's all different degrees of problems, but I trace it all back to the demoralizing effects of socialism, where you give people something and help them out, and they don't have to do anything for it. And
it just never works. It never ever works. And it's even worse. The givers, whoever they are inevitably hated eventually for their act.
Exactly. And it was funny, because when I flew out of this village, I was on this small plane, I was talking to a gentleman, and I was saying, what happened? And I said, I think it was socialism. And he said, well, we've always had socialism, because the people really take care of the elders, and and I said, but not this kind of socialism, where people, give people something for nothing. And I found out that he was like the leader in the area, and he agreed with me. He said, yeah, you got a point. He said that, but are just some incredible people. You want to talk a little bit about climate change. One of my favorite villages is just in the middle of nowhere. They've collected fossils for me for 20 years, and they still gather over 80% of their food. You know, and they speak the language, the Yupik language, but their village is washing away. It's actually, they're in the process of moving it, and a lot of it they used to build in places that probably aren't, what we'd consider suitable, but I get to see a lot more than most people, and there is definite warming and climate change. Some of it I kind of welcome. I mean, let's see what it's here right now. It's hit 9 below.
It's 9 below. Well, I know, but to see areas where there was virtual permanent ice turning into virtual permanent ocean, in fact, ocean that can be navigated by ships, is pretty scary. I mean, I don't think we're supposed to see these kinds of changes in one lifetime.
Well, I don't know. I kind of deal in fossils and stuff, and we find things that, there were dinosaurs here. There's been climate changes. I think that we probably have, and I kind of look at it from a biblical perspective that man has gone about things in the wrong way, and it says in the Bible that the earth will even suffer for it, and I think that's what's happening.
Well, you could be right. I envy you being up there. Fairbanks is, well, it's kind of like one of the last frontiers. It is. Is that fair to say?
It's an incredible place. It's one of the few places where in Alaska you can carry a concealed gun without a permit. You can, we don't lock our doors. There's crime here and stuff if you're in the wrong areas, but I can be at a wildlife reserve in 5 minutes or out hunting or doing things. It's just like anywhere. You have to work hard, and I really don't get out to enjoy it as much as I would like to, but I hitchhiked up here as a young man when I was 17 in 1971 from Arizona. I fell in love with it, and I made my home here as an artist, and there are a lot of opportunities. If you can't make it here, I think you should just shoot yourself. I mean, there's always something for somebody to do if you don't mind working and you like the outdoors. And the winters are just incredible because the seasons are changing every day. We're losing daylight.
It is cold in Fairbanks, Chuck.
Yeah. All right. Well, good talking with you there where it's warm, and maybe I'll come visit you someday.
Warm is putting it mildly. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I recall the years that I spent in Anchorage, Alaska now, for about 2 weeks in Anchorage. Inevitably, the thermometer would plunge to, between 40 and 50 degrees below zero. And it would come sweeping in, and that's really cold, folks. I mean, that's really cold. And so the only way I was able to live there was I plugged in everything. I heated everything. I plugged my car in, that would heat the oil pan. It would heat the interior of the car so that when snow hit it, it would melt. You would heat the radiator. That would be, in other words, wherever you would go, you would plug your car in. And if you didn't, the expectation for it starting would be very low indeed. It was a pretty wild time, but I spent 3 years there, and so I definitely know what it's like. Let's go to, I don't know, how about New York and Sean?
Hi, Art. I remember a few years ago you voicing your concerns about the proposal to turn Yucca Mountain into a radioactive waste depository.
That's correct.
I wonder if you've heard about a new bit of technology that's being developed in Italy, I believe it is, where they're taking radioactive waste and they've encapsulated it inside of molten copper. And by doing so, they've accelerated the rate at which the radioactive waste decays.
By how much?
Well, I believe at this point in time, the technology being in its infancy, they have managed to accelerate it by something like 5 times. But they hope to, as they develop the technology, they hope to accelerate it by a great deal, by very much, I heard the story on the BBC, and, perhaps if you went to their website, you might dig up the story.
I'll see what I can do. That's a really interesting story. There was also several years ago, I saw a Good Morning America episode in which they had this machine that would take the worst of it, plutonium, and they were able to virtually make it almost harmless in this machine. I can't recall any more facts about it. It was a long time ago.
Wow.
But there are several schemes out there like this, and we still seem bent, I guess, on going ahead and putting it in Yucca Mountain, which, by the way, has earthquake faults.
Right. That's not too good. I wondered too, secondarily, if they encapsulate this radioactive waste inside a lump of molten copper. What if they were to, let's say, not just encapsulate it inside a lump, but inside like a casting, such that at the end of the period of radioactive decay, that particular casting will become some sort of new alloy.
Sean, I have absolutely no idea. There's no way I could have any idea because I don't understand the theory behind encapsulating in molten copper in the first place. I don't understand how copper acts upon radioactivity to accelerate its decay process in the first place. So to answer anything further would be totally impossible. But that's fascinating, and I'll see what I can find out about it. East of the Rockies, Mary Kay in New York City.
Oh, hi, Art. How are you doing tonight?
Just fine.
Good. I just want to kind of talk about the concept that people are always talking about winning wars.
Yes.
Especially from the point when you think of when you have international bankers who are arming both sides. We talk about World War II being such a noble war. And, we had Standard Oil selling oil to Germany and such. And it just kind of,
Yeah, but it was a noble war compared to what we've had since.
Oh, yeah, compared to already. But it just seems like most wars are just started to start chaos, and usually at the smoke screen for something else. So it just kind of astounds me when I keep
and this one
about
probably
winning wars. And
this war probably fits in that category, hon. In other words, the weapons of mass destruction, despite the emails I'll get, we're not there, and we have perhaps reasonable objectives in going into Iraq. I think they are reasonable. We need some sort of base situation there. I think we could stabilize the Middle East ultimately if we have bases there. I think we could prevent Iran from spreading what otherwise it's going to spread. And of course the oil. There are a lot of reasons for being there, none of which we stated.
Yeah, well, those were really the reasons why the powers that be were initiating things like this. Because when you just see all the ineptitude, and these are not stupid people. These generals and whatever. They're not stupid people. I think if they wanted to win something, if the government wanted to win, the resources would be there and something positive would be happening. It just seems like when you have chaos on top of chaos, that seems to be what the goal they want. They want chaos.
Well, I could not agree with you more, and that's what we have at the moment there is chaos. So there were probably solid reasons for having this war, but they were reasons that we could not state. Traditionally, the United States has only gone to war when somebody has hit us, right? Well, you can't really make the case that 9/11 was a reason to go into Iraq. Even the president has not tried to make that case. So that wasn't it. Nobody really shot at us from Iraq. So why did we begin the war with Iraq? The second war is what I'm now referring to. And I think all the reasons I just talked about, strategic reasons, having bases there, and no doubt the oil and just the geographic influence that we can have, all of these are good, solid reasons for being there. Now, the only real reason that we stated was what a bad guy Saddam Hussein was. But, that's not enough of a reason. My God, if that was enough of a reason, then we'd be to war with Somalia, because that's run by warlords. We'd have been to war when the slaughter was going on in Cambodia, because that was ever so much worse than anything Saddam ever did, even with the gassing of the Kurds. What went on in Cambodia was much more deserving of U.S. intervention if we're going to intervene in a country because of the wrongdoings internally in that country. If that's a reason, then there are many, many, many countries that would have justified the U.S. going in and stopping whatever was going on, or perhaps Angola, where beheadings would make the number of beheadings in Iraq look like nothing. So that was the best reason we could publicly come up with, and it wasn't much of a reason at all. But now that we're there, I am a person who says we ought to go ahead and finish the job. From Manila, in the Philippines, I'm Art Bell. Indeed, here I am. This is going to be an interesting interview. Robert Young Pelton, coming up in a moment, has been the inspiration and the role model for a new generation of intellectual warriors, adventurers. He's an author, journalist, filmmaker, photographer, adventurer, explorer, expert, philosopher, passionate advocate for truth and discovery. He is a former marketing strategist. Now there's a change in careers for you. Product developer and CEO for his own company. His journeys and expedition, accomplished actually during his time off, turned from a hobby to a career when he created the annually now updated Robert Young Pelton's World's Most Dangerous Places. And I suppose that would have to change annually, following soon after by his humorous survival guide, Come Back Alive, and his autobiography, The Adventurist. Robert is executive producer and host of his own series of highly rated specials for the Discovery and Travel Channel. He's also been featured speaker at the TED Conference, that's T-E-D, TED Conference, trained Navy SEALs in survival, participated in Secret Special Forces training, invited to speak at West Point, and motivates young people to do meaningful things with their short time on this earth. Indeed, we all have a very short time on this earth. So, in a moment, here's a man who can tell you, I suppose, a dangerous way to live that short time. I'm Art Bell. Well, once again, Robert Young Pelton's books say as much about what we're going to be talking about as anything else. The Adventurist, Come Back Alive, The World's Most Dangerous Places, and License to Kill Hired Guns in the War on Terror. Robert Young Pelton, welcome to the program.
Well, thank you, Art.
This is going to be a really interesting interview. It's kind of a sidestep for me. We spend a lot of time talking about I don't know, the unusual, the paranormal side of the world. So this is a little bit of a sidestep, but a very interesting one for me, particularly where I am right now, and we'll get to that. What in the world made you go from the business you were in to the business you're in now?
Well, when I was about 40, a number of my mentors, including my father, were in their mid-50s and older, and had died suddenly from a variety of things, Lou Gehrig's disease, cancer, and things like that. And I treasured my sort of 2 weeks or month off. And I suddenly realized that if I didn't do the thing that I really enjoyed doing, I wasn't going to do it. So I sort of made an abrupt change and began to be a professional adventurer, which is kind of a laughable career choice. You know, there's not many ads in the paper for adventurers. So I had to basically go forward and do what I wanted to do, which was to explore the world's most dangerous places.
And where did you begin?
My very first trips were actually expeditions. I used to go to places in Africa and Borneo, and I did the Camel Trophy, which is an event where a number of nations compete by driving Land Rovers through jungles. And I soon found that expeditions were quite dull, because when you got to these places, there were some tribes and some trees and rocks, but there was nothing really challenging to get there. And then my friends, who included journalists, said, you know, the most inaccessible places on Earth are war zones. And so I began going into places like Algeria to meet the GIA, which is at the time was a very bloodthirsty group. They had actually sent me fax saying that come to our country and we'll cut your throat, and they wanted to kill all journalists and writers. And I began to set up interviews. So one of the first interviews I set up was with the Taliban, who had just been created with a Turkish journalist friend of mine. And I just began to sort of track down terrorist groups and hang out
out with them to understand what they did.
Hang out with them.
Well, I'm not a journalist. I've worked as a journalist 3 times, once for 60 Minutes, once for CNN, and once for ABC Investigative. I find that the business of journalism restricts what you can do, the time you can spend in the field, and also the content. So when you want to really understand something, I found that books and documentaries were much better, a way to communicate what I found.
Well, I can understand the life of the journalist can be a very, very dangerous one. That's reflected here where I am in the Philippines, and we'll talk about that. So I can imagine that it would be better not to go as a journalist, but to go sort of as a private citizen, just to kind of hang out with, for example, the Taliban. I just cannot imagine how they would accept you without extreme suspicion. At least a journalist, has an excuse for trying to cozy up to a group like that. But you wouldn't have that exactly, would you? So how do you cozy up to them without them slitting your throat?
Well, you have to remember, in the beginning of my career, nobody knew who I was, and there was no such thing as Google, and people had to judge me sort of on what they looked at me and figured out what I had to do. So when I first met with the Talibs, I spent quite a bit of time in Pakistan, along the border with Afghanistan in the early, mid-90s, tracking down this group. And I found their headquarters, which was inside Pakistan in a refugee camp. And when I walked in the door, they were a little surprised. But when they asked me why I was there, I said in Arabic, "Ana Talib," which means I'm a student. In other words, I'm here to learn. And they were quite taken back by that. They thought that was, I guess, something they wanted to pursue. And when I told them that I wanted to set up an interview with their leaders, which included Mullah Omar at the time, they said, "No, we don't do that." And then I said to them, "Well, then you're like the women hiding behind the burqa." And they kind of rocked back on their heels. But they understood what I was talking about. And so they had a special shura, which is a meeting in Kandahar, and they passed a fatwa saying that, yes, we would be allowed to film them. The interesting thing is Mullah Omar, there's been a myth that he's never been interviewed, was actually interviewed, but when the Turkish crews, who were Muslim, of course, showed up with the camera, one of the things that we told them is that in my country, you look somebody in the eye and you can tell if they're telling the truth or not. He said, the path to my heart is not through my eyes, it's through my voice. So you can record my voice, but you can't film my face. Now, he has one eye sewn shut. He's quite embarrassed about that. So we recorded interviews with all the leadership of the Taliban back in 1995.
That's fascinating. And if you recorded interviews with them in that year, what were their goals markedly different then than they appear to be now?
Yeah, I mean, we use the word Taliban to describe what I would call a conservative Pashtun elements in the South. But at that time, there was warlordism everywhere in Afghanistan, and particularly along the border in the South. And people made their money by stopping convoys and then either charging bribes or pillaging or raping or doing whatever they wanted to do to the people that passed. And the Talibs at that time rose up and began to move from town to town to town. Now, naturally, they were supported by Pakistan, but they were welcomed by the Afghans until they got to Kabul. And, you know, Kabul is a very cosmopolitan place, and there was also some ethnic problems because the Taliban were Pashtun and sort of a weird cult. They weren't traditional Pashtuns, but the Pashtuns that had grown up in Pakistan. When they got into Kabul, they began to crack down on what they thought the excesses of the westernized Afghans in Kabul were doing. They got into a sort of shouting match with the UN and the other NGO organizations about them living in mansions, and things began to fall apart. When they got into the north, they became very brutal and started killing people. So they basically ran out of steam about the time that September 11th came about. They were really hurting because they'd been strangled money-wise, and they were really not welcome in the north. But the South still is strongly conservative and still views the Taliban as the correct way to sort of clean up the excesses and the influence of the West.
So there has then been a gigantic change in them in these years.
Well, a lot of people don't know that the Taliban is actually a Pakistani movement. If you look at a map of Pakistan and Afghanistan, and you look at that border, the Duran line, it runs right smack through the Pashtun ethnic groups. Pakistan is terrified that if it loses control of or the support of the Pashtun elements, it then becomes a very small Punjabi state. So they are very eager to control and to gain favor amongst the Pashtun elements. Most of the people we killed after 9/11 in Afghanistan, and I was with a special forces team at that time, were Pakistanis. They were killed 500 at a time, 600 at a time, 300 at a time, because they were left behind, and the Afghans all went home. What you're seeing now is a number of Pakistani jihadis going into the southern part of Afghanistan and supporting some of the more radical Pashtun elements.
Is it your view, Robert, that that's where Osama still is on that border someplace?
Yeah, I spent some time looking for Osama. In 1996, I was down the road from him in a place called Jalalabad when he was in Tora Bora. And he moved around, everybody knew where he was. These days, there's really only one place he can be, and that is under the protection of the Pakistani ISI, which is their intelligence services, somewhere in the tribal areas, in an area between Chitral, which is the northern part, and sort of down south towards Miram Shah and Quetta. For example, Mullah Omar, who is still wanted by U.S. forces, lives openly in Quetta, which is a southern Pakistani town. Mullah Dadullah, who's the head of the military, moves between Quetta and Uruzgan province, where he's from. So there's a very concerted effort by the Pakistanis to keep foreigners out of Quetta because of the number of Talibs that are there.
Mm-hmm. We're all very concerned. I am, of course, very much aware, and of course, Pakistan has the bomb. In your opinion, Robert, is there any chance that one of these bombs that Pakistan has can make its way one way or the other into the hands of the Taliban?
Well, the Taliban have a hard time shooting AK-47. I don't know how successful they would be with a nuclear weapon. If you know anything about nuclear weapons, they don't have a big red button like in James Bond that you push and they blow up. Plus, there's really nowhere to use it. If the Taliban were to be successful, it's really through a hearts and minds campaign, by being sympathetic to the people and supporting them against what they consider to be outside elements. The Pakistanis' use of missiles, in other words, the nuclear warheads that are on the short-range missiles, is really the deterrent to India's use of missiles. And they have parades where they take big paper-mache missiles and parade them around the streets and sort of wave their fists at India, and India does the same thing. We always look at the problem being in Afghanistan, but actually the problem is between India and Pakistan. And the whole concept of jihadis, in other words, training foreigners to go fight in a foreign country, began in Pakistan in their war in Kashmir against India. And Osama bin Laden just tapped into that concept during the Soviet war with Afghanistan. And of course, we pumped in $3 billion, and the Saudis pumped in $3 billion, and we created this sort of hardcore, heavy-duty machine of training people to go fight and die in another person's country, and that became the genesis of what formed 9/11.
Here's a question that I'm not sure you can answer. I'm sure that our own government is struggling with this, but since all the pounding that we've done in Afghanistan post 9/11, how strong is the Taliban? How much did we hurt them, and what is their current state of readiness?
Well, having been inside Afghanistan before 9/11, having a very good knowledge of the Taliban and knowing most of the commanders, it was kind of humorous to me because before 9/11 they had exactly 2 operating jet aircraft fighters. They had 2 Sukhois that they used to fly out of Kabul to bomb Massoud's people. They had a number of Antonov transport planes, and that was it. And they had a few tanks here and there. But when we, quotation mark, wiped out the Taliban, all they did is go back home. So in the first stage of the war, the first 2 to 4 weeks of the war, there were some initial airstrikes. The Afghans consisted of southern Pashtuns who had been airlifted into Kunduz, the northern part, and local people who had been forced or paid to fight for the Taliban. As soon as the Taliban began retreating, these Afghans became our friends, and the Talibs melted into the south. Now, today what you're seeing are essentially young, unemployed Pakistanis and Pashtuns fighting a low-level insurgency against NATO forces and ISAF forces. It's not really a war that we would see it, but if you remember how the British were attacked in Afghanistan in the 1700s, these are basically hit-and-run attacks. But it obviously creates instability. Most of the funding for that comes from the opium business, which is essentially a Pakistani-run business.
All right. Well, you make all this sound like Amateur City, but on the other hand, if you look carefully and examine 9/11 carefully, it was anything but. This was a well-planned, well-supplied, well-financed, well-done operation. There's no other way to put it.
Well, 9/11, there were no Afghans, of course, and there were no Iraqis, and there were no Pakistanis. What these were educated, middle-class Arabs who had planned for months to learn how to fly planes and to destroy strategic targets in the U.S.
Exactly.
There's no linkage to the Taliban other than the camps that were allowed to run in the host area, which is along the border there between Pakistan and Afghanistan. But they didn't get any flight training in Afghanistan, and they didn't really get any funding from Afghanistan. That came through groups that were based in Pakistan using money from the Gulf region. So
the Saudis?
You couldn't really draw a direct line from Afghanistan to 9/11.
The Saudis, money from the Saudis?
Yeah, when I say the Saudis, you remember, the Wahhabis are not just Saudis. They're conservative businessmen and groups and mosques in the Middle East that support called liberation campaigns or jihadis who go to fight in places like Kashmir, Chechnya, Bosnia, and so on and so forth.
How do you take a young unemployed person and put them in a camp and twist them and turn them until they're willing to strap bombs to their bodies and blow themselves up?
Well, Al-Qaeda is what we call it. It's actually called the Ansar Group in Afghanistan. It's a cult. You take an unemployed 18-year-old kid and you tell him great stories about bravery and fighting in battle and dying and going to heaven, and that becomes a way for him to find honor and purpose. They go to these camps and they're segregated from society. They're inculcated with not necessarily Islam, but sort of a radicalized form of religion. They're trained to do things like fire weapons, make explosives, assault positions, and there's a peer pressure. You know, who wants to be the first to die? Who wants to be the bravest? And having been with jihadis many times, there's this weird cult-like feeling where they talk about when a jihadi dies, his body doesn't rot. You can smell perfume coming from his mouth. Every jihadi dies with a smile on his face. Well, this is all cult thinking. So that person then goes off to fight his war with a totally perverse view of survival. Anybody who doesn't want to live, obviously by nature, by definition, has been indoctrinated the wrong way.
They certainly are doing it successfully and with relatively large numbers of people.
Yeah, well, suicide bombing has been scientifically shown to be a result of occupation. That when people lose hope, when they feel like they're powerless, they turn to immolation, suicide bombing. You saw this in India when the British were colonial powers. You see it in Sri Lanka. You see it in Chechnya. When people lose hope, they tend to use themselves as weapons.
They're having more and more success with this. I mean, they seem to have almost an endless supply of these young people who have, I don't know, I guess been taught that they have no hope. I guess that's the way you do it, because there's always hope. And when you're 18, there's always lots of reason for hope, unless you're instructed very, very carefully that there is not.
Well, they only need a few hours to find a suicide bomber. They've done studies in Gaza and places like that, and they can recruit and find somebody in one day to go kill themselves.
It's incredible. All right, very good, Robert. We're already at the first break point. Robert Young Pelton is my guest, and he's going to be talking to us about the most dangerous places in the world. And on the list is the country I'm in right now. We'll get to that shortly, but I've always, and I think many of us have been curious about what could bring any really young person to the point that they'd strap explosives on their body and, with the little red button, walk into a populated place and push it. From Manila, in the Philippines, I'm Art Bell. Danger is a very interesting thing. It really is. Have you ever been hunting? Have you ever gone deer hunting? Well, generally, in the last few seconds before you squeeze a trigger with a deer in your sights, the deer suddenly lifts its head and it knows. Somehow, some way, it knows. Even if it can't smell you and it can't see you, it can sense you. It can sense the danger. And in the last possible second, usually too late, its head lifts. And given another second, and the fact that, of course, the bullet travels very quickly, the deer usually loses, but given another second, that deer would bolt. It knows it's about to be shot. Now, how it knows that, we don't know. It's some sort of instinct. Humans have it too, although I must say that we've probably all allowed it to sort of slip away one way or another. I suspect Robert Young Pelton has stayed alive by nurturing the exact instinct that I was just talking about. In a moment, we'll cover that and more. Robert, did I describe that instinct appropriately?
Well, I think everybody has that instinct. It's how you apply it. And when I think of the times that I've run into misfortune, it's always because I haven't been in the war zone. And, when I was in Uganda, some young kid from an Islamic group put a bomb under my table, and a number of people were killed that night. I was hit by a car in Peru while I was waiting for one of my contacts to come from a drug lab. And I was kidnapped in Colombia because I was writing a story about hiking and camping because people were considering me to be too tweaked and I should back off and do more mundane stories.
So in each one of those cases, your guard was down.
Right. I wasn't really thinking that I was in a dangerous place, and I was just focused on enjoying myself. And I truly believe that humans have two types of operational modes. We have our sort of day-to-day head in the clouds, sort of living in a bubble world. Mm-hmm. And then we have our sort of animal instinct world, where every sense is sharpened and our mind is clicking like a computer and we're making very real life into situations.
That's right. All right. Let me read you something very quickly. This comes from the BBC headline, Dateline Manila. Journalism can be a dangerous occupation in the Philippines, where there's been a spate of murders arousing international concern. This person writes about reporter Pablo Hernandez, a columnist for a newspaper here in Manila. And he would tap away on a manual typewriter in his office with an Ingram machine pistol on his desk and a .45 on his hip. He often wore a bulletproof vest to work. He had good reason to be wary. He's been getting death threats for years over his stories about corruption and smuggling here in the Philippines. He survived a knife attack, traded shots with gunmen on a motorcycle. International media groups say the Philippines is one of the most dangerous places in the world for journalists. Barely a week or even a day goes by without activists being shot. The 9 or more murders thus far this year, most for reporting on crime and political graft, compare with 10 killings in all of last year. Nearly 1,000 left-wing activists, community workers, lawyers, and journalists have gone missing or been murdered since President Gloria Arroyo came to power in 2001. Her government denies any official military sanction for the killings and has promised action. There's been very little forthcoming. And, of course, we just recently had a coup plot put down here in the Philippines. Most of the plotters are now in jail, but As it goes, Robert, how dangerous is the Philippines?
It's very dangerous. Two things blew me away about the Philippines. One was how openly the rebel and Islamic groups operate. The second thing is how many people the police murder. And I spent some time with various groups there. And I spent some time with the police. And one of the police officers was sort of relaxing with us. And I asked him how many people he shot. And it was just sort of a passing conversation. He said, officially or unofficially? And I said, well, I don't know, unofficially. He said, about 7 or 8. And I said, well, who did you shoot? Well, they're gangsters, businessmen, criminals. And I said, well, how many people have you shot officially? And he said, I don't know, 20, something like that. And I tried to determine what he was telling me. And what he was telling me is that the Manila police specialize in extrajudicial killings. They do it for money. They do it because they're frustrated and they can't get some bigwig, into a court. But more importantly, they're for hire. And there is nothing safer than hiring a policeman to kill a journalist, because you're going to call the police up and say, oh my God, somebody's been killed. Well, guess who's going to come and try to investigate that murder?
Sure.
And so I was disturbed by that. But then as I moved around the countryside and I saw how many weapons were in the possession, how many different groups and how many people and how many sort of ad hoc policemen there were that also operated as guerrillas, I almost thought it was humorous that everybody was involved in some kind of violent occupation on the side.
Oh, weapons are everywhere here.
Yeah, and you see them in the restaurants when you go into a restaurant.
Absolutely. The guy who opens the door in a restaurant for you has a shotgun.
Yeah, they have a little sign saying, check your pistols here, which nobody actually does. But
That's right. That's exactly right. And just about, I don't want to say everybody carries, because that's not true. But a lot of people do. Now, most people think that danger in the Philippines is pretty much reserved for the southern part, Mindanao and the southern parts of Mindanao and that area where the terrorists hang out. So is there a degree of difference in danger between Luzon and on down south?
Yeah, there's a big difference. When you go down south, the violence has a purpose. It is ethnic groups operating under Islamic political banners, MILF, Abu Sayyaf, MNLF, against what they consider to be Christian occupation of what they call Bangsamoro, which is the Muslim homeland. When you get into the big cities, you're talking about criminality, and you're talking about people saying, hey, this guy wrote something about me, here's $200, make him go away.
Yeah.
That's a completely different concept. And as you go further north, you get into more of the communist-sponsored insurgencies, which are, against rich landowners and injustice and stuff like that. But I found Manila to be quite frightening, because you didn't quite know who your enemies were. Was it somebody trying to rob you? Was it somebody trying to shut you up? So you didn't have a handle on it.
Well, that's true. But traditionally, everybody thinks that the big danger is down south, and you're saying that's not necessarily so. The Muslims, of course, would like to have Mindanao for their own. Do they have any chance at that, do you think?
Well, when I was with Hashim Salamat, or Salamat Hashim, depending on which one I call him, he's dead now. He said this war's been going on for 400 years. I'm sure it's going to go on for another 400 years. It's really the situation down there is that you've got a group of Muslims who want to retain their identity and their control of the land, and you've got population expansion that's taking that away, so that creates friction. I don't see any sort of happy, clean solution to it, because there's always some aggrieved ethnic group that feels it has to pick up a gun. They had a peaceful solution for a while there, but then they didn't include everybody, and that's when the MILF sprang up. When you go further south into the islands, in Sulu, Tawi-Tawi,
yes.
Then you've got Abu Sayyaf, and Abu Sayyaf are basically thugs. They're we call them pirates or whatever, but they're guys that make money by doing criminal things. They got banded together when they went and kidnapped a bunch of folks off the Sepadan, a bunch of divers in Malaysia, and Libya handed them millions of dollars, and that's what funded their emergence, but they were basically wiped out by U.S. Special Forces and Navy SEALs.
Well, I don't know. I guess my attitude is that I pretty much, Robert, understand how things work here. And what you do is you sort of I guess you either work within the structure that exists or you don't do very well. And that is to say that if you have to pay a little extra to get something done, that's just the way things are done here. Now, my attitude about danger has always pretty much been, I think you're much more likely to be killed here by a jeepney speeding along than you are by a policeman or, a communist or kidnapped or something like that. And I could be wrong, but that's always been my attitude.
No, you're absolutely right. And don't forget that if people want to cut against the grain, they're going to bump into somebody who's not going to like them. And it's like Russia. I mean, you don't sue people; you just hire a hitman for $200. So the level of violence is easier to attain in the Philippines than, let's say, in other countries. The other thing that I noticed in the Philippines was the use of what they call yaba or crank or meth.
That's all over.
The single most dangerous experience we had, we were down there filming a show, and we had a driver who would call himself Hardcore, and Hardcore made his money by pretending to be a cop and pulling people over with his .45 and then demanding money from them. And then what happened is he got cranked up one night and wanted to kill my film crew. And it's one thing to deal with a terrorist, another to deal with a criminal, but if somebody's so hopped up that he can't even think straight, then you've got a problem. So I managed to negotiate the bullets out of his gun by paying for them and then speeding him on his way.
As a matter of fact, here in the Philippines, to get a driver's license, which I have, you are required to take a test, a drug test for meth. It's that much of a problem here.
Is that to make sure you have it in your system, or you?
No, I don't know, and I suppose there are ways around that. But I took the test, and there was a long line of people taking the test. So it is now required here to take a test, and I'm not sure why, because even if you passed, if you've observed the driving habits here, it's almost like they're all on that anyway.
Yeah, it's an interesting place to move around in.
It certainly is.
But I enjoyed it. I mean, the people have an interesting view of life, and they put up with all that. And even someone, if he's pointing a gun at you, always has a sense of humor. I always found that kind of odd and scary about the Philippines.
Oh, these are the friendliest people in the world. The Filipino people are just absolutely wonderful. I don't know who you would compare them to. With all of this and with all of the poverty, and of course there's abject poverty here in the Philippines, they are just the happiest people, and I don't know why.
Well, you know where Garbage Mountain is, and you know the people that live and work on there.
Sure.
I was shocked to see that they would stop and want their picture taken, and then they would sort of welcome you over, and
yes.
It's amazing.
And invite you to a meal, usually.
Yeah. Interesting.
Which you may or may not want to do. All right, well, before all of this, before you got into all these dangerous travels that you've done, you worked in marketing, and you apparently had something to do with the launch of the Macintosh. Now, that's something serious. You really did that, huh?
Yeah, my job was to essentially design, create, and launch products, and Stephen Jobs had hired a firm that I worked with to launch the Lisa, which people might have forgotten about, but it was the $10,000 early version of the Mac, and that product failed miserably. And then when the Mac came out, he asked for me, and I helped him launch the Mac. People might find a bit of trivia funny here, but Stephen Jobs believed that the early Macintosh was what we call the iPod. In other words, he thought that every university student would throw it in their backpack and listen to music and record things, and so it took a long time for his vision to come true.
Well, that happens a lot with visions. They take a long time. He was very much ahead of the rest of the world, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was far too ahead of the curve, as they say, in front of the technology and also the consumer base.
You've been through a lot. You were in a plane crash?
Yeah, in Borneo.
In Borneo?
I wanted to find this tribe that was dying out in the center of Borneo, and you know, Borneo's a big place. It's a large island. I tried to charter a plane, and so I went from airport to airport and finally found this oil company plane, which I found out later they weren't supposed to actually lease to me, but I paid them $10,000 to take me into this remote central area, and I found out after we'd gone through a major storm, that the pilots had never actually flown there. We were running out of gas, and one of the pilots saw a clearing in the jungle, and if you know what Borneo is like, it's just jungle as far as you can see.
That's right.
So he went into this sort of emergency dive, and he'd early explained how he'd flown in Somalia, and that's how he used to land. It was full power and then pull up just before he landed. Except he miscalculated. The landing field was actually a clearing on the side of the hill. So we hit and then bounced, and then what saved us is we went into a grove of timber bamboo, that very sort of large 4-inch tall timber.
Oh, yes.
And that cushioned our impact. And I remember sort of looking out the window, sort of groggy and dazed after we hit, and seeing a man wander up and cut one of the pieces of bamboo and collecting the fuel leaking off the wings. And he had absolutely no interest in looking inside the cockpit to see if anyone was still alive. And then we thought, oh my God, what if he lights a cigarette? We're all going to go.
Yeah.
So anyways, we had landed apparently on what was a soccer field or something, and one of the tribal chieftains came out, was very angry at us because we didn't have permission to land there. He'd never seen a plane there. He'd never seen one land. But he tried to fine us, which I thought was really humorous. So we had to take canoes out of there, but never rent a plane that doesn't have enough fuel, so like I said.
Yeah, no kidding. What keeps you going through this danger? I mean, is it the adrenaline factor? Is that why you do it? Why do you do it? You must ask yourself this question. Why?
Well, I've never been bungee jumping. I have no interest in thrill sports. I don't get any thrill from what I do. But I'll have to say this: that when I first did it, I have to say it was probably a little bit of an egotistical challenge. Can it be done? And from a business standpoint, I'm used to challenges and overcoming them. And then when I got to these places, and I was struck by the impact of what was going on there, I felt I had to document it because there was nobody else there. And then I became a writer, strictly to document what I saw in these places. And I wrote a book called The World's Most Dangerous Places, which is essentially a travel guide to war zones, which people thought was a joke. But I was desperately serious about wanting other people to go into these places and to see and experience what people were going through. And then I began to do a documentary and a TV series. And now I think I've created sort of an entire generation of people that says, if I'm going to be a human being and make decisions about the world, I need to see things with my own eyes. And does that take bravery? No, because when I get there, there's little old ladies and children. I can always leave, but they're stuck there, so I don't do it.
That's true. Yesterday, we were having a sort of a general discussion about a lot of things on the air, and one of the things I said, and I've maintained all my life now, I was in the Air Force and here in Southeast Asia during the rough time. Anyway, what I said is that I think we would be a very, very different country, Robert, if as a birthright of every American citizen, we would get, after the age of 21, a round-trip ticket to some third world country, somewhere, perhaps the country of their choice, but some third world country, somewhere, if every American had an opportunity to go and see what it was like somewhere else, they would come back with a completely different attitude, and I think America would be a very different place. What do you think?
Well, you're hitting on something that's actually more fundamental. In tribal cultures, remember I did a lot of expeditions and spent a lot of time with what we would call primitive people. There was a thing called walkabout or dream quest that a young man, in order to transition from child to man,
yes,
to go test himself, whether it was killing a lion to be a Maasai warrior or whether it was just taking nothing and wandering into the woods. We've lost that. So we don't appreciate what we have. And the whole purpose of this sort of transition was to test yourself and to send you out to learn about the world, to learn about your limitations, and to explore other areas. Our culture really doesn't have that anymore. And that's probably one of the biggest losses we've had. And yes, you're right, that we have no excuse not to learn more about this world, because before 9/11, I was a freak of nature. I mean, people would say, well, why are you going to Afghanistan? I mean, nobody goes to Afghanistan. And I said, because what happens there affects us here. And they'd say, yeah, whatever. On 9/12, my website was among the top 10 websites in the world. And it blew my mind. But I was the only guy that had information on Osama bin Laden and the Taliban available for people to see and read for free. So I felt what I had to do was important from that point on.
Of course it was. Well, we almost had that once in America. I mean, we had a draft, and so a lot of young men got snapped up and sent off to some third world location many times. But now, of course, you have to volunteer for all that. Robert Young Pelton is my guest. We're at a break point. This is Coast to Coast AM, raging through the nighttime. Robert Young Pelton has been to the most dangerous places in the world. We'll continue talking about that in a few moments. Now, there's a board op who knows how to pick a song for a moment. You'll know when the bullet hits the bone. How you doing, everybody? Robert Young Pelton is my guest. He's written a number of books, done documentaries and so forth on dangerous places in the world and how to go be an adventurer and get back and come back alive if you do it. He's a fascinating individual, and we'll get right back to him. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM. By the way, just kind of a side note here. Thank you for all the inquiries about my wife. Her name is Irene, technically. It's spelled, however, A-I-R-Y-N, and that name was bestowed upon her by a German priest who decided that if they wanted her name to be Irene, that was fine, but he was going to spell it the way he wanted to spell it, and he dictated the way it was spelled. So it's A-I-R-Y-N. And she's having some spotting in, let's see, 4 or 5 more days. She'll be exactly 8 weeks pregnant. She's having some spotting, but she's back on medication again, and hopefully things will be all right, but we're keeping an extremely close eye on it. Now, during the break, I went in and talked to her about the subject we're talking about on the air right now, and I said, Robert Young Pelton said, well, in Manila, which is where I'm located, if you want somebody killed, $200 and the right cop, and you get them killed. And she said, well, yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. That's how it's done. So there you go, Robert. She just offhandedly said, yeah, that's how you do it.
You better sleep with one eye open then.
I don't know. I have an attitude about danger, I guess, that's in some ways like yours. I just, look, perhaps let me try this out on you and see if you agree. There are places in the United States, and there are cities in the U.S. that are, in their own way, almost every bit as dangerous, and you're as likely to get killed in parts of some inner cities as you are here or anywhere else.
Yeah, I mean, danger is always relative, and a lot of it has to do with your comfort and understanding of the situation. And obviously, anybody who's traveling in a bubble and doesn't know the difference between New Orleans at 4 in the morning and the Vatican at midday is going to get mugged somewhere, somehow.
That's right.
But
that's exactly right.
Some people never get out of that bubble. And one thing that's fascinating to me is that you can read all the books you want about survival and dangers and whatever, but unless you understand situational awareness, unless you read people, and unless you talk to people and understand what's going on, pay attention to things, you'll never get out of that bubble.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mentioned this before the break, and I am convinced that if, as a birthright, everybody had a round-trip ticket to some third world country, we would have such a completely different attitude in the U.S. about world affairs. Now, there was a day in the U.S. where young men on a fairly regular basis were, drafted and sent heavens knows where, but at least somewhere out of the U.S. they got to see a different culture, and they understood things that would give them a completely different attitude about the U.S. Now you've got to volunteer to go. And so, as you pointed out, we've lost something that's very important, I think, to survival. And maybe you can articulate what it is we've lost.
Well, I think it's very comfortable living in the United States of America, and we think we know things because we watch television, we read books. But when you say, well, that's an elephant, you know what an elephant looks like, yeah, have you ever touched an elephant? Have you ever been in the middle of the savannah and watched elephants walk by. There's a huge difference between experiencing things and reading about things. When people think about foreign cultures, when we vote about Iraq and when we make decisions on war and foreign policy, a few of us have the opportunity to actually go there and discuss what our country looks like from the outside. And that, I think, is a very sobering education when you sit in a foreign country and then they explain to you how they view the United States. We don't realize that a lot of the world gets our garbage. They watch Baywatch or Dallas reruns.
I know.
They think Britney Spears and Paris Hilton represent the finest of our females. And
Oh, I know.
so we don't understand how people view us. And it's a great education to go outside every once in a while.
Yes, I recall myself being in the middle of the savannah in Africa and coming on a group of elephants, and one of them was a very young elephant. And I remember our guide saying, look, we may be in trouble if they decide to charge us, and they were very close. The best thing we could do is all run in different directions and get behind a tree, and at least most of us will survive.
And he said, I don't have to run that fast, I just have to run faster than you.
That's right. So I've pretty well been around the world as you have. Now, I have not made war zones as my favorite destinations as you have. So you've gone a few notches further.
Let me educate you about today's realities. A lot of people say, oh, well, you go to war zones. I don't do that. And I said, well, you've been to New York, you've been to Madrid, have you been to London? I've been to Washington, and people say, what do you mean? I said, well, war comes to us now. There's no front lines. There's no big sign that says danger, war zone ahead.
Yeah.
You know, the shape and the feel of today's warfare is really more urban terrorism. It's not the old-fashioned cavalry lining up against the other army and see who wins at the end of the battle.
Of all the things that you have done, what would you think was the most dangerous, or at least inculcated in you the greatest fear at that moment?
Well, I think I went into Grozny in December of 1999, just as the Russians were surrounding the city. And I went with two Americans who went there to fight. One was killed and didn't come back, and one did come back. And I did it because nobody else would do it. And I also had a very negative image of Chechens, and I was in Afghanistan, and my cameraman had been in the first war, and he said, no, the Chechens are some of the most interesting people you ever meet. They're very loyal, they'll defend you with their life. And I said, are you kidding me? Come on, Chechens, they're evil, thieving bandits, whatever. He said, no, go there. So when the war began, I decided I was going to go there. I ended up being one of the only two Westerners inside the city during the siege. I was with the rebels, and they counted about 6,000 impacts an hour hitting the city of Grozny. And these were missiles, Scud missiles, they were Uragan rockets, artillery, you name it. And I remember one thing is I slept above ground, and every morning there'd be a few houses missing around us. And when I walked down the street, people would cheer. And I thought, why are you talking? Why are you, calling out to me? And it's because I was there. And it showed the Russians that we weren't afraid. And people would walk, do their shopping while they were being bombed. And I thought, wow, what a concept. Later on, I was told by my host that I had to leave immediately. I went to another city and I was surrounded. I had to pass right in front of the advancing Russian army. I was surrounded again. We tried to escape. The car broke. We had to walk back and cross the Russian front lines again and be bombed for a day. And then finally we escaped. And I didn't realize that I was the only person there, the only outsider there. But I wasn't that proud of that because I had watched the Russians drop bombs on top of old Russian women that had blown up apartment buildings full of blind people. And I was sort of saddened and angry by the war.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I guess you can come away with that particular feeling from nearly any war, including what's going on in Iraq right now.
This one was particularly unusual because there was such an effort to keep journalists out and to terrorize them and frighten them. And when I got out, I started reading things that weren't true, and I tried to correct those things, and I realized that it was a lost cause because just one person being there was not going to reshape history.
No, it's funny. I was talking about Victor's getting to write the history the way they want. And that really is true, isn't it? I mean, history is written by those who are generally victorious or the stronger of the two at the end.
Well, the war in Iraq is a good example. The war in Afghanistan was a covert war, and as far as I know, I was the only person that went operational with U.S. Special Forces because I was with General Dostan, who was a warlord that ran one of the campaigns up there. In Iraq, they flipped it around and said, well, we use the Stockholm Syndrome. We'll actually stick the journalists in the Humvees, make them dependent upon soldiers, and they'll bond with them, and they will become one of us, which was a very successful topic.
I thought so too.
And nobody really questioned the concept of WMDs, even though the UN had been there for 10 years looking for these things, and people like Scott Ritter said, no, there's no such thing. We were hornswoggled, I guess is a good term. And now we're sort of feeling a little guilty and kind of like we were taken. And so you can see how media management of wars is very important now.
Oh, I thought the embedded concept was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And that's really what it was. It was a Stockholm syndrome. In other words, if you're with a platoon, for example, you go through a couple of firefights with them, and you're part of them.
Right. And you saw the journalists yelling, we're rolling into Baghdad, we're kicking our ass, we're doing this, we're doing that.
Yeah.
If you watched Al Jazeera and any of the Arab networks and you saw the results of all that high-tech munitions, it didn't seem that glamorous. But we were drawn in by the whole cinematic glory of the whole thing. And I actually did a documentary with Danny Schechter called Weapons of Mass Deception, because I like to brag to people. I've never been embedded, but I like to brag that I was embedded with the media for a month in a hotel. And I filmed all the weird conversations. They had set up a channel called Best of the Bombs, which means that if you had a good image of something blowing up, you fed it to this cable network so they could do a stand-up and then pull one of these bomb shots. They were told to take their cameras off the tripods to make it look all actiony so that you could feel you were there. They definitely scripted that war.
Oh, sure. What about now, Robert? This turns kind of political, but I mean, we've just had a big national election in which basically the American people, I think, said, we don't like Iraq. That's pretty much what this election was about, I guess. And so where do you think all this is going?
Well, I kind of liken it to, I was at a party once and this drunk came in and started fondling all the women, and they came to me because I'm a big guy and they said, can you get rid of him? So I picked the guy up and I threw him on his head. And of course he got knocked unconscious and he started moaning, and they all looked at me and said, oh, you're such a mean bully. Why did you do that? You know, we have remorse now. We like, why do we do this? Iraq never threatened us. And now we're the sort of brutal oppressor. We punished the Bush administration for doing what they did. You know, there wasn't a presidential election, but we made it very clear that we weren't happy. But we still have a mess on our hands. I was in Iraq in July, and the Iraqis are fleeing now. There are thousands of Iraqis trapped on the border between Syria and Iraq, trying to just escape the violence of Iraqi on Iraqi. We've created a failed state. I think the most honest thing we can do is to look at what we've done. Now, the Baker report may give us that. I don't know. But I think at some point we have to come clean and say, what have we done to this country and how do we fix it? And if we don't want to fix it, we need to get out of there and let either fix themselves or the international community step in.
If we were to just leave, Robert, what do you think? What do you think would happen to Iraq?
Well, right now, if you go outside of the Green Zone or any U.S. military base, you have a lot of killings on a daily basis between different factions. We are not involved in that. We don't prevent that. We don't stop that. What we do prevent is the wholesale movement of large groups. In other words, it would escalate dramatically. But we're not leaving Iraq. We have 4 permanent bases there. So if anything, we're just going to stay inside those bases. What will happen is that things will heat up. A lot more people will die, and then things will calm down as basically they correct for years of Saddam's forcing people to live in certain places. We can't stop what's about to happen. We can only be bystanders. And if our young men want to get killed by snipers and roadside bombs and whatever, I think that's a big mistake. You know, we need to let what's going to happen in Iraq happen.
Is that civil war?
No, most people don't realize that the safest form of government is a brutal dictatorship. The most lethal form of government is an emerging democracy. You saw this in Russia, of course. When you take the pressure off, all of a sudden, boom, everybody's free to do whatever they want. Years, if not decades, sometimes centuries of simmering hatred and rivalries explode into sort of this bizarre, chaotic sense of killing. And then all of a sudden, things shape up. In Iraq, there's plenty more shaping to do. I mean, the Ottomans went in there and realized that these are three different groups of people. Let's leave them alone and run their own areas. You have Kurdistan in the north, which is a very safe, prosperous area. But as soon as they declare that they're an independent state, Turkey will try to invade them. You've got the Sunni middle, which is actually an arc that goes from Beirut all the way into Baghdad. And those are the cities of Fallujah, Ramadi, and the very lethal areas. And then you've got the Shia south, which is a very poor area, which is a very porous border between Iran, which are Persians, and of course the Arab south. Those are three completely different problems. You can't mash them all together and try to fix them at once.
Well, we left Somalia alone, and is Somalia now going essentially through what Iraq would go through if we simply stopped?
No, because Somalia survives on bananas, pearls, and a few goats here and there. It was messed up when we arrived, and it was messed up when we left. Nothing's really changed. Iraq is actually a very affluent country. You've got 25 million people. You've got plenty of oil to keep everybody in a nice government job. There's no reason why Iraq can't be a nice, silly socialist country like it was under Saddam Hussein. It's when you let these people fight for that oil that you have the typical chaos that you see in the Middle East. People talk about a strong man coming back and telling the children to stop killing each other. That may be a solution. You see that in Jordan, for example. You see that in Iran. You see that in Saudi Arabia. Maybe it has to revert back to its sort of feudal origins. But they have to decide that. They have to live there. The neighbors around them have to live next to them. We can't do it from, 8,000 miles away.
We really can't install democracy, can we?
Well, here's the joke. If you want to start a democracy, you need to load up all the B-52s with $100 bills and start dropping them on people until they can afford democracy. Democracy needs an affluent middle class. It needs educated people who resolve problems with discussion instead of AK-47s. Iraq is an educated country. I mean, they have the ability to do whatever we do. But the problem is there are a number of criminal and gangster elements within there that want to kick over the sort of years of stability there. We didn't give the Iraqis the basic tools. We dropped them from a sort of poor socialist country into a failed state. In Afghanistan, we did the opposite. We actually lifted what was the poorest country on earth, so poor that they didn't even measure how poor it was, and we lifted their country up. So we forgot that we lowered the standard of living in Iraq.
Well, that's a new take on carpet bombing. Very expensive carpet bombing, $100 bills. Or maybe in the long run, it's actually cheaper.
If you know what cruise missiles cost, and if you know what smart bombs cost.
You're right. $100 bills might be cheaper. Yeah. Oh God, do you are you pessimistic about the human race? I mean, there are a lot of people, particularly who call this program, who are always talking about some great change of the human spirit that will occur somewhere along the line. I don't hold out that hope. I think we're a basic warrior people. The United States is a warrior country, and so are most other countries, from my point of view. We're a warrior people. Is that ever going to change, Robert?
Well, that's a basic concept of all humans. If you look at the early tribal structure of humans, we had buffers. In other words, we had certain resources that would allow a tribe to live in a certain area. When they bumped into another tribe, they either worked with them or they fought. It's as simple as that. And now that the world is exploding, if you look at the population growth of the world and the amount of resources we have, there is going to be conflict, whether it's fighting over water, whether it's fighting over grazing land or money or oil. We are all coming to a very ugly part of human history.
So you expect it to get a lot worse before it could ever get any better?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you do your math, if you take the Maghreb, for example, which is the Arab crescent that goes from the north of Africa around to the Middle East, and you count how many young, unemployed Arab males there are in that region, and what the future holds for them, it is not a pretty picture. If you take all of Africa and figure out where it's going population-wise and resource-wise, it's not going anywhere.
It really all comes down to the haves and particularly the have-nots, doesn't it?
Yes, it's what they call the Maslow hierarchy. When people don't have the basics in life, you know, the food, shelter, comfort, safety, they start fighting.
Robert Young Pelton is my guest. I'm Art Bell from Manila in the Philippines. We'll be right back. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. All time zones covered by this program, Coast to Coast AM. Robert Young Pelton is my guest. We're talking about war. We're talking about dangerous places and travel. He's done all of that. We'll be back in a moment. Once again, Robert Young Pelton. Robert, how much does religion, how much of a part does religion play in worldwide conflict?
I think some places it's an excuse, and other places it actually is a fundamental reason why people can't get along. And a lot of it goes back to long-standing grievances that people have had. For example, in Iraq, you see the split between Shia and Sunni. Sunnis believe that they're the true people of Islam, and that the Shias are heretics. And the Shias view themselves as sort of the put-upon members of Islam. And then Shia, of course, is a very powerful group of followers all around the world. It's not just in Iraq, of course. So you have long-standing grievances that have nothing to do with what happened in 2003 when we went in there, but it gets boiled up. It comes to sort of a breaking point when there's chaos.
Smitty, and I get these little computer messages as we do the program, in New York City says, what a bunch of BS tonight. 9/11 was an inside job. Pull your head out. You want to comment on this this incredible movement that thinks we bombed our own buildings in the Pentagon and so on.
One thing I've found that's very fascinating is that people involved in violent events or things that are just traumatic refuse to believe what their eyes are showing them. You know, I was in my bathrobe watching the planes go into the towers, and who would have guessed that these towers would have fallen down and so on and so forth, but it happened. So what people have done is they've either accepted that or they've launched into this bizarre sort of conspiracy world. It is literally one of the most controversial topics. Not so much 9/11, but the number of people that have various and sundry conspiracy concepts about it. But it doesn't take away from the fact that it happened. And that's what people forget, is that it did happen, and it's something that we have to deal with.
Maybe that's a way of trying to avoid the reality of the fact that it really happened, is to try to shift the blame. I don't know what's brought this movement on the way it has, but it's actually grown to gigantic proportions.
Yeah.
And every time, of course, you bring it up on the radio, you'll get a million really nasty emails. So I know there are a lot of people out there who believe that the U.S. did this to itself, and I just don't know what more to say about it. But obviously, you don't think that was the case.
Well, a friend of mine wrote a book on this that debunks all the various myths. He wrote it for Popular Mechanics. His name is David Dunbar, and he just doesn't believe the volume of hate mail. I mean, just people who just seem to hate him for debunking all these different beliefs.
Oh, I believe it.
You know, but the bottom line is that it happened. I mean, everything that occurred was videotaped, documented, investigated, and so on and so forth. And I think we need to get over that. But one thing that's very interesting that people might forget is that the core of terrorism is to do things that are unthinkable and unbelievable and so random and so sort of strangely misdirected that they're unbelievable. And that's where the shock comes from. You know, when the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, we got that because they were trying to destroy our fleet in the Pacific.
Right.
When 12 seemingly random people flew planes into the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, we didn't get that. Like, who are these people? Why are they doing that? Why did so many people die? So on and so forth. I tend to think we overreacted. Instead of dealing with this as a criminal event, like Oklahoma and Timothy McVeigh, we actually acted like putting a mouse in a tent with an elf in it. We brought the tent down on ourselves. We caused more damage by our reaction than the actual event.
I wonder, though, if the leadership of our country really had any choice. They had to react in some big way to an event of that magnitude. They had to. Politically, they had to.
But the world's classic military blunders are caused by people thinking they have to do something. You know, Osama bin Laden had fought the Russians for years, and what they used to do is they used to ambush a small group of Russian soldiers, knowing full well that helicopters would come in tanks and more people, and then that was the real ambush. And all I'm saying is anybody phoned me and said, what happened here? I said, well, this is what they've been trying to do for years. They're trying to do something so devastating that we overreact and we come to them because they can't come to us.
How much real support is there for Osama bin Laden now in the world?
Well, you might find this here. In 1996, he was considered a thug. He was unwelcome in the Jalalabad area of Afghanistan. He and his homies used to drive down the street in their Taliban trucks, we call them, you know, the Toyota Hiluxes. And they didn't like him. They were a bunch of criminals that were hiding out and sort of supporting bin Laden. He ingratiated himself with Mullah Omar, mostly because of money and support. Today, you'll find that he's a figurehead, but he's not what's driving the insurgency in Iraq. He's not what's driving these various insurgencies around the world. If you go down to what they call Bank Samara, if you go down to Mindanao, and you talk to the MILF, and you say, you know, how does Osama bin Laden figure in your, you know, terrorist activity or battle or whatever, they'll say he doesn't.
He doesn't, right.
You know, he's a brother, they call him. You know, he's a Muslim and he has his own things, but we're fighting our own war here.
I know, that's certainly correct. So, how old are you now?
I'm 51.
51. You going to keep doing this?
Yeah, I think up to a certain point. I think what I'm starting to learn now is that I pretty much have used up all my 9 lives, and when I spin the wheel of fortune, almost everything turns up 00. So what I'd like to do is focus on teaching other people and motivating other people to do what I've done, which is to get out there, form opinions on their own, and keep them safe, and allow them to come back and distribute their message. And so I focus more on, like my newest book, for example, is about a phenomena which I was quite concerned about, which is the privatization of warfare. I have a website which has come back alive, which people share tips about how to move around in dangerous places. I do training. I'm starting a private intelligence company in Iraq. I mean, I'm involved in a bunch of things that don't just require getting bombed and shot at.
Somebody asks me to ask you how safe Hong Kong is. I would respond, Hong Kong is very safe. And
Yeah.
What about you?
Hong Kong's fine. If you're afraid when you go there, stay home, because it's actually a very nice touristy place.
It sure is. Very safe city. And what do you classify now? If you were to sort of make a list of the top 10 dangerous places to go in the world, what would it be like?
I think Iraq would be up there. The central part of Iraq, Baghdad, number 1 dangerous place. Number 2 dangerous place would be southern Afghanistan. That is a place where they're deliberately hunting down foreigners or Westerners, and there's a high probability of your demise. There are places like Somalia, which are dangerous but not as dangerous. You know, there's no sort of absolute rating, but places like Colombia are very dangerous for travelers. There's also some very safe places there. I mean, the list goes on. There are suburbs in South Africa that are very dangerous, and there's very safe places in South Africa. But, you know, in my book, I basically write about the 26 wars that we always seem to have going at any one time.
Are there that many going at any given time?
Well, this is a weird thing. When I first began to write the book in 1993, I tried to figure out what's worth writing about, and I figured, well, any place that you can go to that you might get killed would be dangerous. And then I sort of focused on war zones, and it was about 26. The even though they change, there's still 26 war zones, and I can't quite figure out, out of 220 or 250 countries and principalities, there's always about 10% embroiled in warfare. Now, the interesting thing is the world does get safer. In other words, there's more democracies, there's less big wars. I mean, when's the last time you saw a big war? That don't exist anymore. So everything's boiling down to sort of small, simmering insurgencies and criminal activities and small wars.
It's true. So is it your view that there will be no more big wars?
I think warfare has changed. What we considered war in, let's say, the 50s and the 60s was two armies facing off at each other that morphed into sort of a standoff war in which you had missiles pointed at someone, but you didn't actually dare go in there and start a war. And then that morphed into the small dirty wars. In other words, small tribal or ethnic groups banging away at other small tribal and ethnic groups. And now it's even broken down even more, where you have small cells of people. You saw that news release about Britain saying that they're tracking something like 30 cells or 30 plots. None of those people are angry about the same thing. It doesn't take much to disturb the fabric of society. One bomb in a subway, one assassinated leader. So what you're going to see is sort of the de-evolution of state-sponsored warfare.
What about India and Pakistan?
Well, they go at it about every 15, 20 years. I don't know why, because Pakistan loses every time, but they seem to use it as a tool to take attention away from their own problems, much like we did in this country, where when somebody tries to overthrow the government of Pakistan, they say, oh, look, India, look, they're coming to get us. Let's go attack them. And everybody goes, oh, yes, that's a much bigger problem. I don't ever see India wanting to occupy Pakistan. I don't know what Pakistan would do with India if it did win.
Nor do I, but they have much more dangerous weapons when the next 20 or 30-year cycle comes around.
Well, this is something that has never been done. I mean, the only people that have unleashed nuclear weapons have been the Americans, and on Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Right.
I don't ever see people getting into a nuclear war because it is a zero-sum game.
Well, it is, but you can almost see that if India and Pakistan really got into it again, it could certainly come to the brink of that.
Sure, but what I'm saying is, let's say they did it. Let's say they unleashed everything they had upon each other. Does India really want to control Pakistan? Does Pakistan want to have any part of India? No. I mean, Kashmir has just been a way for Pakistan to kick India in the shins. But when you think about warfare these days, it usually leads to some kind of victory. And the last thing you want to do is win a prize like Pakistan or India.
Yeah, it's true. Well, so you're going to lay back now and sort of lay down the map for other adventurers. Have you noticed that you're succeeding? In other words, are people picking up in your footsteps, using your literature, your books, and instructions to go and do what you have done?
Yeah, I mean, there's an entire generation of photojournalists and writers and everything who use my book. I mean, the president of CNN used to hand out my guide, World's Most Dangerous Places, to people. What I'm finding, and this is not scientific research, it's just people that contact me, is that the new generation, kids between the ages of 18, let's say, and 25, is sick and tired of this entire cocooning concept of getting their information from television and internet, whatever. They want to experience life. They want to test themselves. They want to go out past the boundaries. We are not so much afraid of what we used to call war zones anymore, because they're not really battle zones. They're just areas that have danger. And by picking up a book like mine, you suddenly realize that, yes, there are safe places and there are dangerous places. For example, if you said, I'd like to go down to visit Tawi Tawi, because you have regional expertise or knowledge, you could do it. But somebody getting off a plane from New York would be terrified to go in the southern Philippines.
Sure. Here's a question for you, Robert. I've said this over the years, and it's probably a dangerous thing to say, I suppose, but the American people are as propagandized in their own way as people in the rest of the world. Would you agree or disagree with that?
I disagree. I mean, when I travel around the world, most people I meet in foreign countries, or so-called third world countries speak at least 3 languages. They'll speak their tribal language.
That's true.
They'll speak the nation's language, and they might speak English or another, like an international language. You are much more cosmopolitan. In a place like Europe, when you look at the street scenes, you see people from all colors, all nations. You see restaurants from all different parts of the world. They used to be said that the British and the Americans are the only people that speak English everywhere in the world, even though they can't understand what people are saying back to them. We don't need to travel around the world. America's big enough and powerful enough and interesting enough. We could spend the rest of our lives just traveling inside this country. Other countries have to travel across borders because they're tiny countries and they have to do trade. So I think we're unique that we live on an island, surrounded by Mexico and Canada, and we don't need to travel.
Well, when I say propagandized, I mean if you look at the news in other countries, in Britain, or for example here where I am in the Philippines or in China, the news is almost entirely different than it is in America. And so when I say propagandized, I mean we get certain information, and certain information is simply left out about what's going on in the rest of the world.
Well, because we're Amerocentric. I mean, we're monochromatic, or sort of monolithic in our view of information. And when you said propaganda, what I mean is that when we see a story about something that happened in a foreign country, it has to be translated so that Americans understand it.
That's true.
In foreign countries, they watch multiple channels from multiple countries. It's simple. For example, we're involved in a war in Iraq. When I was in Amman, Jordan, they had 2 TVs on in the bar. They had the American channels on one, and they had Al Jazeera and the Arab channels on the other. On one channel, you saw brave American troops firing tanks and things like that, and on the other one, you saw the small children with the tops of their heads blown off, dying live on camera.
Exactly.
We don't see that here.
We have exactly the same thing. We get TV from China, from India, from just all over the place. It's just amazing what you get on cable here as compared to any given cable network in the United States. So that's absolutely true.
And propaganda doesn't necessarily mean that people are lying to us. They're just simplifying things.
And or even just leaving them out.
Yeah.
So when I ask whether you're pessimistic about the future of the world, I guess you are to some degree. You obviously think it's going to get much worse before it ever has a chance to get better.
Yeah. I mean, I know from just traveling in my limited lifespan the differences between the countries I've been to. I've seen them go from sort of colorful, interesting places to desperate, hopeless places. And things don't usually go better. In other words, once a country has been decimated and its flora and fauna scraped to the girth and shanty towns built, they don't turn back into rainforests. So what I see is the constant degradation of the planet.
You now live in California, don't you?
Yes, I should talk. I live in a very beautiful place.
If you were going to live anywhere outside the United States, or perhaps rephrased, if you had to live anywhere outside the U.S., Robert, in all your travels, where would that be?
There's 2 places that appeal to me. One is Sydney, Australia, and even New Zealand, if I had to take a second choice, and the west coast of British Columbia. And I don't know what it is about those 2 places, but they are sort of pristine and very simple in terms of the lifestyle.
That would have been my question. Why? Why, for example, Australia?
Well, Australia is an emerging, economy. Everything is fresh and new, and you don't have that sort of old world sense of people taking a crap in the same place for 800 years. They're also very open-minded. They're also very isolated from the rest of the world, so they tend to be more interested about what's going on around them. I lived in Australia for 6 months, and it's a fantastic place, but I always felt I was floating on an island somewhere.
Really?
Yeah, it's a great place. I mean, I encourage everyone to go visit Australia and see what it's like to live on the other side of the world.
It's a pretty big island, so you sort of had island fever even there?
Oh yeah, everything that happened. I mean, literally, they could drop a nuclear bomb on every major continent except Australia, and it wouldn't matter. It is a fascinating perspective to have.
I think there was a movie called On the Beach. Remember that one? I think Australia was very last to go, and I think the radiation finally made its way down to Australia, and that was the end of that. But Yes, indeed. Australia is a very, very interesting place, and not all that far, frankly, from where I am right now.
Yeah, well, what I find interesting is that we seem to be confused and concerned about things that happen thousands of miles away. We need to focus on taking care of things that are wrong here. And when you live on an island, you notice the importance of taking care of your own backyard before you go fix somebody else's problems.
Boy, isn't that a fact. The roads in the U.S., they're not what they once were. Our infrastructure could use a little urban renewal. All right, Robert Young Pelton is my guest. When we come back, your questions, and I imagine you have many for him. Stay right where you are. Indeed, here I am. My guest is Robert Young Pelton, and he writes about adventure. He writes about going into dangerous places and coming back alive. So he's here to talk about it. Now, a lot of Americans, many Americans, live very cocooned lives, and for many, that's all right. For some of you, I know, you kind of have an urge, you can kind of feel a little bit of Robert Young Pelton's, I don't know, his spark for adventure, and perhaps you want to give it a try yourself. So you may well have questions about something he's done, or something you would like to do. You're really never too old to get out there and give it a shot, you know? So there you've got it. We're going to open up the lines. If you have anything you'd like to ask, now would be the time. And in a moment, we gave you the numbers, the portals to get in. Robert Young Pelton at your service. Once again, Robert Young Pelton. Is there anything, Robert, that we have not touched on in the interview that really is important to get out before we go to the lines here?
Well, one of the things that I really wanted to talk about was, now that I've gained this sort of experience by being in over 3 dozen wars and being with all these rebel groups and whatever, I tend to focus my attention now on weird developments or sort of strange subsets that are fighting wars. And my current book, which is called License to Kill: Hired Guns in the War on Terror, came about because a number of people that I know that were fighting wars told me they became contractors. And these are South African mercenaries, these are U.S. Special Forces soldiers, even LA cops. And I spent the last 3 years traveling around the world to Iraq, Afghanistan, Liberia, Equatorial Guinea. They're trying to get inside, which I did, I think, rather well, this phenomena of hired guns. And, right now we have 70,000 hired guns in Iraq, about half of them Iraqi and half of them expats, and we're beginning to privatize warfare, and I thought that was a fascinating development.
It is a fascinating development, and I guess it's kind of like the accusations here of extra judicial killings. I mean, how much difference is there?
Well, it means it's a failed state. If the state can't control violence or doesn't have a monopoly on the use of lethal force, and it becomes privatized, then the state no longer is in charge. So the rise of private militias, hiring hitmen, criminal groups, you name it, is a sign that something's wrong.
That the state can't take care of it, so they send it to private contractors.
Or people hire their own people. I mean, you look at New Orleans, the state failed. You had a disaster. You had a government set up organization that was supposed to deal with it. People took the law in their own hands. Within days, they had over 400 private contractors providing security to private citizens. And one of the weirdest things was watching mercenaries guarding FEMA against its own people, because of the number of irate people who were angry and frustrated that FEMA wasn't doing their job. Well, they hired Blackwater to guard them against the people they're supposed to serve. And that's a bizarre development in American politics.
How thin is the string that holds civilization together? I mean, is New Orleans a good example of how really thin it is? I mean, things can go to hell pretty quickly.
Yeah, we believe in just-in-time concept. In other words, everything that goes into your grocery store, everything that you need to eat, medicines, whatever, doesn't sit in stockpile somewhere. It comes from a centralized warehouse. Look at the riots in LA in the mid-90s. We went from a nice, fat, rich city to Beirut in minutes. Look at Katrina. The things that were supposed to work stopped working. Look at places like Iraq. Now, you may not call Iraq civilized, but before the war, it was a very dull, boring place in which we had huge freeways and nice big buildings. It devolved into rioting and chaos within days. So civilization is not a thick crust as we like to think it is.
It's quite true. Even if you look at here in the Philippines, there was Marcos. Now, Marcos was widely regarded as a dictator, and he was a dictator, but, I'll tell you, he did a lot of good things for the Philippines. He built a lot of infrastructure here in the Philippines and got things done. Now, he did it in a dictatorial way, but when you talk to some Filipinos, they're not, they don't hate Marcos all that much. We've got the Marcos Highway here, the Marcos Bridges. We've got a lot of infrastructure that was built by Marcos.
But the problem is that brutal dictators are strong men, if you want to call them that, stop change. They repress the forward movement that has to happen at some time. So as soon as they are gone, boom, all of a sudden that change happens rapidly.
It sure does. And people who are not used to handling freedom can't handle it.
Right.
And so there's this period of time that you talked about a little while ago when everything just sort of goes to hell.
Well, think about it. Maybe part of civilization is the yin and yang of peace and violence.
Perhaps so.
That maybe violence is the cleansing part of overthrowing corrupt old regimes and bringing new life and allowing poor people or people that are repressed to come to the forefront. I mean, I'm not an expert on this, but I notice it over and over again as I travel around the world.
All right, let's go to line, see what people have. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Robert Young Pelton. Hi.
Hey, how you doing? I got a quick two-part question here. First of all, in Iraq, it's my understanding that it used to be divided up into three, countries or territories. One with the Sunnis, one with the Kurds, and an area with the Shiites. And I guess the British came in and developed the country of Iraq. And I'm wondering, is that true?
Yeah, what happened is that under the Ottomans, they had three sort of governorates, if you want to call them that. The British, as they did in Saudi Arabia, figured they needed to extract the oil, so they combined these three groups together to essentially create a streamlined way to pull the oil out of the country.
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. I think we ought to go back to that, because people evidently can't get along.
That's like saying, let's have the Indians live in the plains and let's go live in the cities. You can't go backwards in history. So what has happened is that people have mingled, things have changed. Like any other country with problems, it's up to them to resolve what they want to do with or without our help. And that's the problem, is that we are sort of sitting in the middle of a marital dispute. We're getting whacked, as people try to kill each other. One thing you'll find is that you can never fix countries. You can help them, but you can't fix them.
Yeah, that's for sure. Did you mention earlier that you were embedded with the Chechen rebels?
I've never been embedded. I don't think anybody would want to be embedded. But yeah.
Well, I thought, as a reporter or whatever in the
I was a traveler. I was there. I went with two Americans who went to fight, and I was there ostensibly to take somebody's wife out of the country, but she had already left, so I stayed with the rebels in Grozny.
Yeah, I don't have much admiration for them, especially after what happened at this line.
Well, don't forget, those are a mix of people, but if we have another 5 hours, I'll tell you the history of Chechnya. But bottom line is the Chechens were an independent country, and Russia screwed them, so they had to fight for what they could fight for.
Yeah, but those poor kids that had to suffer,
Yeah.
Horrible, but thank you much.
All right, thank you very much, caller, and take care. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Robert Young Pelton. Hi.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
How you doing? Mr. Bill here.
Yes.
I commend your screener, Gina, wonderful lady, and I've talked to you many times concerning EVPs, reverse doctrine, the doctrine of reversibility, and subliminal suggestion. My statement and then my question for Robert is, Robert, I've been an avid listener of radio since 1970, late 70s, late 70s, all the 80s and the 90s, and radio and television. And I always ask the questions that nobody ever seems to ask on all the programs and all the books.
Go ahead and ask one.
Because I was a subcontractor for Raytheon and Hughes before Raytheon became Hughes, which makes...
Okay, well, go ahead and ask your question.
My question is, all the genre about Pakistan and India having the nuclear bomb is basically a genre that America has put out through the news and through the worldwide media to make us believe that those nations actually own those bombs.
Okay, you're saying caller, you're saying they don't have them?
No, they don't. They don't.
All right. Robert,
I'll have to admit I've never physically seen them, but they're not bombs. They're missiles. They're weaponized delivery systems with nuclear warheads on them. Now, would they work when they hit there? But they've had nuclear tests, and I think that's how we determine whether a country owns nuclear weapons or not. And then we have monitored tests on both sides.
And of course there is the recent test by North Korea. I guess the final word is in, and it was a nuclear device that went off. Whatever the yield was, it was a nuclear device that went off. We made an awful lot of noise, Robert, about what we would do if they did that, and they did, and we didn't do much of anything that I can see.
Well, one of the humorous things about the whole concept of weapons of mass destruction is that yes, there it is. Yes, they have it. Yes, they're a rogue nation, and yes, they're threatening America, and we do nothing about it. And that's not to say that something is not happening covertly as we speak. But Iraq didn't have it. They weren't threatening us, and yet we chose to go in there. So I thought it was a joke. I was in Afghanistan, and I came back, and they said they're going to invade Iraq. I thought they were just sort of posturing. I didn't realize it actually was going to happen until I met a woman who drank too much, and she was a load master for the Air Force, and she says, yeah, we're palletizing for Iraq right now. And I thought, oh, God.
Yeah, I too, I was so against our going into Iraq, and said so publicly again and again and again. Now, since it was not weapons of mass destruction, I think we all know that now, why did we do it?
Well, in the grand plan, and that is, the grand plan is to bring stability to the civilized world. There are rogue nations. North Korea is one of them. We consider Iran a rogue nation, and Iraq was the other one. These are people who have military powers who use them capriciously. Because they had invaded Kuwait before, we assumed that Saddam was going to do something bizarre and strange. And so the policy in the Bush administration at the time was, let's get it over with. Rather than wait for these guys to come to us, we're on a war footing, let's get it done. We did win the war within a few days. It was the peace we lost, and that was just a lack of planning. We assumed because of Afghanistan that people would rise up and cheer us. Well, they did, but they also believed that we were going to leave and let them get down to their business.
So we should have declared victory and left.
Yeah, we stated we are here to find weapons of mass destruction, but the obvious thing we were doing is we were deposing Saddam Hussein. You can give people their freedom, but when you stay and you tell them how to use that freedom, it's not freedom anymore.
But at the same time, you're saying, while they don't need Saddam Hussein, they need somebody with some degree of iron fist, like Saddam.
Well, the transitional period, from a brutal dictatorship to a sort of full democracy is usually true socialism. Iraq was socialized. It was a quasi-secular nation. What should have happened is we should have kept all the bureaucratic people in place. We should have kept the money flowing to the military, to the public servants, so that we didn't have thousands of unemployed young males on the street.
All right, wildcard line, Christina, hello, you're on the air.
Hello, Art, and I'm praying for you and Aaron.
Thank
your
you.
little piece. Anyway, good luck, and I will continue to pray. Robert, I think you're very fascinating. I could ask you a lot of questions, but how about, could you tell me something about the Seychelles?
The Seychelles, one of my favorite places.
I want to go there.
We'll go.
To live.
It's an unusual place in that it's quite expensive. It has this beautiful sort of granite topography, and if you see a lot of fashion shoes takes it. But if you go to Praslin, it's a place with no cars, a lot of very affluent French people lying half naked, and it's quite nice for a vacation. But there's absolutely nothing dangerous there.
See, perfect, huh?
Yeah.
There you go. There's your answer. I'm sure you're going to get a lot of that, and I'm sure your books serve up a lot of that. Do you document, as well as documenting the dangerous places, Robert? Do you document those that are not so dangerous and that are fun to go to?
Well, I used to own Fielding's Travel Guides. I used to publish about 50 books a year about very dull, boring places. And I found that was a very dull, boring thing to do because with the advent of the internet and cheap airfares, it's actually cheaper just to go there. You know, you can rent a car just about anywhere in the world. You can stay in a chain hotel, eat at McDonald's, buy a Starbucks. The world is actually a very safe and easy place to navigate these days.
Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Robert Young Pelton. Hi.
Hi, my name is Eric. I talked to you before, and I really enjoyed the conversation tonight.
Yes, Eric.
Thank you very much. I was just wondering, in regards to your comments before about how we're comfortable here in the U.S., which I totally agree with you on, and what our country looks like from the outside to other people. What can we do here in the country on a home front basis as far as changing that perception here?
That's a good question. You know, we have all the tools. We're probably the most privileged nation on earth. It starts with learning about other cultures. It can be something as silly as eating in a foreign restaurant or learning a different language or watching one of those wacky cable channels that you don't understand. It's really an effort to just expand your awareness of the world. The other thing is to study history. I've always found that history provides most of the answers that we're looking for in something that happened 100 years ago, 20 years ago, or even 1,000 years ago. I'd say if we could replace Paris Hilton with a history teacher, our country would be a lot better off.
Yeah, we are very infotainment-oriented, aren't we?
Well, there's lessons to be learned that are being lost at a prodigious rate. One of the things that bothered me a lot was the value of the wisdom of millions of people that have come before us. And our focus is not necessarily on picking up that wisdom, it's on sort of trivializing the time we have to spend. Like when you watch kids playing video games, I just wish they were sort of reading history books.
So do I. Keith in Hamilton, Ontario. You're on with Robert Young Pelton. Hi.
How you doing, sir? I have two questions for you. I talked to your screener, a very cool person. The first question I want to ask is, the UN voted Norway as the #1 place to live. What do you think of it?
I was just in Norway.
Yeah.
It's an extremely wealthy country up there with Equatorial Guinea in terms of per capita wealth because of the oil there. They tax the bejesus out of the people there, and it's a very monolithic society. But they're also very concerned about world events, and the standard of living is very high, it's very expensive. But it's sort of a little oasis. I mean, they don't really have any problems there. And I don't know, it's an interesting place to learn about the world because things are so good there.
Mm-hmm. My ancestry is of Norwegian, so I was just kind of curious because I've never been there. Secondly, and this is a bit of a touchier question, again, I was talking to the screener, and she thought it was a very touchy subject, and I'll be very as light as I can, but it's regarding race. You said lack of money is a big cause of shootings and violence, and if you look at the rap world, the NFL and basketball, every day they are in the news for a gun crime.
Well, you know, one thing that you do learn is to be sensitive to race, and one thing that blew me away is that I can go to a place like Liberia, which is an English-speaking country with looks like an American flag, and I was there during the war in 2002, and they actually sing those songs while they shoot people. In other words, the songs that kids sing here are actually very real over there, and then you suddenly realize that goes even deeper to sort of a tribal thing, and that people are different, and those differences can divide people very quickly when there's a lot of stress. And one thing I was amazed about is that we don't really have any tribes over here, and people try not to describe people as sort of, well, he's from here, he's from there. But you see it around the world where people break into their sort of tribal structures.
Oh, isn't it? It's true. And the other thing is, Americans don't realize how much their music and how much their motion pictures affect the rest of the world. What is known about America is mainly known through music and through motion pictures And we're the king of that world, aren't we?
Well, you know, when I was in Liberia, the top films are Schwarzenegger, you know, Rambo, the violent films. They're actually painted on the walls, and they're all bullet parts from the number of battles that have been fought there. The rap music takes on a completely different connotation. Fighters wear Tupac Shakur T-shirts. They don't even know.
On that note, we'll have to break, but boy, are you exactly right. It's ditto here. We'll be right back. I think one of my favorite lines tonight was loading up B-52s with $100 bills and then carpet bombing. That really is one of my favorites. In a moment, I'll tell you something that actually makes me very, very angry about Philippines, country in which I now live. Stay right where you are. The Filipino people may be some of the happiest people in the entire world. And when I say that, I sincerely mean it. They are just a very, very happy. They will offer you a smile, a low, just very, very happy people. However, most of the young people here have as a goal to leave the country. Not that they want to leave the country, it's that they have to leave the country to make any money. There's no jobs. Now, the Philippines is a very well-educated country, extremely well-educated. There are nurses, we turn out nurses from the Philippines like you wouldn't believe. We export nurses to the rest of the world and doctors to America and to other countries. The educational level is really quite good. My own wife is a school teacher. She graduated, and then to have any possibility of teaching, she would have had to go to a very mountainous area on Mindanao and work her way toward the cities, which would have taken many, many years. But there are so many young people here with a high educational level that end up working at the equivalent of McDonald's, Jollibee's, or a job of that sort. So the main drive here for young people, Robert, is to leave the country and then send money home. It's so sad. This should be a booming economy, and I can't figure out why it's not, except for corruption.
Well, it's not just that, but I mean, there are many countries like Mexico and Pakistan that has this diaspora, these people that have to go outside to make money, simply because they get paid more money than they do inside the country. And for years, Russia used to have an overeducated population that doesn't have jobs. And, can somebody invest in the Philippines and create jobs that keep those people there? I don't know, because I think the future of the world is this sort of nomadic population of what they call them guest workers, or whatever you want to call them, flows to where the jobs pay the most. If you go to the Baghdad, where they're building a new American embassy, it's not being built by Americans. Been built by people coming from multiplicity of nations, simply because they're cheap and they're effective, and they send it back to their done.
Yeah, that's right. So, and it makes me angry. There ought to be, other Asian nations have made such progress. If you look around the Asian Rim, even China, of course, is just going full steam ahead at the moment. Japan, South Korea, and on and on and on, really. And the Philippines has been kind of left out in the cold, and so many young people here are just so well educated, and the only way to make money is to leave the country. That's it.
Brain drain.
Brain drain indeed. First time caller line, Susan in San Diego. You're on with Robert Young Pelton.
Hi, thank you so much for taking my call. Here's what I'm wondering. Clearly, it is commonly accepted that our government invaded Iraq with motives far more powerful than weapons of mass destruction. So my question is, Saddam Hussein has now lost power, lost wealth, lost his sons, his freedom, slept in a hidey hole, and is now in prison waiting to die by hanging. So I'm sure he's had plenty of time to think about that and think what he would have done differently had he to do that over again. And suppose, just for a minute, that he did have it to do over again, and suppose he just gave carte blanche to the inspectors to look anywhere they wanted for weapons of mass destruction. So our government now has put us in this huge debt and lost a lot of lives So clearly they had a strong motive for going in. So if they did get carte blanche to go into these weapons and they were not there, I'm wondering what excuse do you think they would have come up with to invade Iraq?
Well,
Kind of an interesting what if, I'd say.
yeah, but the what if is actually true. One of the things I did was look for weapons of mass destruction. There were a collection of rockets that had chemical tips on them that I was told by a guy who was planning an escape route. What I did find out is the UN did go anywhere they wanted to with very sophisticated equipment. We had people like Scott Ritter who were actually infiltrated in that UN mission as intelligence agents, and also the Mossad, feeding intelligence directly back to the intelligence agencies in each country. We knew there was no weapons of mass destruction. We knew exactly what was going on in Iraq because we spent 10 years bombing it, flying over it, and infiltrating it. We had dozens of expats that fled Iraq sort of feeding us exaggerated information. That's where it came from. So the bottom line is we knew exactly what was going on in Iraq, but we chose to cherry pick the bits and pieces that would put together a premise for war.
So that was not the real premise for war.
Well, I was never in the White House, and a number of very good books have been written about the planets that went to war. And one of the things that knocked me back on my heels was Bob Woodward's first book, After 9/11, in which George Bush thought that the Iraqis had something to do with it. I guess it was in the cards from the second that George Bush Jr. Became president.
All right, here we go to another wild card line. New York City, AI, is it, or AL?
Yeah, the last one. Hey, Art, great program. Robert, really appreciate your work. I'd like to ask my question and listen to your answer over the air. The first part of the question deals with about 3 weeks ago, a woman Russian journalist who was, you had started to give us some greater insight into Chechnya. And she was assassinated, and there's been, I can't think of the number right now, but journalists in Russia, especially like the ones who try to give another view of Chechnya, are dying like flies. The other part of the question is that, you know, I'd like to see somebody with the way you approach things to give us some other view on 9/11, because I'm not hateful about those who say I don't believe my lying eyes, but Art had on John Lear, who had, Art, I don't remember how many thousand hours of flight time, that he was a senior pilot and retired at that time, but he mentioned how difficult it would be for an experienced pilot to actually target and hit a building, not to mention all the other questions, like like how Building 7 came down, you know, and how even the first 2 towers came down, Class A buildings. So I just want you to go in the direction with an open mind as to the scholars that have come together, and people like David Griffin and many others. And the last part is that, have you ever considered looking into the inner workings of like the Council on Foreign Relations, the Trilabs, the Bilderbergers, because I think you could give us a really unique view on, you know, how things are really ruled. And I love you, Art. I love you now, Robert, and I listen over the air. Thank you,
All right,
guys.
thank you. Well, that's a gigantic 3-part question.
Well, first of all, they've never invited people like me to those cocktail parties, so I can't tell you anything about those commissions.
Okay.
The second thing on 9/11, my instant reaction when I saw the planes fly in the building is that they finally did it. If you remember, the Egyptians tried to do it earlier with a Ryder truck of explosives. They thought one of the towers would fall over and knock the other one over. It had been an ongoing fascination of the Egyptian, the Brotherhood, to knock those towers down. I don't think that it's worth adding speculation to something that's already happened. I think what happened happened. You can't prevent it from happening again. All you can do is try to not overreact. In other words, not cause more damage by going after people who aren't involved in that. If you took a snapshot before 9/11, I, as an American citizen, could travel just about anywhere in the world and meet with any terrorist group and be on the ground and feel fairly comfortable. After 9/11, it's almost physically impossible to be with a number of terrorist groups because they just assume that you are the enemy now. And we forgot that people like the Taliban were not anti-American. They were actually very pro-American before 9/11. and that the murders of journalists and the ability to keep people out of war zones, you mentioned Anna Politskaya, is part of this new trend to keep normal citizens out of war zones so they can't form opinions outside of the media and the government. It's not a conspiracy, it's just common sense. You may not know that Anna Politskaya was poisoned on the way to go to Beslan. She was going to negotiate with the people that were holding the children, and she was poisoned by the FSB or the Russian government, so she couldn't go there. Andrei Babitsky was another famous Russian journalist who now has to live outside the country, was arrested and prevented from flying there so that the Russians could attack the school, which led to the death of the children.
All right, east of the Rockies, your turn with Robert Young Pelton. Hi.
Hi, Art. Hi, Robert. This is John from Springfield, Illinois.
Yes, John.
I got a quick comment and 2 questions, really quick. Art, I hope your wife isn't eating those rotten eggs when she's during her pregnancy. Those eggs, those after.
They're called balloons, sir.
I'm sorry. She's not eating those, is she?
Actually, they're not exactly rotten eggs. They're just from a Western. They're from a Western perspective. They have a yuck factor. And anyway, go right ahead.
Okay. My first question in Nicaragua. I wanted to see what your comment is about this Ortega winning the election. Coming out of nowhere, could this be a new North Korea-Iran axis plot? And I found it ironic. Oliver North was backing the Ruiz guy that was going against him. And my second question, I find it out too, China is negotiating with Iraq for oil leases, offering to put like hundreds of millions of dollars into infrastructure. What do you think about that?
Well, a couple of things. One is that things aren't quite going the way that the U.S. government wants them to go. If you look at Chavez and you look at Cuba being sort of independent for years, and you look at the rise of socialism in Latin America, we can't just keep going in and invading and overthrowing governments. At some point, the world is going to change without us. When you look at China, you're looking at something that harks back to my comment about using dollars instead of bullets. China is sitting back in the weeds watching us thrash around, expend our precious resources while they're basically building up capital and buying up most of the world's resources. In 20 to 50 years, the biggest enemy we will have will be China, and they will have already outspent us.
Oh, yes. Have you been to China recently?
Never been to China, never wanted to go.
Oh, really? No kidding.
Well, I'm saving that for when I'm old and senile, and I can...
It's a very sobering experience. To travel up above Hong Kong into the new territories will just scare the hell out of you. The amount of industry going on up there will remind you of the industrial age of America times 50.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just frightening. It's really frightening. All right, well, we're so short on time. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello, Art. Pleasure to talk to you.
And
my question for Robert is, in his travels, has he ever come across modern-day pirates, and what type of experiences you had with that?
I went hunting pirates in Sierra Leone, and yes, in the Philippines they have pirates. It's kind of a glorified term for a thug on a boat, but pirates are quite common and not very nice people, but they do exist, and they're easy to find.
Where did you find them here in the Philippines?
If you go down to Tawi-Tawi, you go to the islands, they're essentially pirates. They use boats to attack people. But piracy in the Sulu archipelago is quite common.
Okay, Kathy in Fresno, California, you're on with Robert Young Pelton.
Good morning, gentlemen. Do you feel, are they using any unconventional methods of finding the enemy, such as remote viewing or psychics, and then bringing the military forces? And then, Robert, do you feel that, since you know the area, is it possible to slowly bring home our soldiers, bring in humanitarians, such as the people that build homes and run businesses, and give these people the tools and the experience to rebuild their cities if there's anything left, and to build an infrastructure? We could pay them with military money that we're paying our soldiers, and I'm wondering if people would volunteer their time to do that type of work rather than go into a military situation. Would they give their time?
Well, to answer your second question, you can't provide any kind of assistance without security. I mean, NGOs, well-intentioned people are not going to go into a situation in which what they build gets blown up. When I was there in July, I was with private security contractors with machine guns guarding gravel to build a police station. We got hit every day, and everybody knew when that police station was built, it's going to be blown up with a car bomb in the first month of it's being open. They have to sort their own problems, and if I had buttons and I was in charge, I would simply ask all U.S. troops to leave, and that's the fastest and cleanest way out of there. When they have figured out their problems, I'd be happy to go back and work very industriously to rebuild that country, but I'm not going to do it if I'm going to get killed.
The military's in the middle of what they call reassessing the war, I guess the goals of the war, and I wonder what you think they'll come up with. Do you think they will sort of do a Vietnamization of Iraq, slowly turning it over while we're leaving? Is that where we're headed?
No, the military can do one of two things. They can engage in a war, which is, in other words, against an enemy, and right now they're in a counterinsurgency, which is a very debilitating war for traditional military. Or they can choose to be peacekeepers. Well, there's no peace to keep, so our military can't win something that is not winnable.
First, Wildcard Line, I'm sorry, Michael in Kentucky, you're on the air.
Yes, Art. Very glad to get through. I've been listening to you since '94, I guess. My question is kind of unconventional, but do you think it's possible that maybe these guys that are sending the suicide bombers out to blow up these innocent people are possibly hypnotizing them to go out and doing it? Because I cannot see why somebody would willingly do this.
Now, the Western mind cannot grasp, Robert, how anybody is convinced to do that. We just cannot in the West imagine that.
Well, it's quite easy. I mean, typically a suicide bomber prepares himself by praying and sort of, I won't say chanting, but basically reciting the Quran. He shaves, he dresses in white, he says goodbye to his family. He is instructed on how to detonate the device of the car, and then he is instructed on where to go and what to look for. Typically, these guys, as they blow themselves up, because when I was in Baghdad doing this, you actually tell the people that were suicide bombers because they were sort of in a trance, they were fixated. And once they detonated this button, of course, they never knew what hit them.
Okay, I suppose let's go all the way to Canada and Vancouver. You're on the air with Robert Young Pelton. Hi.
Well, hi. I had the chance to go to Google Video and I watched Terror Storm by Alex Jones. I'm wondering if your guest would have any comments about government-sponsored terrorism, including U.S. government-sponsored terrorism.
Well, terrorism is a buzzword. You know, it's like mercenaries used to describe something you don't like. Shock and awe was terrorism in its most primitive and brutal form. We engage in terrorism, our enemies engage in terrorism. To call it a war on terrorism is kind of humorous because it is the very fact that we have this sort of nameless, faceless enemy which terrorizes us. It's more appropriate to use other words that aren't just sort of empty, meaningless things. So every nation engages in terrorist activities. They just don't call them that.
Robert, if somebody were to go out and buy one of your books, and you've got some really good ones here, what right now would you recommend to them? Where's a good place to start?
No, go to Amazon and buy License to Kill. I think people would find that a very shocking entry into the world of privatized warfare. And you will see the future when you read that book. And it's 3 years of my life on the ground with mercenaries, with contractors, with CIA contractors, and trying to understand where warfare is going. And to me, it's one of my best books ever.
Were you ever, Robert, at a point where you could have been drawn in, instead of being an observer and visitor, instead being a participant?
Yes, but I have to stop myself because as soon as I pick up a gun and I start joining a cause, I can no longer be of service to people because then I'm just a partisan.
Indeed. All right. Listen, buddy, thank you very, very much for being here.
Oh, my pleasure, Art, to finally talk to you and be on the show with you.
Extremely educational for me, and I'm sure for many out there. You take care, and we'll do it again one day.
Thank you very much.
All right. There you have it, folks. Robert Young Pelton. Tomorrow night, we're going to move toward one of my favorite subject. It's all about time travel. Ron Mallett will be here, and all I can tell you is, anytime we're talking about time travel, and I'm involved, it's going to have to be good. That'll be tomorrow night on Coast to Coast AM. This night, good night all.
Welcome to Dreamland, a program dedicated to an examination of areas in the human experience not easily nor neatly put in a box. Things seen at the edge of vision, awakening a part of the mind as yet not mapped, and yet things every bit as real as the air we breathe but don't see. This is Dreamland. Another Sunday, another Dreamland. Good evening, everybody. If you want an update on what occurred over the northwest part of the U.S. on Friday night, whoa, what a show that was. Linda Moulton Howe has that coming up in her report in a moment, followed by a very, very unusual interview. A man who made a lot of money in the commodities trading markets in Chicago, Mark Ritchie, and then spent a lot of it going to the rainforest. Has written a book called Spirit of the Rainforest. Oh my, what an interview that's going to be. Spent a lot of time with a rainforest shaman. We'll talk about that tonight and much more on Dreamland. I'm Art Bell, and so we'll get to it shortly. First, from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, it is the Emmy Award-winning documentary producer, Linda Moulton Howe, investigator into crop circles, animal mutilations, general scientific reporter, and regular feature on Dreamland from Philadelphia. Here's Linda Moulton Howe. Hi, Linda.
Well, hi, Art. And following up your Friday marathon, as the whole country knows by now, that Friday evening, November 14th, between 9:12 and 9:15 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, hundreds of residents in Washington and Oregon reported seeing a huge flash of light followed by what some compared to a 4th of July fireworks explosion. And in fact, there were eyewitness reports in Canada as well. Some people even captured the event on videotape, and the bright objects have been shown on TV news yesterday and today in Canada and the United States. Police, fire, and sheriff's offices were contacted for an explanation, and here's an example of one sheriff's dispatcher response.
Right. We did get calls, and we were advised it was a meteor shower.
But one man who disagreed with the meteor explanation should know. He was an eyewitness to the entire event and is president of the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada, based in Vancouver, BC. Ken Henriksen estimates he has spent 400 hours skygazing and told me...
Yeah, it was 100% it was not a meteor storm.
100% that it wasn't a meteor storm.
Yeah, there was no way that it was a meteor storm.
What were you doing that caused you to be able to see this?
Oh, it's a beautiful night. I was out walking my dog, of all things. And I walked away from it. I was behind a building from it. And whatever reason, the dog didn't come, so I turned around to go get him, and I looked up, but it just flashed and appeared. And then just shot straight down towards the horizon. And then it traveled about halfway down the sky, almost in a straight line down, very slowly. And then broke up about halfway.
How many pieces?
36.
36 pieces. You could count them.
Well, it was 45 seconds. It was a long time.
So you were able to watch this for 45
Oh, it was stunning. It was stunning. It took 30 seconds before it broke. So it was a total just over a minute and a quarter.
And you watched that whole thing, and the color was?
It was white, white, white. And it left, I don't even know how to describe it. Just streamers of, almost like diamond dust on on black felt.
And from your point of view, as president of the Astronomical Society in Vancouver, why was this not a meteor shower?
Well, one is it came in as a solid body that broke up. I've seen bolides before, big break bolides. This was close. This was very close. And it just didn't have that characteristic look to it. And it was traveling much too slow. Like I said, the first half took maybe 30 seconds. And the second half took about 45 seconds from the point it started to break up. It was actually decelerating as it was breaking up. There's no way that would have been a bolide. It would have been coming. To get that far into the atmosphere, it would have been coming pretty fast. Wouldn't have lasted more than 3 to 10 seconds.
And what you saw with your own eyes lasted about 45 seconds falling down from the sky.
Yeah, the first 30 degrees of it, the first half of it, before it broke up, was about 20 to 30 seconds. And then about halfway down the sky in the north, that's when it started to break up. And after the breakup, it was another 45 seconds before it made landfall.
In the Vancouver area.
In the Vancouver area, in the city by about 50 kilometers, I'd say.
But it wouldn't have gotten all the way to the Idaho border?
No, this was north of Vancouver.
Right, and there...
Yeah, but you would have seen it for 500 miles south.
Well, there were some confusing reports of red objects in formation.
It's not close enough to the horizon, just the atmospheric diffraction, meaning that the air moving in the water inside the air has been lighter than the light. So you would have been getting reds and blues and all kinds of strange colors.
Those red objects in formation that I mentioned to the astronomer came from a report that Peter Davenport at the UFO Reporting Center in Seattle received from Tonasket, Washington, in the Okanagan National Forest. Tonasket is almost in the center of Washington and not far from the Canadian border, east and a little south of Vancouver, not north, as the astronomer saw the debris falling. Perhaps the object seen through the lower atmosphere might have looked red to witnesses in Tonasket, or possibly there was something else moving in the sky further east. Here's what the Okanagan County Sheriff's dispatcher told me when I called.
That it appeared to be, well, matter of fact, I'll read you what I have. Unidentified red lights flying in a formation through the county in a northward direction. That's it.
And you're reading from what?
I'm reading from our main file list.
And how many people called in with that description?
I don't have that precise information.
But more than half a dozen?
Somewhere right at that number.
And the color was definitely described as red.
It says red.
I also called the North American Airspace Defense Command, known as NORAD, that works for the U.S. Space Command in Colorado Springs, Colorado.